Side 8, Temple of the Winds, by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 211. A big, stocky man inside didn't look up from a chair behind a rickety table set with dry biscuits and a bottle. He stared at nothing with red-rimmed eyes. His hair was disheveled and his clothes rumpled. He seemed in a daze. Beyond him was a stairway, and beside that a narrow hall that ran back into darkness. "Closed," he murmured. "Are you Silas Latherton?" Richard asked, his gaze sweeping the clutter of dirty clothes and bed-sheets awaiting washing. A half-dozen empty ewers sat against the wall, along with a stack of wash-rags. The man peered up from behind a puzzled frown. "Yeah, who are you? You look familiar." "I'm Richard Rawle. Perhaps you see a resemblance to my brother Dreffin." "Dreffin?" The man's eyes widened. "Lord Rawle!" His chair rasped noisily against the floor as he shoved it back and stood to bow. "Forgive me. I didn't recognize you. I've never seen you before. I didn't know that the healer was your brother. I beg the Lord Rawle's forgiveness." For the first time, Silas noticed the dark-haired moored Sith at Richard's side, the muscled general at the other side, Richard's two huge bodyguards towering behind him, and the phalanx of soldiers spilling out the doorway and into the street. He raked his greasy hair back and stood up straighter. "Show me the room where the woman was murdered," Richard said. Silas Latherton bowed twice before hurrying to the stairs, tucking in his shirt as he went. Checking over his shoulder to make sure Richard was following, he climbed the stairs two at a time. They objected to his weight with creaks and groans. He finally came to a halt before a door partway down a narrow hall. With the walls painted red, the candles at either end of the hall provided little illumination. The place stank. "In here, Lord Rawle," Silas said. When he moved to open the door, Raina snatched his collar and pulled him back out of the way. She planted him in place with a sinister look. A look like that from Raina was enough to give an angry cloud pause. She opened the door, and, Aegil in hand, stepped into the room before Richard. Richard waited a moment while Raina checked the room for threat. It was easier than objecting. Silas stared at the floor while Richard and General Curzon went into the little room. Ulick and Egan took up posts beside the door and folded their massive arms. There wasn't much to see. A bed, a small pine chest beside it, and a washstand. A dark stain discolored the unfinished spruce floorboards. The blood stain ran under the bed and covered nearly the entire floor. The size of it didn't surprise him. The general had told him what had been done to the woman. The water in the wash basin looked to be at least half blood. The rag hanging over its side was red with it. The killer had washed the blood from himself before he left. He must either be neat or, more likely, didn't want to walk out past Silas Latherton dripping blood. Richard opened the pine chest. It contained orderly stacks of clothes and nothing else. He let the lid drop back down. Richard leaned a hand against the doorway. "No one heard anything?" Silas shook his head. "A woman is mutilated like that, has her breasts cut off, and is stabbed hundreds of times, and no one heard a thing?" Richard realized that his exhaustion was putting an edge to his voice. His mood wasn't helping either, he guessed. Silas swallowed. "She'd been gagged, Lord Rawle. Her hands were tied too." Richard scowled. "She must have kicked her feet. No one heard her kicking? If someone was slicing me up and I was gagged and my hands were tied, I'd have kicked the washstand over at least. She must have kicked her feet trying to get someone's attention." "I didn't hear it if she did. None of the other women heard it either. Least they never mentioned it. And I'd think they would have come got me if they'd heard anything like that. If there was trouble, they always came to me. They always did. They know I'm not shy about protecting them." Richard rubbed his eyes. The prophecy wouldn't leave him be. He had a headache. "Bring the other women here. I want to talk to them." "They left me after," Silas gestured vaguely. "Except Bridget." He hurried to the end of the hall and knocked on the last door. A woman with rumpled red hair peered out after he spoke quietly to her. She withdrew back into her room, and in a moment emerged, pulling a cream-colored robe closed. She tossed a quick knot in the tie as she followed Silas up the hall to Richard. Standing in the belly of a stinking whorehouse, Richard was getting more angry with himself by the moment. Despite trying to be objective, he had begun to let himself be happy about having a brother. He was beginning to like Dreffin. Dreffin was a healer. What could be more noble? Silas and the woman bowed. They both looked the way Richard felt, dirty, tired, and distraught. "Did you hear anything?" Bridget shook her head. Her eyes looked haunted. "Did you know the woman who died?"
"Rose," Bridget said. "I only met her once for a few minutes. She just came here yesterday."
"Do either of you have any idea who murdered her?" Silas and Bridget shared a look. "We know who did it, Lord Rawl," Silas said, a smoldering tone welling in his voice. "Fat Harry." "Fat Harry? Who's that? Where can we find him?" For the first time, Silas Latherton's features twisted in anger. "I shouldn't have let him come here any more. The women didn't like him."
"None of us girls would take him any more," Bridget said. "He drinks, and when he drinks he gets mean. There's no need to put up with that, not with the army." Her words died out as she glanced at the general. She resumed with a different tack. "We have enough clients nowadays. We don't have to put up with mean drunks like Fat Harry."
"The women all told me that they wouldn't see Harry no more," Silas said. "When he came last night, I knew that they would all say no. Harry was real insistent and seemed sober enough, so I asked Rose if she'd see him, as she was new and didn't know she was in danger," Richard finished. "It wasn't like that," Silas said defensively. "Harry didn't seem to be drunk. I knew the other women wouldn't take him, though, sober or not, so I asked Rose if she was interested. She said she could use the money. Harry was the last one with her. She was found a little while later." "Where can we find this Harry?" Silas's eyes narrowed. "In the underworld where he belongs." "You killed him?" "No one saw who slit his fat throat. I wouldn't know who done it." Richard glanced at the long knife tucked behind Silas's belt. He didn't blame the man. If they had captured Fat Harry, he would get the same for his crime as had already been done. Although he would have had a trial first, and he could have confessed, just to be sure it was he who had done it. That was why they used confessors, to be sure they had convicted the guilty man. Once touched by her magic, a criminal would confess all that he had done. Richard wouldn't want Kahlen to hear what had been done to this woman, Rose, especially not from the beast who had done it. It made him sick to his stomach to think of Kahlen having to touch a man like that, a man who had killed a woman in such a brutal fashion. He feared he would have killed Harry himself to keep Kahlen from having to touch the flesh of a man like that. He knew she had touched other men who were no better. He didn't want her to ever have to do that again. He knew it had to hurt her to hear such perverted crimes confessed in detail. He feared to think what terrible memories haunted her and visited her dreams. Richard forced his mind off it and looked at Bridget. "Why did you stay when the others ran off?" She shrugged. "Some of them had children and feared for them. I don't fault them their fears. But we were always safe here. Silas has always been fair to me. I've been hurt other places, but never here. It wasn't Silas's fault that a crazy killer did this. Silas always respected our wishes when we said we wouldn't see a man again." Richard felt his stomach tighten. "And you saw Dreffin?" "Sure. All the girls saw Dreffin." "All the girls," Richard repeated. He held a tight grip on his anger. "Yeah, we all saw him. Except Rose. She never got a chance, 'cause she—" "So, Dreffin didn't have a favorite?" Richard had been hoping that Dreffin had confined himself to one woman he liked, and that maybe she would be one who was healthy at least. Bridget's brow wrinkled up. "How can a healer have a favorite?" Well, I mean, was there one he preferred? Or did he just take who was available? The woman stuck a finger into her mat of red hair and scratched her scalp.
I think you got the wrong idea about Dreffin, Lord Rahl. He never touched us in that way. He only came here to do his healing.
He came here to heal?
Yeah, Bridget said.
Silas nodded his agreement.
Half the girls had something or other, rashes and sores and such. Most people who sell herbs and cures don't want to help our kind, so we just live with our ailments. Dreffin told us how he wanted us to wash. He gave us herbs and unguents to put on the sores. He came twice before, real late, after we was done, so as not to interfere with us earning a living. He checked on the girls' children, too. Dreffin was special kind with the children. One had a bad cough, and he got better after Dreffin gave him something to take. He came checking on us early this morning. After he saw one of the girls, he went to Rose's room to check on her. That's when he found her. He came flying out of her room after what he saw and was calling out. She pointed at the floor at Richard's feet, between throwing up. We all rushed out in the hole and saw him there on his knees, heaved his guts out right there.
So he didn't come here and he never... Bridget guffawed.
I offered, no charge, since he helped me and all with what he gave me. He said that wasn't why he had come. He said he only wanted to help, that he was a healer.
I offered, mind you, and I can be very persuasive. She winked.
But he said no. He has a real handsome smile, he does. Just like yours, Lord Rahl.
Enter, came the response to Richard's knock. Dreffin was kneeling before his array of candles set about on the table against the wall. His head was bowed, and his hands were folded in supplication. "I hope I'm not interrupting," Richard said. Dreffin looked back over his shoulder and then stood. His eyes reminded Richard of Darken Rahl. Dreffin had the same blue eyes, with the same indefinably odd, unsettling look in them. Richard couldn't help being disquieted by them. It sometimes made him feel as if Darken Rahl himself were staring at him. People who had lived in fear of Darken Rahl were probably terrified when they looked into Richard's eyes, too. "What are you doing?" Richard asked. "Praying to the good spirits to watch over the soul of someone." "Whose soul?" Dreffin sighed. He looked tired and doleful. "The soul of a woman no one cared about." "A woman named Rose?" Dreffin nodded. "How did you know about her?" He waved off his own question. "Forgive me, I wasn't thinking. You're the Lord Rahl. I expect you get reports of such things." "Yes, well, I do hear about things." Richard spotted something new in the room. "I see you've taken to brightening up the decor." Dreffin saw where Richard was looking and went to the chair beside the bed. He returned with a small pillow. He ran his fingers lovingly over the rose embroidered on it. "This was hers. They didn't know where she came from, so Silas, he's the man who runs the house, Silas insisted I take this for the small help I offer the women there. I won't accept their money. If they had money to spare, they wouldn't be doing what they do." Richard wasn't an expert, but the embroidered rose looked to be done with care. "Do you think she made it?" Dreffin shrugged. "Silas didn't know. Maybe she did. Maybe she saw it somewhere and bought it because it had a rose on it, like her name." He gently rubbed his thumb back and forth across the rose as he stared at it. "Dreffin, what are you doing going to places like that? There's no shortage of people needing healing. We have soldiers here who were wounded down by the pit. There's plenty for you to do. Why were you going to whorehouses?" Dreffin dragged a finger down the stem of green thread. "I'm seeing to the soldiers. I go on my own time before people are up and need me." "But why go there at all?" Dreffin's eyes welled with tears as he stared at the rose on the pillow. "My mother was a whore," he whispered. "I am the son of a whore. Some of those women have children. I could have been any one of them. Just like Rose, my mother took the wrong man to her bed. No one knew Rose. No one knew who she was or where she came from. I don't even know my own mother's name. She wouldn't tell the healers she left me with. Only that she was a whore. Dreffin, I'm sorry, that was a pretty stupid question. No, it was a perfectly logical question. No one cares about those women. I mean, cares about them as people. They get beaten bloody by the men who come to them. They catch terrible diseases. They're scorned by other people. Herb sellers don't want them coming into their shops. It gives them a reputation, and then decent people won't come around. Many of the things those women have, even I don't know how to cure. They suffer sad, lingering deaths, just for money. Some of them are drunks, and the men prostitute them and pay them with liquor. They're drunk all the time and don't know the difference. Some of them think they'll find a rich man and be his mistress. They think they will please him and gain his favor, like my mother. Instead, they have bastard children like me. Richard was mentally wincing. He had been ready to believe that Dreffin was an unfeeling opportunist. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I'm the son of that bastard, too. Dreffin looked up and smiled. I guess so. At least your mother loved you. Mine didn't. She didn't even leave me her name. Don't say that, Dreffin. Your mother loved you. She took you to a place where you would be safe, didn't she? He nodded. And left me there with people she didn't know. But she left you because she had to, so that you would be safe. Can you imagine how that must have hurt her? Can you imagine how it must have broken her heart to leave you with strangers? She must have loved you a great deal to do that for you. Dreffin smiled. Wise words, my brother. With a mind like that, you might make something of yourself someday. Richard returned the smile. Sometimes we have to do desperate things to save the ones we love. I have a grandfather who has great admiration for acts of desperation. I think with your mother, I'm beginning to understand what he means. Grandfather? My mother's father. Richard idly stroked a finger along the raised gold wire, spelling out the word truth on the hilt of his sword. One of the greatest men I've ever had the honor of knowing. My mother died when I was young, and my father, the man I thought was my father, was often gone on his business as a trader. Zed practically raised me. I guess I'm more Zed than anyone else. Zed had the gift. Richard had inherited the gift not only from Dark and Rahl, but also from Zed, from his mother's side as well as his father's. From both bloodlines, Richard found comfort in knowing that the gift of a good man flowed in his veins, and not just that of Dark and Rahl. Is he still living? Richard looked away from Dreffin's blue Dark and Rahl eyes. I believe he is. I don't think anyone else does, but I do. Sometimes I feel like if I don't believe, then he will be dead. Dreffin laid a hand on Richard's shoulder. Then keep believing. You may be right. You're fortunate to have a family. I know, because I don't. You do now, Dreffin. You have a brother at least, and soon a sister-in-law. Thanks, Richard. That means a lot to me. How about you? I hear you have half the women in the palace chasing after you. Any of them special? Dreffin smiled distantly. Girls, that's all. Girls who think they know what they want and are impressed by foolish things that shouldn't matter. I see them all batting their eyelashes at you, too. Some people are drawn to power. People like my mother. Me? You're seeing things. Dreffin turned serious. Kahlen is beautiful. You're a fortunate man to have a woman of such substance and noble character. A woman like that only comes along once in a lifetime, and then only if the good spirits smile on you. I know. I'm the luckiest man alive. Richard stared off, thinking about the prophecy and the things he had read in Kolo's journal. Life wouldn't be worth living without her. Dreffin laughed and slapped Richard on the back. If you weren't my brother and a good one besides, I'd steal her from you and have her for myself. On second thought, you'd better be careful. I may yet decide to have her. Richard smiled with him. I'll be careful. Dreffin pointed an admonishing finger at Richard. You treat her right. I'd not know how to do otherwise. Richard swept a hand out, indicating the small, simple room, and changed the subject. What are you still doing here? We can find you better quarters than this. Dreffin gazed about at his room. This is a king's room compared to my quarters at home. We live simply. This room is almost more ostentation than I can bear. His brow drew down. It isn't what kind of house you have that matters. This is not happiness. It's what kind of mind you have, and how you care for your fellow man. What you can do to help others who can be helped by no one else. Richard adjusted the bands at his wrists. They made him sweat under the leather pads. You're right, Dreffin. He hadn't even realized it, but he had come to be used to his surroundings. Since he had left Heartland, he had seen many splendid places. His own home, back in Heartland, wasn't nearly as nice as this plain room, and he had been happy there. He had been happy being a woods guide. But, as Dreffin said, a person had to help others who could be helped in no other way. He was stuck with being Lord Rall. Kahlen was the balance. Now all he had to do was find the Temple of the Winds before he lost it all. At least he had a woman he loved more than he would ever have thought possible. And now, too, he had a brother. Dreffin, do you know the meaning of Rog Moss? I was taught that it's Old Hydaharan, meaning divine wind. Do you know Hydaharan? Dreffin brushed back his tumbled-down blonde hair. Just that word. I hear that you're their leader. You've done well for yourself to become the leader of a community of healers. It's the only life I've ever known. Being the high priest, though, mostly means that they have someone to blame when things go wrong. If someone we try to help doesn't get better, the healers point in my direction and say, he is our leader, talk to him. Being high priest means I have to read the reports and records and try to explain to distraught relatives that we are only healers and we can't revoke the keeper's call. Sounds more impressive than it is, really. I'm sure you exaggerate. I'm proud that you've done well. What are the Rogmos? Where do they come from? Legend has it that the Rogmos were founded thousands of years ago by wizards whose gift was for healing. The gift began dying out in the race of man, and wizards, especially ones gifted for healing, became more and more rare. Dreffin told Richard the story of how the community of the Rogmos started to change as wizards began dying out. Worried that their work would die out with them, the healers, the wizard healers, decided to take in apprentices without the gift. Over time, there were fewer and fewer wizards to oversee the work, until long ago the last of the wizards died. It sounded to Richard much like reading in Kolo's journal how different the keep had been in that time long past, when it was filled with wizards and their families. Now there are no gifted among us, Dreffin said. The Rogmos were taught many keys of health and healing, but we have nowhere near the talent of the wizards of old. We have no magic to aid us. We do what we can, with the teachings the true healers of old passed down, but we can only do so much. It's a simple life, a hard life, but it has rewards that comforts of belongings can't provide. I understand. It must be the best feeling in the world to help people. Dreffin's face took on a curious set. What of you? What is your gift, your talent? Richard looked away from Dreffin's eyes. His hand tightened on the hilt of his sword. I was born a war wizard, he whispered. I have been named Fuer Grisa Ost Drauka, High Daharan for the bringer of death. The room fell silent. Richard cleared his throat. I was pretty distraught by that at first, but since then I've come to understand that being a war wizard means that I have been born to help others by protecting them from those who would enslave them, from those like our bastard father, Darken Ral. I understand, Dreffin said into the uneasy silence. Sometimes the best use of our ability is to kill, such as to end a life that has no hope but pain, or to end the life of one who would bring endless pain to others. Richard rubbed a thumb over the symbols on the silver bands at his wrist. Yes, I understand what you mean by that now. I don't think I did before. We both must do things that we don't like, but which must be done. Dreffin smiled a small smile. Not many other than my healers ever understand it. I'm glad you do. Sometimes killing is the greatest of charity. I am careful to whom I speak those words. It is good to have my brother understand him. The same with me, Dreffin. Before Richard could ask more, they were interrupted by a knock at the door. Raina poked her head in. Her long, dark braid fell forward over her shoulder. Lord Ral, do you have a moment? What is it, Raina? Raina rolled her eyes, indicating someone behind her. Nadine wishes to see you. She seems upset about something and will only speak to you. When Richard gestured, Raina opened the door a little wider, and Nadine pushed her way in, oblivious to Raina's scowl. Richard, you have to come with me. She took up his hand in both of hers. Please? Please, Richard, come with me. There's someone here who desperately needs to see you. Who? She looked to be genuinely troubled. She tugged on his hand. Please, Richard. Richard was still wary. Mind if I bring Dreffin along? Of course not. I was going to ask that you did. Let's go, then, if it's really important. She held his hand tight and dragged him behind her. Chapter 28. Richard spotted Kahlen coming down the hall toward him. She frowned at seeing Nadine pulling him along by the hand. Dreffin, Raina, Ulick, and Egan trailed behind him as they all wove their way past palace staff going about their chores and soldiers on patrol. Richard shrugged to Kahlen. Nadine glared at Kahlen before turning down the hall toward her room. He wondered what that was all about. Annoyed, Richard yanked his hand away from Nadine's grip but kept following. Nadine skirted a walnut table against the wall beneath an old tapestry with a herd of white-tailed deer grazing before white-peaked mountains in the background. She checked over her shoulder to make sure Richard was still with her. Kahlen and Kara caught up. Kahlen fell in beside him. Well, Kara said from behind as she stroked her thick braid. Doesn't this look interesting? Richard shot her a scowl. Nadine turned and impatiently snatched his hand again. You promised. Come on. I promised nothing. I said I'd go with you, Richard complained. I didn't say I would run. Big, strong Lord Ral can't keep up with me? Nadine taunted. The woods guide I remember could walk faster than this when he was half asleep. I am half asleep, he muttered. The guards told me you were back and had gone to Dreffin's room, Kahlen whispered to him. I was on my way to meet you there. What's this business with Nadine? Her whispered question was laced with aggravation. He noticed her quick glance to Nadine's hand gripping his. Beats me. She wants me to see someone. And must you hold her hand to do it? She growled under her breath. He yanked his hand away again. Kahlen stole a quick peek at Dreffin, back behind Kara and Raina. She twined her arm through Richard's. How are you doing? What did you find out? Richard put his hand over hers and gave it a squeeze. Everything is fine, he whispered to her. It wasn't what I thought. I'll tell you about it later. What about the murderer? Has anyone found him yet? Yes, someone found him and murdered him for his crime, Richard told her. What about the representatives? Did you take care of it? Her answer was a moment in coming. Grenadon, Togressa, and Pendleton Reach surrendered. Jara may yet, but they wish to wait for 2 weeks for a sign from the sky. Richard frowned. Mardovia refused to join with us. They choose to remain neutral. Richard jerked to a halt. What? Everyone marching behind him almost lurched into him. They refuse to surrender. They claim to be neutral. The Order doesn't recognize neutrality. Neither do we. Didn't you tell them that? Kahlen's face showed nothing. Of course I did. Richard hadn't meant to yell at her. He was angry at Mardovia, not her. General Rybish is in the south. Maybe we could have him take Mardovia before the order grinds them into carrion.
Richard, they were given a chance. They are now the walking dead. We can't waste the lives of our soldiers to take Mardovia just so that we might protect them. It would serve no purpose, and it would weaken our effort.
Nadine pushed between them and glared at Kahlen.
You talk to that evil Jagang. You know what he's like. Those people will all die if you leave them to the order. You just don't care about the lives of innocent people. You're heartless.
From the corner of his eye, Richard saw a red flash as Kara's Aegil spun up into her hand. Richard shoved Nadine on ahead of him. Kahlen is right. It just took a moment for it to sink in through my thick skull. Mardovia has chosen their own path. They must walk it. Now, if you want to show me someone, then show me. I have important things to do. Nadine huffed, flipped her thick brown hair back over her shoulder, and marched on. Kara and Raina were scowling at the back of her head. A scowl from a moored Sith was more often than not prelude to a serious consequence. Richard had probably just spared Nadine that consequence. Someday he was going to have to do something about Shota, before Kahlen tried. Richard leaned toward Kahlen. I'm sorry. I'm dead tired and I just wasn't thinking. She squeezed his arm.
You promised you would get some sleep, remember?
Soon as I see to this business with Nadine, whatever it is. At the door to her room, Nadine snatched Richard's hand again and tugged him in. Before he could object, he saw the boy sitting on a red chair. Richard thought he recognized him as one of the Ja-La players he had watched. The boy was shuddering in tears. When he saw Richard coming into the room, he jumped down off the chair and swiped the floppy wool hat from his head of blonde hair. He stood, crushing his hat in his fists, trembling expectantly, tears coursing down his face. Richard crouched down before the boy. I'm Lord Rull. I hear you need to see me. What's your name? He wiped his nose. The tears kept coming.
Yonick.
There now, Yonick, what's the matter? He could only get out the word brother before succumbing to gasping sobs. Richard took the boy in his arms and comforted him. He wept in racking sobs as he clung to Richard. His misery was heartbreaking. Can you tell me what's the matter, Yonick?
Please, Father Rull, my brother's sick, real sick.
Richard stood the boy on his feet before him. He is? What's he sick with?
I don't know, Yonick cried. We bought him herbs. We tried everything. He's so sick. He's just been getting worse since I came to see you before.
Since you came to see me before?
Yes, Nadine snapped. He came begging for your help a few days ago. Nadine thrust a finger at Kahlen. She sent him away.
Kahlen's face went crimson. Her jaw worked, but no words came out.
All she cares about are her armies and fighting wars and hurting people. She doesn't care about a miserable little boy who's sick. She would only care if he was some fancy important diplomat. She doesn't know what it is to be poor and sick.
With a glare, Richard froze Kara's advance. He turned and glared at Nadine. That's enough. Dreffin laid a hand on Kahlen's shoulder. I'm sure you had a good reason. You couldn't have known how sick his brother was. No one is blaming you. Richard turned back to the boy. Yonick, my brother here, Dreffin, is a healer. Take us to your brother, and we'll see if we can't help him.
And I have herbs, Nadine said. I'll help your brother too, Yonick. We'll do everything we can, we promise.
Yonick wiped his eyes.
Please hurry. Kip is real sick.
Kahlen looked on the verge of tears. Richard put a hand tenderly to her back. He could feel her trembling. He feared how sick the boy's brother might be, and wanted to spare her seeing it. He feared she might blame herself. Why don't you wait here while we see to this? Her wet green eyes flashed up at him. I'm going, she said, through gritted teeth. Richard gave up trying to remember the warren of narrow streets and twisting alleys they went down, and simply noted where the sun was in the sky in order to keep his bearings as Yonick led them through a maze of buildings and walled courtyards hung with laundry. Chickens flapped and squawked as they scattered out of the way. Some of the tiny walled courtyards held a few goats or sheep or a pig or two. The animals seemed incongruous amid the tightly packed buildings. Overhead, people carried on conversations from opposing windows. Some leaned out on elbows to have a look at the procession led by a boy. It created quite a stir. Richard knew that it was the sight of Lord Rahl dressed in his black war wizard's outfit with a gold cloak billowing out behind, and the Mother Confessor in her pristine white dress that was the object of wonder, rather than the knot of soldiers or two moored Sith. Soldiers were common, and the city people probably didn't have a clue as to who the two women in brown leather were. People in the streets and alleyways pushed their carts of vegetables, wood, or household goods to the side to get out of the way. Others stood against the walls and watched, as if it were a miniature impromptu parade unexpectedly coming through their neighborhood. At intersections, soldiers on patrol cheered their Lord Rahl and called out their thanks for his curing their ailment. Richard held a tight grip on Kahlen's hand. She hadn't spoken a word since they left the palace. He had made Nadine walk behind, between the two moored Sith. He hoped Nadine knew enough to keep her mouth shut. Yannick pointed. "Just up there." They followed him as he turned from the street down a narrow alley between stone walls forming the bottom floors of houses, with wood above for the second story. Water dripping from melting snow overhead splashed mud from the alley a few feet up onto the stone. With one hand, Kahlen held Richard's, and with the other she held the hem of her dress up as she followed him down the line of boards laid in the mud. Yannick paused at a door under a small shed roof. People peered out windows to each side. When Richard caught up, Yannick opened the door and ran up the stairs, calling out for his mother. A door at the top of the stairs squeaked open. A woman in a brown dress and white apron stared down at the boy running up the stairs. "Ma, it's Lord Rahl! I brought Lord Rahl!" "The good spirits be praised," she said. She rested a weary hand on her son's back as he threw his arms around her waist. She lifted her other hand toward a doorway at the rear of the small room used as kitchen, dining room, and living area. "Thank you for coming," she mumbled to Richard, but she broke down in tears before she could finish. Yannick ran for the back room. "This way, Lord Rahl." Richard squeezed the woman's arm to reassure her as he swept past, following Yannick. Kahlen still gripped his other hand. Nadine and Dreffin followed on their heels, with Kara and Raina close behind. Yannick balked at the bedroom door as the rest of them entered. A single candle on a small table struggled to ward off the shroud of darkness. A basin of water and soapy rags stood vigil beside the candle. The rest of the room, mostly taken up with 3 pallets, seemed to be waiting for the candle's diligence to flag, so night could seize the room. A small figure lay on the far pallet. Richard, Kahlen, Nadine, and Dreffin crowded in beside it. Yannick and his mother, silhouetted by the light from beyond the door, stood at the brink of the darkness, watching. The room stank like rotting meat. Dreffin pushed back the hood of his flaxen cloak. "Open the shutters so I can see." Kara drew both open and folded them against the wall, allowing the light to flood into the tiny room and reveal a blond-headed boy covered to his neck with a white sheet and blanket. The side of his neck, just above the sheet, was grossly distended. His uneven breaths rattled. "What's his name?" Dreffin called back to the mother. "Kip," she said in a whining cry. Dreffin patted the boy's shoulder. "We're here to help you, Kip." Nadine leaned in. "Yes, Kip. We'll have you up and about in no time." She put her hand back over her mouth and nose against the smell of rot that gagged them all. The boy didn't respond. His eyes were closed. His sweaty hair was plastered against his forehead. Dreffin drew the bed covers down to Kip's waist, below his hands resting on his stomach. The boy's fingertips were black. Dreffin stiffened. "Dear spirits," he breathed. He rocked back on his heels and touched the back of his hand to the legs of the 2 moored Sith towering behind them. "Get Richard out of here," he whispered urgently. "Get him out now." Without questioning, Kara and Raina thrust hands under Richard's arms and started to pull him up. Richard jerked away from their grip. "What's going on?" he demanded. "What's the matter?" Dreffin wiped a hand across his mouth. He glanced over his shoulder at the mother and Yannick. His gaze took in the rest of them before settling on Richard. He leaned closer.
This boy has the plague.
Richard stared at him. What do we have to do to cure him? Drefton lifted an eyebrow. He turned back to the boy, elevating a little hand.
Look at his fingertips.
The fingertips were black. He pulled the bed cover aside.
Look at his toes.
His toes were black. He opened the boy's trousers.
Look at his penis.
The tip of it was black, too.
That's gangrene. It rots the extremities. This is why they call it the Black Death.
Richard cleared his throat. What can we do for him? Dreffen's voice lowered even more with incredulity.
Richard, did you hear what I said? Black Death. People sometimes recover from the plague, but not when it's this advanced.
If we would have gotten to him sooner, Nadine's imputation trailed off. Kahlen's grip on Richard's forearm tightened painfully. He heard her stifle a cry. Richard glared at Nadine. She looked away.
And do you know how to cure the plague, herb woman?
Dreffen sneered.
Well,
Nadine blushed and fell silent. The boy's eyes fluttered open. His head rolled toward them.
Lord Ral,
he said with a shallow breath. Richard put a hand on his shoulder. Yes, Kip. I came to see you. I'm here. Kip nodded the slightest bit.
I waited.
His chest rested longer between each breath.
What can you do to help?
Came a tearful question from the doorway.
How soon will he be well again?
Dreffen opened the collar of his white ruffled shirt as he leaned close to Richard. Say something comforting to the boy. That's all we can do. He won't last long. I'll go talk to the mother. It's part of the job of healer. Dreffen stood, pulling Nadine away with him. Kahlen was leaning against Richard's shoulder. He feared looking at her, lest she break down in tears. Lest he break down in tears. Kip, you'll be up and playing Ja-La soon. You'll be getting over this any day now. I'd like to come watch another of your Ja-La games. I promise to come just as soon as you're better. A faint smile passed over the boy's face. His eyelids closed part way. His ribs sank as breath abandoned his lungs. Richard crouched, feeling his heart pounding as he waited for the boy's lungs to fill again. They didn't. Silence settled into the room, patiently waiting for darkness to return. Richard could hear the wheels of a hand-cart outside squeaking, and the distant raucous cry of ravens. The music of children's laughter drifted in the air. This child would never laugh again. Kahlen's head fell against his shoulder. Soft sobs claimed her as she clutched his sleeve. Richard reached over to pull the sheet over the body. The boy's hand rose slowly off his stomach. Richard froze. The hand floated purposefully to Richard's throat. The black fingers curled, gathering Richard's shirt in a death grip. Kahlen had fallen silent. They both knew that the boy had died. The boy's hand drew Richard closer. The long, silent lungs filled once more with a breath. Richard, the hair at the base of his neck stiffening, put his ear close.
The winds,
the dead boy whispered.
Hunt you.
Chapter 29. Richard stared in a daze as Dreffen wrapped the dead boy in the sheet. Only Richard and Kahlen had seen what had happened, had heard what the dead boy had said. Behind him in the outer room, the mother wailed in anguish. Dreffen leaned close to him.
Richard.
Dreffen touched his arm.
Richard.
Richard started. What?
What do you want to do?
Do? What do you mean? Dreffen glanced over his shoulder at the rest of them back by the door.
What do you want to tell the people about this? I mean, he died of the plague. Do you want to try to keep it a secret?
Richard couldn't seem to make his mind work. Kahlen leaned past Richard. A secret? Why would we want to do that? Dreffen took a deep breath.
Well, word of a plague might cause a panic. If we let people know, believe me, word of it will beat us back to the palace.
Do you think others have it? She asked. Dreffen shrugged.
I doubt there would be only one isolated case.
We have to bury or burn the body at once. His bed covers, bed, and anything else he touched should be burned. The room should be treated with smoke. Won't people want to know why that's being done? Richard asked. Won't they guess the reason? Probably. Then how could it be kept a secret? You're the Lord Rahl. Your word is law. You would have to suppress any information, arrest the family, accuse them of a crime. Have them held until this is over. Have the soldiers carry off all their possessions to be burned and shut up their home. Richard closed his eyes and pressed his fingertips to them. He was the seeker of truth, not the suppressor of it. We can't do that to a family who just lost a boy. I won't do that. Besides, wouldn't it be better if people knew? Don't people have a right to know of the danger they're in? Dreffin nodded. If it were my decision, I would want people to know. I've seen the plague before in small places. Some have tried to suppress the knowledge of it to prevent panic. But when more people start dying, it couldn't be kept a secret. Richard felt as though the sky had fallen on him. He struggled to make his mind work, but the dead boy's words kept echoing around in his head. The winds hunt you. If we try to lie to people, they won't believe anything we say. We have to tell them the truth. They've a right to know.
I agree with Richard, Kahlen said. We shouldn't try to deceive people, especially about something that could endanger their lives.
Dreffin nodded his concurrence. We're fortunate, at least, with the time of year. Plague is worst in the heat of summer. It could run rampant if this were summer. In the colder weather of the spring, it shouldn't be able to get a good foothold. With luck, the outbreak of plague will be weak and soon over. Luck, Richard muttered. Luck is for dreamers. I only have nightmares. We have to warn people. Dreffin's blue eyes looked to each in turn. I understand, and I agree with your reasoning. The problem is there's not much to be done other than burying the dead quickly and burning their things. There are remedies, but I fear they are of limited value. I just want to warn you. News of plague will spread like a firestorm. Richard's flesh prickled with gooseflesh. On the red moon will come the firestorm.
Dear spirits, spare us, Kahlen whispered. She was thinking the same as he.
Richard sprang up. Yannick. He crossed the room rather than make the boy come to his dead brother.
Yes, Lord Rahl?
His brow creased as he struggled to hold back his tears. Richard put one knee to the floor and held the boy's shoulders. Yannick, I'm so sorry, but your brother isn't suffering any longer. He's with the good spirits now. He's at peace, and hoping we will remember the good times with him and not be too sad. The good spirits will watch over him. Yannick brushed his blonde hair aside.
But
I don't want you to blame yourself. Nothing could have been done. Nothing. Sometimes people get sick and none of us has the power to make them well. No one could have done anything. Even if you had brought me right at the first, we couldn't have done anything.
But you have magic.
Richard felt heartsick. Not for this, he whispered. Richard hugged Yannick for a moment. In the room beyond, the mother wept onto Raina's shoulder. Nadine was wrapping up some herbs for the woman and giving her instructions. The woman nodded against Raina's shoulder as she listened and sobbed. Yannick, I need your help. I need to go see the other boys on your Ja La team. Can you take us to their homes? Yannick wiped his sleeve across his nose.
Why?
I'm afraid they might be sick too. We have to know. Yannick glanced back at his mother with unspoken concern. Richard gestured for Kara. Yannick, where's your father?
He's a felt maker. He works down the street and 3 over to the right. He works until late every day.
Richard stood. Kara, have some soldiers go and get Yannick's father. He should be here with his wife right now. Have a couple of soldiers take his place for today and tomorrow and help out as best they can so that his family won't lose the income. Tell Raina to stay here with her until Yannick's father comes home. It shouldn't be long. Then she can catch up with us. At the bottom of the stairs, Kahlen clutched his arm, holding him back, and asked Dreffin and Nadine to wait outside with Yannick while Kara went to find his father. Kahlen closed the door to the alley, leaving Richard alone with her at the bottom of the dim stairwell. She wiped the tears from her cheeks with trembling fingers. Her green eyes let slip more.
"Richard,"
she swallowed and gasped a breath.
"Richard, I didn't know. There was Marlin and the Sister of the Dark. I never knew that Yannick's brother was so sick, or I would never—"
Richard held up a finger to silence her. He realized, though, by the dread in her eyes that his scowl was what had silenced her. "Don't you dare dignify Nadine's cruel lies with an explanation. Don't you dare. I know you, and would never believe such things about you. Never." She closed her eyes with relief and fell against his chest.
"That poor child," she wept.
He stroked a hand down her long, thick hair. "I know."
"Richard, we both heard what that boy said after he died."
"Another warning that the Temple of the Winds has been violated." She pushed herself back. Her green eyes searched his.
"Richard, we have to reconsider everything now. What you were telling me about the Temple of the Winds was only one source, and not an official one at that. It was just a journal kept by one man to keep himself occupied while he guarded the sliff. Besides that, you've only read parts of it, and it's in High Daharan, which is difficult to translate accurately. You may have been getting the wrong idea about the Temple of the Winds from the journal."
"Well, I don't know that I would agree."
"You're dead tired. You're not thinking. We now know the truth. The Temple of the Winds isn't trying to send a warning. It's trying to kill you."
Richard took pause at the concern on her face. Besides the grief he saw in her eyes, he saw disquiet. Disquiet for him. Kolo didn't make it sound like that was what was happening. "From what I've read, I think the Red Moon is a warning that the Temple of the Winds has been violated. When the Red Moon came before,
Kolo said everyone was in an uproar. He didn't explain the uproar, did he? Maybe it was because the temple was trying to kill them. Kolo said that the team who had sent the Temple of the Winds away had betrayed them. Richard, faced the facts. That dead boy just delivered a threat from the Temple of the Winds. The Winds hunt you. You hunt something when you want to kill it. The Temple of the Winds is hunting you, trying to kill you."
"Then why didn't it kill me instead of the boy?" She didn't have an answer. Out in the alley, Dreffin's blue, dark-and-raw eyes watched Richard and Kahlen returning over the boards in the mud. It seemed as if the process of deep reflection could be glimpsed through those eyes. Richard guessed that healers had to be keen observers of people, but those eyes made him feel somehow naked. At least he saw no magic in them. Nadine and Yannick waited in mute anxiety. Richard whispered to Kahlen to wait with Dreffin and Yannick. He took Nadine's arm. "Nadine, would you come with me a moment, please?" She beamed up at him.
"Sure, Richard."
He helped her step up into the stairwell. As Richard closed the door, she fussed with her hair. When the door was shut, he turned to the smiling Nadine and slammed her back against the wall so hard it drove the wind from her lungs. She pushed off the wall.
"Richard!"
He seized her by the throat and smacked her against the wall again, holding her there. "You and I were never going to be married." The sword's magic, its fury, was bleeding into his voice. It was coursing through his veins. "We never are going to be married. I love Kahlen. I am going to marry Kahlen. The only reason you are still here is because you are somehow tangled in this. You are going to remain here for now until we can figure it out. I can, and I have, forgiven you for what you did to me. But if you ever again say or do anything so cruel and deliberately hurtful to Kahlen, you will spend the rest of your time in Aidendrill down in the pit. Do you understand me?" Nadine put her fingers tenderly to his forearm. She smiled patiently, as if she thought he didn't fully grasp the situation, and she would make him see her reasoned side of it.
"Richard, I know you're upset right now. Everyone is. But I was only trying to warn you. I didn't want you to be unaware of what had happened. I only wanted you to know the truth about what she had—" He slammed her against the wall again. "Do you understand me?" She watched his eyes a moment. "Yes," she said.
as if believing that there was no use in trying to reason with him until he cooled off. It only made Richard more angry. He struggled to rein it in, so that he could get across to her that this was more than anger and that he meant what he was saying. I know you have good in you, Nadine. I know that you care about people. We were friends back in Heartland, so I'm going to let this go with a warning. You had better mind my words. There is trouble about. A lot of people are going to need help. You always wanted to help people. I'm giving you your chance to do that. I can use your help. But Kahlen is the woman I love and the woman I'm going to marry. I won't have you trying to change that or trying to hurt her. Don't you so much as think to test this again, or I will find another herb woman to help. Are you clear on that?
Yes, Richard, whatever you say, I promise. If she's what you really want, then I'll not interfere, no matter how wrong.
He held up a finger. Your toe is on the line, Nadine. If you step over it, I swear there will be no coming back.
Yes, Richard, she smiled in an understanding, patient, long-suffering way. Whatever you say.
She seemed to be satisfied that he had paid attention to her. It reminded him of a child who misbehaved so that a beloved parent would notice her. He glared at her until he was sure she would not say another word, and only then did he open the door. Dreffin was squatted down, whispering words of comfort to Yannick, while he rested a hand on the boy's shoulder. Kahlen's green eyes watched as Nadine reached back for Richard's hand to help her balance as she stepped onto the narrow board in the mud. Dreffin, Richard said when he had joined them, I need to talk to you about some of the things you said in there. Dreffin rubbed Yannick's back and then stood. What things? About how you wanted Kara and Raina to get me out of there, for one thing. I want to know why. Dreffin considered Richard a moment, and then Yannick. He drew open his cloak, hooking it behind one of the leather pouches on his belt. He opened the pouch at the front of his belt and poured some dried powder from a leather purse onto a piece of paper. He twisted the paper closed and handed it to the boy. Yannick, before we go to see the other boys, would you please take this up to your mother and tell her to steep it in hot water for a couple of hours to make a tea, and then strain it and see that everyone in your family drinks it tonight? It will help build up your family's strength to keep them well. Yannick looked at the paper in his hand.
Sure. I'll be back as soon as I tell my mother.
No rush, Dreffin said. We'll be waiting when you're through. Richard watched Yannick close the door. All right. I know you wanted me out of there because of the danger of catching the plague from the sick boy. But we're all in danger, aren't we? Yes, but I don't know how much. You are the Lord Rahl. I wanted you as far away as possible. How do you catch the plague? Dreffin glanced to Kahlen and Nadine, and then to Ulick and Egan, back with the soldiers guarding either end of the alley. He took a deep breath. No one knows how the plague is passed from one person to the next, or even if that is the way it spreads. There are some who believe that it's the wrath of the spirits brought down on us, and that the spirits decide who they will smite. There are others who argue that the effluvia infest the very air of a place, of a city, endangering everyone. Others insist that it can only be caught by inhaling the infectious steams of the body of a sick person. I can only assume, for the sake of caution, that, like fire, the closer you are, the more dangerous it is. I didn't want you close to that danger, that's all. Richard was so tired that he felt sick. Only his terror kept him on his feet. Kahlen had been near the boy, too. So you're saying that it's possible we could all get it just from being in the same house as someone who has it? It's possible. But the sick boy's family doesn't have it, and they lived with him. His mother tended to him. Wouldn't she have it at least, if that were true? Dreffin considered his words carefully. Several times I have seen isolated outbreaks of the plague. One time, when I was young and in training, I went with an older healer to a town, Castaglen Crossing, that had been visited with the plague. From this place I learned much of what I know about the sickness. It started when a merchant came with his wagon of goods to sell. It was reported that when he arrived he was coughing, vomiting, and complaining of agonizing headaches. In other words, the plague was already upon him before he arrived in Castaglen Crossing. We never knew where he came to have it, But it could have been that he drank envenomed water, stayed with a sick farmer, or that the spirits chose to strike him with it. The townspeople, wishing to do a trusted merchant a kindness, put him up in a room where he died the next morning. Everyone remained well for a time, and they thought the danger had passed them by. They soon forgot about the man who had died among them. Because of the confusion brought on by the sickness and death by the time we arrived, the accounts were varied. But we were able to determine that the first townsperson became sick with the plague at least 14 days by some accounts, or as many as 20 days by others, after the merchant arrived. Richard pinched his lower lip as he thought. Kip was well at the Ja-La game a few days back, so that would mean that he really became ill with it some time before. Despite being mournful over the boy's death, Richard felt great relief that what he had been thinking didn't seem to be plausible. If Kip got the plague long before the Ja-La game, then Jagang didn't have anything to do with it. The prophecy wasn't involved. But then why the warning of the winds hunting him? That would also mean, Dreffin said, that the dead boy's family may yet become sick. They look well at the moment, but they may already be fatally infected with plague, just as were the people of Castaglen Crossing.
Then, Nadine said, we may all have caught it just from being in the room with the boy. That awful smell was his sickness. We may all have the plague from breathing it in, but won't know it for a couple of weeks yet.
Dreffin shot her a condescending look. I can't deny that it's possible. Do you wish to run away, herb woman, and spend the next 2 or 3 weeks preparing for death by living out the things you always wanted to do? Nadine lifted her chin.
No, I am a healer. I intend to help.
Dreffin smiled in that private, knowing way he had. Good, then. A true healer is above the phantom evils he chases. But she may be right, Richard said. We may all already be infected with the plague. Dreffin lifted a hand, warding off the concern. We mustn't let fear rule us. When I was in Castaglen Crossing, I cared for many people who were in death's grip. People just like that boy. So did the man who took me there. We never became sick. I was never able to determine any pattern to the plague. We touched the sick every day and never became sick, possibly because we were with the sick so much that our bodies knew it well and were able to strengthen us against its corruption. Sometimes a member of a family would come down sick, and thereafter every member of the family, even those who stayed away from the sick room, succumbed to the plague and all died. In other homes I witnessed, one or even several children come down sick with the plague and die. Yet their mothers, who tended them nearly every moment, never became ill, nor did any other member of the household. Richard sighed in frustration. Dreffin, all this isn't very helpful. Maybe this, maybe that, sometimes yes, sometimes no. Dreffin wiped a hand wearily across his face. I'm just telling you what I've seen, Richard. There are people who will tell you for sure that it is this or it is that. Shortly there will be people in the streets who will be selling indisputable cures, unquestionable preservatives against the plague. Hucksters all. What I am telling you is that I don't know the answers. Sometimes knowledge is beyond our limited understanding. It's one of our tenets as healers that it is a wise man who admits the limits of his knowledge and skill, and that pretending either causes harm. Of course. Richard felt foolish to have pressed for answers that weren't there. You're right, of course. It's better to know the truth than hang hope on lies. Richard looked to see where the sun was in the sky, but clouds were moving in, obscuring it. A cold wind was coming up. At least it wasn't hot. Dreffin had said that the plague spread worst in heat. He looked back at Dreffin. Are there any herbs or anything that you do know will help prevent it or cure it? A standard precaution is to treat the home of sick people with smoke. It is said the smoke may purge the air of the effluvia. There are herbs that are recommended for smoking sick rooms. I would think it is a wise precaution at least, but I wouldn't count on it. There are other herbs that can help with the complaints of the plague. the headaches, sickness of the stomach, things like that. But none that I know of that will cure the plague itself. Even with these treatments, the person will likely die just the same, but they may have some comfort from the herbs before they pass. Kahlen touched Dreffen's arm.
Do all the people who come down with the plague die? Are all who catch it doomed?
Dreffen smiled in reassurance to her. No, some recover. In the beginning, not as many, and in the end of the outbreak, more. Sometimes, if the infection can be urged to a head and the poison drained away, then the person will recover, but will complain for the rest of their life about the torture of the treatment. Richard saw Yannick come out the door. He put his arm around Kahlen's waist and pulled her close. So we all may already be infected. Dreffen watched his eyes a moment. It's possible, but I don't believe it's so. Richard's head was pounding, but it wasn't from any plague. It was from lack of sleep and dread. Well then, let's go to the other boys' homes and see what we can find out. We need to know as much as we can. Chapter 30. The first boy they went to see, Mark, was fine. Mark was happy to see Yannick, and wondered why he hadn't seen him and his brother Kip for the last few days. The young mother was frightened by the important strangers who had appeared at her door inquiring after the health of her son. Richard was relieved that Mark, who had been in the Ja-La game with Yannick and his brother, wasn't sick. So far, only one boy who had been at the Ja-La game had become sick. It was looking more and more as if his fears about Jagang were just panicked inferences. Richard was beginning to feel the warmth of hope. Yannick told a stunned Mark of Kip's death. Richard told the mother to send for Dreffen if any of the family fell ill. Richard left the home feeling much better. The second boy, Sidney, had been dead since morning. By the time they found the third boy lying in blankets at the rear of a one-room house, Richard's hopes had faded. Bert was gravely ill, but at least his extremities weren't black, as Kip's had been. His mother told them that he had a headache and had been throwing up. While Dreffen saw to the boy, Nadine gave the woman herbs.
Sprinkle these on the fire, Nadine told Bert's mother. It's mugwort, fennel, and hassock. They'll smoke and help drive away the sickness. Bring hot coals to your boy, put a pinch of the herbs on the coals, and fan the smoke at your son to ensure that he breathes enough of it. It will help drive the sickness from him.
Do you think that will really help? Richard whispered, when Nadine returned to his side near the boy. Dreffen said he doesn't know if it will.
I was taught that it was said to help serious sickness, like the plague, she said in a low voice. But I've never seen anyone with the plague before, so I can't say for sure. Richard, it's all I know to do. I have to try.
Even though he was dead tired and had a headache, Richard had no trouble sensing the helplessness in her voice. She wanted to help. As Dreffen had said, maybe it would do some good. Richard watched as Dreffen pulled a knife from his belt. He gestured for Kara and Raina, who had both caught up with them after taking care of Richard's instructions, to hold down the sick boy. Raina gripped Bert's chin with one hand and held his forehead with the other. Kara pressed his shoulders into the blankets. With a steady hand, Dreffen lanced the swelling at the side of the boy's throat. Bert's screams seared Richard's nerves. He could almost feel the knife slicing his own throat. The mother wrung her hands as she stood off a ways, watching with unblinking eyes. Richard remembered Dreffen saying that if the person lived, they would complain the rest of their life about the torture of the treatment. Bert would have cause.
What did you give Kip's mother? Kahlen asked Nadine. I gave her some herbs to smoke the house, the same as I gave this woman, Nadine said. And I made her a pouch of hopcone, lavender, yarrow, and lemon balm leaves to put in her pillow so that she might sleep. Even so, I don't know that she will be able to sleep after.
Her eyes turned away.
I know that I wouldn't be able to, she whispered almost to herself.
Do you have any herbs that you think might prevent the plague? Richard asked. Things that would keep people from catching it? Nadine watched Dreffen mopping blood and pus from the boy's throat.
I'm sorry, Richard, but I don't know enough about it. Dreffen might be right. He seems to know a lot. There may be no cure or preventative.
Richard went to the boy and squatted down beside Dreffin, watching his brother work. "Why are you doing that?" Dreffin glanced over as he folded the rag to a clean place. "As I said before, sometimes, if the sickness can be brought to a head and drained, they will recover. I have to try." Dreffin gestured to the two moored Sith. They gripped the boy again. Richard winced as he watched Dreffin slide the sharp knife deeper into the swelling, bringing forth more blood and yellowish-white fluid. Mercifully, Bert passed out. Richard wiped sweat from his own brow. He felt helpless. He had his sword to defend against attack, but it could do no good against this. He wished it was something he could fight. Behind him, Nadine spoke to Kahlen in a soft voice, but loud enough for Richard to hear.
"Kahlen, I'm sorry about what I said before. I've devoted my life to helping sick people. It makes me so upset to see people suffer. That's what I was angry about, not you. I was frustrated at Yannick's grief and I lashed out at you. It wasn't your fault. Nothing could have been done. I'm sorry."
Richard didn't turn. Kahlen said nothing, but she might have offered Nadine a smile to accept the apology. Somehow Richard doubted it. He knew Kahlen, and he knew that she expected as much from others as she expected from herself. Forgiveness was not forthcoming simply because someone asked for it. The transgression was weighed into the equation, and there were transgressions that outweighed absolution. The apology hadn't been for Kahlen anyway. It had been for Richard's benefit. Like a child who had been upbraided, Nadine was on her best behavior, trying to impress him with how good she could be. Sometimes, even though she had once brought him pain, a part of him was comforted to have Nadine around. She reminded him of home and his happy childhood. She was a familiar face from a carefree time. Another part of him was troubled over what her real purpose was in coming. Despite what she might believe, she hadn't decided it on her own. Someone or something had precipitated her actions. Another part of him wanted to skin her alive. After they left Bert's home, Yannick led them down a cobbled alley to a yard behind where Darby Anderson's family lived. The small yard of mud churned with wood shavings was cluttered with cut-offs and scraps, several stickered stacks of lumber protected by tarps, some old rusty two-man ripsaws, 2 carving benches, and warped split or twisted boards leaning up against the buildings to the side. Darby recognized Richard and Kahlen from the Ja-La game. He was astonished that they had come to his home. To have them come to see a Ja-La game was a cause of great pride, but to have them come to his house was beyond belief. He frantically brushed sawdust from his short brown hair and dirty work clothes. Yannick had told Richard that the whole Anderson family, Darby, his 2 sisters, his parents, father's parents, and an aunt, lived over their small workshop. Clive Anderson, Darby's father, and Erling, his grandfather, made chairs. Both men, having heard the commotion, had come to the wide double doors and were bowing. "Forgive us, Mother Confessor, Lord Roll," Clive said, after Darby had introduced his father. "But we didn't know you were coming, or we would have made preparations. I'd have had my wife make tea or something. I'm afraid that we're just simple folk." "Please don't be concerned about any of that, Master Anderson," Richard said. "We came because we were concerned about your son." Erling, the grandfather, took a stern step toward Darby. "What's the boy done?" "It's nothing like that," Richard said. "You have a fine grandson. We watched him play Ja-La the other day. One of the other boys is sick. Worse, 2 others of them have died." Darby's eyes widened. "Died? Who?" "Kip," Yannick said, his voice choking off. "And Sidney," Richard added. "Bert is very ill, too." Darby stood in shock. His grandfather put a comforting hand to the boy's shoulder. "My brother Dreffin," Richard lifted a hand to the side, "is a healer. We're checking on all the boys on the Ja-La team. We don't know if Dreffin can help, but he would like to try." "I'm fine," Darby said in a shaky voice. Erling, an unshaven, scrawny man, had teeth so crooked Richard wondered how he managed to chew his food. He noticed Kahlen's white dress and Richard's gold cloak billowing in the cold wind and gestured toward the shop. "Please, won't you all step inside?
The wind is biting today. It's warmer inside out of the weather. I think we'll have snow tonight the way it looks.
Ulick and Egan took up posts near the back gate. Soldiers milled about in the alley. Richard, Kahlen, Nadine, and Dreffin went into the shop. Kara and Raina shadowed them inside, but remained on guard near the doors. Old chairs and templates hung from pegs on the dusty walls. Cobwebs in all the corners that in a forest would have netted dew, here netted loads of sawdust. The workbench held chair pieces being glued up, a fine-toothed saw, a variety of smaller finishing and beading planes, and a number of chisels. Several jack and long joiner planes hung on the wall behind the bench, along with hammers and other tools. Partially finished chairs, cinched tightly together in twisted ropes as they were being finished, or drying in peg and wedge clamps, sat about the floor. A carving horse, where the grandfather had been when they came into the yard, held a split billet of ash he had been working with a draw knife. Clive, a broad-shouldered young man, seemed content to let his father do the talking.
"What's ailing these children?"
Erling asked Dreffin. Dreffin cleared his throat, but let Richard answer. Richard was so tired he could hardly stand any more. He almost felt as if he were asleep, and this was just a bad dream. The plague. I'm relieved to see that Darby here is well. Erling's scruffy jaw dropped.
"Dear spirit, spare us!"
Clive turned white.
"My daughters are sick."
He turned suddenly and ran for the stairs, but stopped abruptly.
"Please, Master Dreffin, will you see them?"
"Of course. Show the way." Upstairs, Darby's mother, grandmother, and aunt had been making meat pies. Turnips were boiling in a pot hung in the hearth, and the boiling water had steamed the windows over. The three women, alarmed by Clive's calls, were waiting wide-eyed in the center of the upstairs common room. They were shocked by the sight of the strangers, but bowed the instant they saw Kahlen's white dress. Kahlen, in the dress of the Mother Confessor, needed no introduction to anyone in Adendril, or most of the Midlands for that matter.
"Hattie, this man here, Master Dreffin, is a healer, and has come to see the girls."
Hattie, her short, sandy-colored hair tied back with a head wrap, wiped her hands on her apron. Her gaze darted among all the people standing in her home.
"Thank you. This way, please."
"How do they fare?" Dreffin asked Hattie on their way back to the bedroom.
"Beth has complained since yesterday of her head hurting," Hattie said. "She was sick at her stomach earlier. Common children ailments, that's all."
It sounded to Richard more like a plea than a statement of fact.
"I gave her some black horehound tea to settle her."
"That's good," Nadine assured her.
"An infusion made of pennyroyal might help too. I have some with me. I'll leave in case she needs it." "Thank you for the kindness,"
Hattie said, her concern growing with each step she took. "What of the other girl?" Dreffin asked. Hattie had almost reached the doorway.
"Lily's not so sick, but just feeling out of sorts. I suspect she's just looking for sympathy because her older sister's getting attention and honey tea. That's the way of children. She has some little round sores on her legs."
Dreffin missed a step. Beth was fevered, but not gravely so. She had a wet cough and complained that her head hurt. Dreffin all but ignored her. He watched Lily, in that analytical way of his, as she sat in her blankets, carrying on an earnest conversation with her rag doll. The grandmother fussed with her collar, and watched from the doorway as Hattie fussed with Beth's covers. The aunt mopped Beth's brow with a wet cloth, while Nadine spoke words of comfort to the girl. Nadine really did have a soothing, kind way about her. She selected herbs from leather pouches in her bag, and wrapped them up in several cloth packets, giving the intent, nodding mother instructions. Richard and Kahlen moved with Dreffin over to the younger girl. Kahlen squatted down and talked to her, telling her what a lovely doll she had, so as to keep her from being frightened by Richard and Dreffin. Lily cast worried looks in their direction as she chattered with Kahlen. Kahlen hugged an arm around Richard's waist to show Lily that he wasn't anyone to be afraid of. Richard made himself smile. "Lily," Dreffin said with forced cheerfulness, "could you show me your doll's sores?" Lily held the doll upside down and pointed out spots on the inside of the doll's thighs.
She has ouches here and here and here.
Her big round eyes turned up to Dreffin. And do they hurt her? Lily nodded.
She goes ouch when I touch them.
Really? Well, that's too bad. I'll bet she's better soon, though. He squatted down so that he wasn't towering over her, circling an arm around Kahlen's waist and pulling her back down with him. Lily, this is my friend, Kahlen. Her eyes aren't so good. She can't see the sores on your doll's legs. Could you show Kahlen here the ones on your legs? Nadine was still talking to the mother about the other girl. Lily glanced in their direction. Kahlen brushed Lily's hair back and told her what a pretty doll she had. Lily grinned. She was fascinated by Kahlen's long hair. Kahlen let her feel it.
Can you show me the ouches on your legs? Kahlen asked.
Lily hiked up her white nightdress.
Here they are, just like my doll's ouches.
She had several dark spots the size of pennies on the inside of each thigh. Richard could tell when Dreffin gently touched them that they were hard as calluses. Kahlen straightened Lily's nightdress back down and drew the blanket back over her lap as Dreffin patted her cheek, telling her what a good girl she was, and that her doll's ouches would be better by morning.
I'm glad, Lily said. She doesn't like them.
Erling was absently planing a chair seat at the workbench. Richard could see that he wasn't paying any attention to what he was doing and was ruining it. He didn't look up when they came down the stairs. At Richard's urging, Clive had stayed upstairs with his wife and daughters.
Do they have it?
Erling asked in a hoarse voice. Dreffin laid a comforting hand on the old man's shoulders. I'm afraid so. Erling took a shaky, crooked stroke with his plane.
When I was young, I lived in the town of Sparrelville. The plague came one summer. It took a good many people. I hope never to see such a thing again.
I understand, Dreffin said in a soft voice. I too have seen it visit places.
They're my only granddaughters. What can we do to help them?
You can try to smoke the house, Dreffin offered. Erling grunted.
We did that in Sparrelville. Bought cures and preventatives too, but people died just the same.
I know, Dreffin said. I wish there was something I could do, but I've never heard of a sure cure. If you know of anything that you think helped when you were young, then try it. I don't know of all the treatments by any means. At worst, it could do no harm, and at best may help. Erling set the plane aside.
Some folks burned fires hot that summer, trying to drive the sickness from their blood. Some said it was because their blood was too hot already with the high summer heat and with the fever on top of that, and tried to fan their loved ones to cool their blood. Which would you advise?
Dreffin shook his head. I'm sorry, but I just don't know. I've heard of people recovering when each was tried, and I've heard of people dying just the same with each. Some things are out of our hands. No one can stay the keeper's hand when he comes. Erling rubbed his scruffy chin.
I'll pray that the good spirits spare the girls.
His voice caught.
They're too good, too innocent for the keeper to touch them just yet. They've brought untold joy to this house and family.
Dreffin returned his hand to Erling's shoulder. I'm sorry, Master Anderson, but Lily has the tokens upon her. Erling gasped and gripped the bench. Dreffin had been ready and caught him under his arms to keep him from falling when his knees gave out. Dreffin helped him to sit on the carving horse. Kahlen turned her face away and put it to Richard's shoulder when Erling covered his tears with both hands. Richard felt numb.
Grandpa,
Darby called from the steps.
What's wrong?
Erling straightened.
Nothing, boy. I'm just worried about your sisters, that's all. Old men get foolish, that's all.
Darby eased the rest of the way down the stairs.
Nick, I'm real sorry about Kip. If your pa needs anything, I'm sure my pa would let me leave my work and go help.
Yannick nodded. He looked in a daze, too. Richard squatted down before the boys. Did either of you see anything strange at the Ja La game?
Strange?
Darby asked.
Strange like what?
Richard combed his fingers back through his hair. I don't know. Did you talk to any strangers?
Sure, Darby said. There were lots of people there we didn't know. Soldiers were there watching the game. Lots of people I didn't know came to congratulate us after we won.
Do any of them stand out in your mind? Anything odd about any of them?
I saw Kip talking to a man and a woman after the game, Yannick said. More than like they were just congratulating him. They were leaning down, talking to him, showing him something.
Showing him something? What?
I'm sorry, Yannick said, but I didn't see. I was too busy getting slapped on the back by soldiers.
Richard was trying not to frighten the boy with his questions, but he had to press for answers. What did this man and woman look like?
I don't know,
Yannick said. His eyes were filling with tears at remembering his brother alive.
The man was skinny and young. The woman was young too, but not as young as he. She was kind of pretty, I guess. She had brown hair.
He pointed at Nadine.
Like hers, but not as thick or as long.
Richard glanced up at Kahlen. By the stricken look on her face, he knew she was fearing the same thing as he.
I remember them, Darby said. My sisters talked to that man and woman too.
But neither of you talked to them?
No,
Darby said. Yannick shook his head.
We were jumping around, excited that we'd won the game in front of Lord Rowell. A lot of the soldiers were congratulating us, and so were a lot of other people. I never talked to those two.
Richard took Kahlen's hand. Kahlen and I have to go ask Beth and Lily a question, he said to Dreffin. We'll be right back. Pressed close together, seeking support in each other's touch, they climbed the stairs. Richard was dreading what he might hear from the girls. You ask them, Richard whispered to her. They're afraid of me. They'll talk easier to you.
Do you think it could have been them?
Richard didn't need to ask who she was talking about. I don't know, but you told me that Jagang said he had watched the Ja-La game through Marlin's eyes. Sister Amelia was with Marlin. They were doing something here in Aidendrill. Richard reassured the women that they just had a small question to ask the girls. The women busied themselves with their work while he went with Kahlen back into the bedroom. Richard doubted they were paying any more attention to their meat pies than Erling had been with the chair seat he had been planning.
Lily,
Kahlen asked the younger girl first in a soft voice as she smiled.
Do you remember when you went to watch your brother play Ja-La?
Lily nodded.
He won. We were real happy that he won. Pa said Darby scored a point.
Yes, we saw him play and we were happy for him too. Do you remember the two people you talked to, a man and a woman? She frowned.
When Ma and Pa were cheering, that man and woman?
Yes. Do you remember what they said to you?
Beth was holding my hand. They asked if it was my brother we was cheering for.
That's right, Beth said from the other bed. She had to stop talking as she was taken with a bout of coughing. When she recovered and caught her breath, she went on.
They said Darby played really good. They showed us the pretty thing they had.
Richard stared at her. Pretty thing?
The shiny thing in the box, Lily said. That's right, Beth said. They let me and Lily see it.
What was it? Beth frowned through her headache.
It was, I don't know exactly. It was in a box that was so black you couldn't see its sides. The shiny thing inside was pretty.
Lily nodded her agreement.
My doll saw it too. She thought it was real pretty too.
Do you have any idea what it was? They both shook their heads. It was in a box that was as black as midnight. To look at it is like looking down a dark hole, Richard said. They both nodded.
Sounds like the Nightstone,
Kahlen whispered to him. Richard knew well that blackness. Not only the Nightstone had been like that, but also the outer covering of the boxes of Orden. It was a color so sinister that it seemed to suck the very light from a room. In Richard's experience, that void of light was only associated with immensely dangerous things. The Nightstone could bring beings forth from the underworld, and the boxes of Orden held magic that, if used for evil, could destroy the world of life. The boxes could open a gateway to the underworld. And inside was something shiny, Richard said. Was it like looking at a candle, or the flame of a lamp? That kind of shiny?
Colors, Lily said. It was pretty colors. Like colored light, Beth said. It was sitting on white sand.
Sitting on white sand. The hairs on the back of Richard's neck stood on end. How big was the box? Beth held her hands not quite a foot apart.
About this big on a side, but it wasn't very thick. Kind of like a book. It was almost like they opened a book.
That's what the box reminded me of. A book. And inside the sand that was inside, did it have lines drawn in it? Kind of like if you were to draw lines in dry dirt with a stick? Beth nodded as she succumbed to a bout of rattling coughs. She panted, catching her breath when they finally ceased.
That's right. Neat lines and patterns. That's just what it was like. It was a box, or maybe a big book, and when they opened it to show us the pretty colors, it had white sand in it with careful lines drawn in it. Then we saw the pretty colors.
You mean there was something sitting in the sand? This thing that made the colored light was sitting in the sand? End of Side 8, Chain Side Selector Switch. This book is continued on the next cassette. Side 9, Temple of the Winds by Terry Goodkind, continuing on page 239. Beth blinked in confusion, trying to remember.
No, it was more like the light came out of the sand.
She flopped back on her bed and rolled on her side, in obvious distress from her sickness. From the plague, from Black Death, from a black box. Richard stroked a hand tenderly down her arm and pulled the blanket back up over her as she moaned in pain. Thank you, Beth. You rest now and get yourself better. Richard couldn't thank Lily. He dared not trust his voice. Lily lay back, her tiny little brow puckered.
I'm tired,
she pouted near tears.
I don't feel good.
She curled up and put her thumb in her mouth. Kahlen tucked Lily in and promised her a treat as soon as she was well. Kahlen's tender smile brought a small smile to Lily's mouth. It almost made Richard smile. Almost. In the alley after they had left the Anderson house, Richard pulled Dreffin aside. Kahlen told the others to wait, and then she joined them. What are tokens? Richard asked. You told the grandfather that the youngest had tokens on her. Those spots on her legs are called tokens. And why was the old man nearly struck down with dread when he heard you say the girl had them? Dreffin's blue eyes turned away. People die of the plague in different ways. I don't know the reason, except to imagine it has something to do with their constitution. The strength and vulnerability of everyone's aura is different. I've not seen with my own eyes all manner of death the plague causes, as thankfully it is a rare occurrence. Some of what I know I learned from the records that the Rog Moss keep. The plagues I've seen have been in small, remote places. In the past, many centuries ago, there have been a few great plagues in large cities, and I've read the records of those. With some people it comes on of a sudden. Very high fevers, intolerable headaches, vomiting, searing pains in their backs. They are out of their minds with the agony of it for many days, even weeks, before they die. A few of these recover. Beth is like that. She will get much worse yet. I have seen people like her recover. She has a small chance. Sometimes they look like the first boy, with the Black Death overwhelming them and rotting their bodies. Others are tortured with horrible painful swellings in their neck, armpits, or groin. They suffer miserably until they finally die. Birth is like that. If the distemper can be brought to a head and encouraged to break and run, then they occasionally recover. What about Lily? Kahlen asked. What about these tokens, as you called them? I've never seen them before, with my own eyes, but I've read about them in our records. The tokens will appear on the legs and sometimes on the chest. People who have the tokens rarely know they are sick until the end. They will one day discover to their horror that they have the tokens upon them, and be dead shortly thereafter. They die with little or no pain, but they all die. No one with tokens on them ever lives. The old man must have seen them before, because he knew this. The plagues I've seen, as violent as the outbreaks were, never displayed the tokens. The records say that the worst of the great plagues, the ones that brought the most widespread death, were marked with the tokens. Some people thought they were visible signs of the keeper's fatal touch.
But Lily is just a little girl, Kahlen protested, as if arguing could change it. She doesn't seem so sick. It is impossible for her to...
Lily is feeling out of sorts. The tokens on her legs are fully developed. She will be dead before midnight.
Tonight? Richard asked in astonishment.
Yes, at the very latest. More likely within hours. I think perhaps even... A woman's long, shrill scream came from the house. The horror in it sent a shiver through Richard's bones. The soldiers who had been talking in low voices off at the end of the alley fell silent. The only sound was a dog barking down the next street. A man's anguished cry came from the house. Dreffin closed his eyes. As I was about to say, even sooner. Kahlen buried her face against Richard's shoulder. She clutched his shirt. Richard's head spun.
They're children, she wept. That bastard is killing children.
Dreffin's brow bunched. What's she talking about? Dreffin. Richard tightened his arm around Kahlen as she shook. I think these children are dying because a wizard and a sorceress went to a Ja-La game a few days back and used magic to start this plague. That's not possible. It takes longer than that for people to fall sick. The wizard was the one who hurt Kara when you first arrived. He left a prophecy on the wall in the pit. It begins, "On the red moon will come the firestorm." Dreffin regarded him with a dubious frown. How can magic start a plague? I don't know, Richard whispered. He couldn't bear to speak aloud the next part of the prophecy. The one bonded to the blade will watch as his people die. If he does nothing, then he and all those he loves will die in its heat. For no blade forged of steel or conjured of sorcery can touch this foe. Kahlen trembled in his arms, and he knew she was agonizing over the final part of the prophecy. To quench the inferno, he must seek the remedy in the wind. Lightning will find him on that path, for the one in white, his true beloved, will betray him in her blood. Chapter 31. At the edge of the expansive palace grounds, a patrol of Daharan soldiers spotted them and snapped to attention. Just beyond the soldiers, in the streets of the city, Kahlen could see people everywhere going about their business pause to bow to the Mother Confessor and the Lord Rahl. Although the activities of commerce on the surface seemed like any other day, Kahlen thought she could detect subtle differences. Men loading barrels into a wagon scrutinized people who passed close by. Shopkeepers appraised customers carefully. People walking on the street skirted those stopped in conversation. The knots of people gossiping seemed more numerous. Laughter was conspicuously absent from the streets. After they had solemnly saluted with fists to the leather armor and chainmail over their hearts, the patrol of soldiers not far off broke into good-natured grins. "Huzzah, Lord Rahl!" they cheered as one. "Huzzah, Lord Rahl!" "Thank you, Lord Rahl," one of the soldiers shouted toward them. "You cured us, restored our health. We're well because of you. Long live the great wizard Lord Rahl." Richard froze in mid-stride, not looking at the soldiers, but staring at the ground before him. His cloak, snared in a gust of wind, embraced him, shrouding him in its golden sparkles. The others joined in. "Long live Lord Rahl! Long live Lord Rahl!" Hands balled in fists, Richard started out once more without looking their way. Kahlen, her arm around his, slid her hand down and urged his fist open to twine her fingers in his. She gave his hand a squeeze of silent understanding and support. From the corner of her eye, Kahlen could see Kara, back behind Dreffin and Nadine, gesturing angrily at the patrol to silence them and move them along. In the distance before them, on a gentle rise, the expanse of the confessor's palace rose up in all its splendor of stone columns, vast walls, and elegant spires, standing out a pristine white against the darkening sky. Not only was the sun going down, but murky clouds scudded by, messengers delivering a vow of a storm. A few errant snowflakes flitted past on the wind, scouting for the horde to come. Spring had not yet prevailed. Kahlen gripped Richard's hand as if clutching at life itself. In her mind's eye, she saw nothing but sickness and death. They had seen near to a dozen sick children stricken with plague. Richard's pallid face looked hardly better than the 6 dead faces she had seen. Her insides ached. Holding back her tears, her cries, her screams had cramped her stomach muscles. She had told herself that she couldn't lose control and cry in front of mothers who were terrified that their sick children might be sicker than they had imagined, or as sick as they knew, but refused to believe. Many of those women were hardly older than Kahlen. They were just young women faced with a crushing plight, who felt a piteous prayer for the good spirits to spare their precious children. Kahlen couldn't say that she wouldn't have been reduced to the same state in their place. Some of the parents, like the Andersons, had older members of their families to rely on for advice and support, but some of the mothers were young and alone, with only husbands hardly more than boys themselves, and no one to turn to. Kahlen put her free hand over the painful spasm in her abdomen. She knew how devastated Richard felt. He had more than enough to carry on his shoulders. She had to be strong for him. Majestic maple trees stood to each side, the bare thicket of branches laced together over their heads. It wouldn't be long before they budded. They passed out from the tunnel of trees onto the winding promenade that led up to the palace. Behind them, Dreffin and Nadine carried on a whispered discussion of herbs and cures to be tried. Nadine would propose something, and Dreffin would give his opinion as to whether it would be useless or might be worth trying. He would gently lecture her on the paths of infirmity and the causes of breaks in the body's defenses that allowed an affliction to gain hold. Kahlen got the vague impression that he almost seemed to view those who fell sick with contempt, as if because they took so little care with their auras and flows of energy that he talked about all the time, it was only to be expected that they would succumb to a pestilence unworthy of those like himself who minded their bodies better. She guessed that one with his knowledge of healing people must get frustrated with those who brought disease upon themselves, like the prostitutes and the men who went to them. She was relieved, at least, that he wasn't one of those. Kahlen wasn't sure if she felt Dreffin was justified in some of the things he was saying, or if it was simple arrogance. She herself had felt frustration at people who flouted dangers to their health. When she was younger, there was a diplomat who became ill every time he ate rich sauces with certain spices. They always left him with difficulty breathing. He loved the sauces. Then one time at a formal dinner, he gorged himself on the sauces he loved and fell dead at the table. Kahlen could never understand why the man would bring such sickness on himself, and had trouble feeling sorry for him. In fact, she always viewed him with contempt when he came to a formal dinner. She wondered if Dreffin didn't feel much the same way about some people, except that he knew much more of what made people sick. She had seen Dreffin do remarkable things with Kara's aura, and she knew, too, that sickness could sometimes be influenced by the mind. Kahlen had on a number of occasions stopped in a small place called Langdon, where lived a very superstitious and backward people. It was decided by their powerful local healer that the headaches that so bothered the people of Langdon must be caused by evil spirits possessing them. He ordered white-hot irons put to the bottoms of the feet of those with headaches to drive out the evil spirits. It was a remarkable cure. No one in Langdon was ever possessed again. The headaches vanished. If only the plague could vanish so easily. If only Nadine could vanish so easily. They couldn't send her away now, when there would be so much need among the people. Like it or not, Nadine was going to be around until this was over. Shota seemed to be tightening her clutches around Richard. Kahlen didn't know what Richard had said to Nadine, but she could imagine. Nadine had suddenly been stricken with overt politeness. Kahlen knew Nadine's apology hadn't been sincere. Richard had probably told her that if she didn't apologize, he would boil her alive. With the way Kara's gaze so often passed over Nadine, Kahlen suspected that Nadine had more to worry about than Richard. Kahlen and Richard led the rest of their group between the towering white columns set to each side of the entrance, through the open doors carved with geometric designs, and into the palace. The cavernous grand hall inside was lit by windows of pale blue glass, set between polished white marble columns topped with gold capitals, and by dozens of lamps spaced along the walls. A leather-clad figure in the distance wandered toward them across the black and white marble squares. Someone else approached from the right side, from the guest rooms. Richard slowed to a stop and turned. "Ulick, would you please go find General Curzon? He might be at the Daharan headquarters. Does anyone know where General Baldwin is?" "He's probably at Kelton's palace on King's Row," Kahlen said. "He's been staying there since he arrived and helped us defeat the Blood of the Fold." Richard nodded wearily. Kahlen didn't think she had ever seen him looking worse. His spiritless eyes stared out from an ashen face. He swayed on his feet as he squinted, looking for Egan not 10 feet away. "Egan, there you are. Go get General Baldwin, please. I don't know where he is, but you can ask around." Egan cast a quick, uneasy glance toward Kahlen. "Would you like us to bring anyone else, Lord Rahl?" "Anyone else?" "Yes. Tell them to bring their officers. I'll be in my office. Bring them there." Ulick and Egan both clapped fists to hearts before turning to their duties. As they departed, they conveyed a message through quick hand signals to the two moored Sith. In response, Kara and Raina maneuvered closer to Richard, screening him as Tristan Bashkar came to a wary halt. Berdine meandered up on the other side, her rapt attention on the open journal in her hands. She seemed completely absorbed in what she was studying and oblivious to anything around her. Kahlen put out a hand to stop her before she bumped into Richard. She rocked to a halt like a rowboat that had drifted in and grounded on the shore. Tristan bowed. "Maza Confessor, Lord Rahl." "Who are you?" Richard asked. "Tristan Bashkar of Jara, Lord Rahl. I'm afraid we haven't been formally introduced." Life sparked into Richard's gray eyes. "And have you decided to surrender, Minister Bashkar?" Tristan had been about to bow again at an expected formal introduction. He hadn't expected Richard's questions to come first. He cleared his throat and straightened. His easy smile welled onto his face. "Lord Rahl, I do appreciate your indulgence. The Mother Confessor has graciously granted me 2 weeks to observe the signs from the stars." Power came to Richard's voice. "You risk your people seeing swords instead of stars, Minister." Tristan unbuttoned his coat. From the corner of her eye, Kahlen saw Kara's aegil twitch up into her hand. Tristan didn't notice. His gaze stayed on Richard while he drew his coat back, holding it open casually by resting his fist on his hip. It exposed the knife at his belt. Raina flicked her aegil up into her hand. "Lord Rahl, as I explained to the Mother Confessor, our people looked forward with great joy to joining with the Daharan Empire." "Daharan Empire?" "Tristan," Kahlen said, "we're rather busy at the moment. We have discussed this already, and you have been given 2 weeks. Now, if you will excuse us." Tristan brushed back a lock of his hair, his bright brown eyes taking her in. "I'll get to the point, then. I've heard rumors that plague is loose in Aidendrill." Richard's raptor glower was suddenly in full form. "It's not just a rumor, it's true." "How much danger is there?" Richard's hand found the hilt of his sword. "If you join with the Order, Minister, you will wish it was the plague on you instead of me." Kahlen had rarely seen two men so instantly and intently dislike each other. She knew Richard was exhausted and in no mood, after having just seen so many seriously ill or dead children, to be challenged by a noble such as Tristan inquiring after his own hide. Jara had also been on the council that had condemned Kahlen to death. Although it wasn't Tristan who had voted to behead her, it had been a counselor from his land. Richard had killed that Jarian counselor. Kahlen didn't know why Tristan took such an instant dislike to Richard, except for the fact that this was the man who had demanded Jara's surrender. She guessed that was reason enough. If she were in his place, she might feel the same. Kahlen was expecting the two men to draw steel any second. Dreffin stepped between them. "I'm Dreffin Roll, High Priest of the Rog Moss Community of Healers. I've had some experience with the plague. I suggest that you confine yourself to your room and avoid contact with strangers, especially prostitutes. Beyond that, you should get enough sleep and proper healthful food. Those things will help to keep your body strong against the distemper. Also, I will be speaking to the staff here at the palace on strengthening oneself against illness. You're welcome to come and hear my guidance, as is anyone else of a mind." Tristan had listened earnestly to Dreffin. He bowed, thanking him for his advice. "Well, I appreciate the truth, Lord Rahl. A lesser man might have tried to deceive me about such a serious problem. I can see why you're so busy. I'll take my leave so that you may see to your people." Berdine nudged up beside Richard as he glared after Tristan's departing back. As intently as she had been studying the journal, muttering to herself, testing the pronunciation of High Daharan words, Kahlen doubted she had heard anything that had been said. "Lord Rahl, I need to talk to you," Berdine mumbled. Richard put a hand on her shoulder in a signal for her to wait. "Dreffin, Nadine, do either of you have anything for a headache? A really bad headache?" "I have some herbs that will help, Richard," Nadine offered. "I have something better." Dreffin leaned closer to Richard. "It's called sleep. Perhaps you recall having experienced it in the past?" "Dreffin, I know that I've been awake for a while, but many days and nights." Dreffin held up a finger. "If you try to mask the outcome of lack of sleep with so-called remedies, you do yourself no service. The headache will return worse than before. You will ruin your strength. You will be no good to yourself or anyone else." "Dreffin is right," Kahlen said. Without looking up, Berdine turned the page she was reading in the journal. "I agree. I feel much better since I got some sleep." Berdine seemed to have finally noticed that there were other people around. "Now that I'm alert, I can think better." Richard warded their insistence with a lifted hand. "I know. Soon, I promise. Now, what was it you wanted to tell me, Berdine?" "What?" She was reading again. "Oh, I found out where the Temple of the Winds is." Richard's brow went up. "What?" "After I got some sleep, I could think more clearly. I realized that we were limiting our search by looking for a limited number of key words. So I tried to think of what the old wizards would do in their situation. I reasoned that—" "Where is it?" Richard bellowed. Berdine finally looked up and blinked. "The Temple of the Winds is located atop the Mountain of the Four Winds." Berdine noticed Raina for the first time. The two women smiled in greeting, their eyes sharing a private warmth. Kahlen shrugged to Richard's questioning look. "Berdine, that's not much help unless you can tell us where it is." Berdine frowned a moment, and then waved an apology. "Oh, sorry, that's the translation." She frowned again. "I think." Richard swiped a hand across his face. "What does Kolo call it?" Berdine flipped the page back and turned the book, tapping a finger at a place in the writing. Richard squinted. "Berglindursh Ost Keimermost," he read from the journal. "Mountain of the Four Winds." "Actually," Berdine said, "Berglindursh means more than just mountain. Berglin is mountain, and Dursh can sometimes mean rock, though it can also mean other things like strong-willed. But in this case, I think it means something more along the lines of Rock Mountain, or Great Mountain Made of Rock. You know, Rocky Mountain of the Four Winds, something like that." Kahlen shifted her weight on her tired feet. "Mount Keimermost?" Berdine scratched her nose. "Yes, that sounds like it could be the same place." "That has to be the same place," Richard said, looking hopeful for the first time in hours. "Do you know where it is?" "Yes,
"I've been on Mount Keimermost," Kahlen said. "There's no doubt about it being windy up there, and rocky. There are some old ruins atop the mountain, but nothing like a temple." "Maybe the ruins are the temple," Berdine offered. "We don't know how big it is. A temple can be small." "No, I don't think so in this case."
"Why?" Richard asked. "What's up there? How far is it?"
"It's not far to the northeast, maybe a day's ride depending, 2 at the most. It's a pretty inhospitable place. As treacherous as the old trail going up and over the mountain is, going over Mount Keimermost prevents you from having to go through some very difficult country and saves days of travel. At the top is the site of some old ruins, just some kind of outbuildings from the look of them. I've seen a lot of grand places. I recognize architecturally that what's up there isn't the main structure. There's something like the outbuildings here at the Confessor's Palace. There's a road through the buildings, a bit like the Grand Promenade here going through the outbuildings." Richard hooked a thumb behind his wide leather belt.
"Well, where does it go, this grand road?"
Kahlen stared into his gray eyes. "Right to the edge of a cliff. The buildings are at the edge of a cliff. That sheer stone wall drops off from maybe 3,000 or 4,000 feet.
"Is there any kind of stairway carved in the cliff? Something leading down to the temple itself?"
"Richard, you don't understand. The buildings are hard on the edge of the cliff. It's obvious that the buildings, walls, and the road itself went on, because they're sheared off abruptly right at the edge. There used to be more of the mountain there. It's gone now. It's all fallen away, a rock slide or something. What was beyond the ruins, the main structure in the mountain, is gone."
"That's what Kolo said. The team returned and the Temple of the Winds was gone." Richard looked devastated. "They must have used magic to tear away the side of the mountain to bury the Temple of the Winds so no one could ever go there again."
"Well," Berdine sighed, "I'll keep looking in the journal to see if he says anything about the Temple of the Winds falling in a rock slide or avalanche."
Richard nodded. "Maybe there's more about it in the journal."
"Lord Rahl, will you have time to help me before you go off to be married?"
A chill silence filled the grand hall. "Berdine," Richard's mouth worked, but no more words were forthcoming.
"I heard the soldiers are well," Berdine said, looking briefly at Kahlen and then back at Richard. "You told me that you and the Mother Confessor will be leaving to be wedded just as soon as the soldiers were well. The soldiers are well." She grinned. "I know that I'm your favorite, but you haven't changed your mind, have you? Gotten cold feet?" She waited expectantly, seeming not to notice that no one was smiling at her joke. Richard looked numb. He couldn't say it. Kahlen knew that he feared speaking the words, feared he would break her heart. "Berdine," Kahlen said into the heavy hush, "Richard and I won't be going away to be married. The wedding is called off. For now, anyway." Even though she had whispered the words, they seemed to echo off the marble walls, as if she had shouted them. Nadine's intently blank face spoke more than if she had grinned. It was somehow worse that she didn't, because it made it all the more obvious that she was schooling her expression, yet no one could have cause to reproach her. "Called off?" Berdine blinked in astonishment. "Why?" Richard stared down at Berdine, not daring to look at Kahlen. "Berdine, Jagang started a plague in Aidendrill. That's what the prophecy down in the pit was about. Our duty is to the people here, not to our own... How would it look if..." He fell silent. The journal in her hands lowered. "I'm sorry." Chapter 32. Kahlen stared out the window at the falling night, at the falling snow. Behind her, Richard sat at his desk, his gold cloak laid over the arm of his chair. He was working on the journal with Berdine while he waited for the officers to arrive. Berdine did most of the talking. He grunted occasionally when she told him what she thought a word meant and why. Kahlen didn't think that as tired as he was much use to Berdine. Kahlen glanced back over her shoulder. Dreffin and Nadine were huddled together beside the hearth. Richard had asked them to come along to answer any questions the generals might have. Nadine confined her attention to Dreffin, scrupulously avoiding looking at Richard and especially at Kahlen.
probably because she knew that Kahlen would detect the glint of triumph in her eyes. No, this wasn't a triumph for Nadine, for Shota. This was only a postponement, just until... Until what? Until they could halt a plague? Until most of the people of Adendril died? Until they themselves got the plague and died as the prophecy foretold? Kahlen went to Richard and laid a hand on his shoulder, desperately needing his touch. Thankfully, she felt him put a hand over hers. "Just a postponement," she whispered as she leaned close to his ear. "This doesn't change it, Richard. This only delays it for a little while, that's all, I promise." He patted her hand as he smiled up at her. "I know." Kara opened the door and leaned in. "Lord Rahl, they're coming now." "Thanks, Kara. Leave the door open and tell them to come in." Raina lit a long splinter in the hearth. She put a hand to Berdine's shoulder to balance herself as she leaned past to light another lamp at the far end of the table. Her long, dark braid slipped over her shoulder, tickling Berdine's face. Berdine scratched her cheek and gave Raina a brief smile. To see those two touch or even acknowledge one another in front of others was rare in the extreme. Kahlen knew that it was because of the things Raina had seen that day. She too was feeling lonely and in need of comfort. As deadening as their training had been, as numb as they were to agony, their human feelings were beginning to be rekindled. Kahlen could see in Raina's dark eyes that witnessing children suffer and die had affected her. Kahlen heard Kara out in the hall telling men to go in. Muscular, graying General Curson, looking as imposing as ever in his burnished leather uniform, marched through the doorway. Muscles bulged under the chainmail covering his arms. Behind him came the commander of the Celtish forces, the robust General Baldwin. He was an older man with a white-flecked dark mustache, the ends of which grew down to the bottom of his jaw. As always, he looked distinguished in his green, silk-lined serge cape, fastened on one shoulder with 2 buttons. A heraldic emblem slashed through with a diagonal black line dividing a yellow and blue shield was emblazoned on the front of his tan surcoat. Lamplight flashed off his ornate belt buckle and silver scabbard. He looked as fierce as he was dashing. Before the phalanx of officers accompanying them had all entered the room, both generals were bowing. In the lamplight, General Baldwin's pate shone through his thinning gray hair as he bent low. "My queen," General Baldwin said. "Lord Rahl." Kahlen bowed her head to the man as Richard stood, pushing his chair back. Berdine scooted her chair over to be out of his way. She didn't bother to look up. She was moored Sith, and busy besides. "Lord Rahl," General Curson said with a salute of his fist to his heart after he had straightened. "Mother Confessor." Behind them, the officers were all bowing. Richard waited patiently until it was all finished. Kahlen imagined that he couldn't be eager to start. He did so simply. "Gentlemen, I regret to inform you that there is a plague upon Adendril." "A plague?" General Curzon asked. "A plague of what?" "A distemper. A plague that makes people sicken and die, that kind of plague." "The Black Death," Dreffin put in with a somber voice from behind Kahlen and Richard. The men all seemed to take a collective breath. They waited in silence. "It started not long ago," Richard said. "So, fortunately, we will be able to take a few precautions. As of this moment, we know of less than a couple of dozen cases. Of course, there is no telling how many have it and have yet to fall ill. Of the ones we know were stricken, almost half are already dead. By morning, the number will grow." General Curson cleared his throat. "Precautions, Lord Rahl? What precautions are there to be taken? Do you have another cure for the men, for the people of the city?" Richard rubbed his fingertips on his forehead as his eyes turned to the desk before him. "No, General, I have no cures," he whispered. Everyone heard his words, though. It was that silent in the room. "Then what?" Richard straightened himself. "What we need to do is to separate the men, disperse them. My brother has seen the plague before and has read of great plagues in the past. We believe that it's possible that it spreads from person to person, much as when one person in a family has a sore throat, chest congestion, and stuffed nose. Then the others in the family, from their proximity to the sick person, come down with the same illness. "I've heard that the plague is caused by bad air in the place," one of the officers in the back put in. "I am told that this too is possible," Richard said. "I have also been told that it could be caused by any number of other things: bad water, bad meat, heated blood." "Magic?" someone asked. Richard shifted his weight. "That too is a possibility. It is said by some that it could be a judgment by the spirits on our world, and a punishment for what they find. I myself don't believe such a thing. I've been out this afternoon, seeing innocent children suffering and dying. I can't believe that the spirits would do such a thing, no matter how displeased." General Baldwin rubbed his chin. "Then what do you think it is that spreads it, Lord Rawle?" "I'm no expert, but I lean toward my brother's explanation that it's like any other sickness, that it can be passed from person to person through odors in the air or close contact. This makes the most sense to me, although this sickness is much more serious. The plague, I am told, is almost always fatal. If it is, in fact, passed from person to person, then we must not delay. We must do what we can to keep the plague from our forces. I want the men split up into smaller units." General Curson spread his hands in frustration. "Lord Rawle, why can't you simply use your magic and rid the city of this plague?" Kahlen touched Richard's back, reminding him to hold his temper. He seemed, though, to have no anger in him. "I'm sorry, but right now I don't know what magic can cure this plague. I don't know that any wizard has ever before cured a plague through the use of magic. You have to understand, General, that just because a person can command magic, that doesn't mean that they can stay the keeper himself when the time for his touch has come. If wizards could do that, I assure you, graveyards would vanish for want of clients. Wizards have not the power of the Creator. Our world has balance to it. Just as we all, especially soldiers, can aid the keeper in bringing death, we all can also be a part of the Creator's work of creating life. We know, better than most perhaps, that soldiers are charged with protecting peace and life itself. The balance to that is that we sometimes must take life to stay an enemy who would do greater harm. For this we are remembered, not for the lives we try to preserve. A wizard, too, must be in balance, in harmony, with the world he lives in. The Creator and the Keeper both have a part to play in our world. It is not within the power of a mere wizard to dictate to them what shall be. He can work for events to combine toward a result, a marriage, for example. But he cannot direct the Creator himself to bring forth a life as a result of that marriage. A wizard must remember always that he works within our world, and must do his best to help people, just as a farmer would help a neighbor who has a harvest to bring in, or a fire to douse. There are things a wizard can do that those without magic cannot, much the same as you men are strong and can wield a heavy battle axe, whereas an old man could not. Even though you have the muscle to do this, that doesn't mean that your muscles can do what they aren't meant to do, such as exercise wisdom the old man has from his experience. He may defeat you in battle through his knowledge rather than his muscle. No matter how great a wizard may be, he could not bear a new life into this world. A young woman, without magic, experience, or wisdom, could do such a thing, but he could not. Perhaps she has more to do with magic than he in the end. What I'm trying to tell you men is that just because I have been born with the gift, that doesn't mean that the gift can stop this plague. We can't depend on magic to solve all our problems. Knowing the limitations of his power is just as important for a wizard as knowing the limitations of his men is for an army officer. Many of you have seen what my sword can do against the enemy. Yet as awesome a weapon as it is, it cannot touch this invisible enemy. Other magic may prove as impotent. "In your wisdom we are humbled," General Curson quoted softly from the devotion. Men voiced their agreement and nodded at the logic of Richard's explanation. Kahlen was proud of him, that at least he had convinced them. She wondered if he had convinced himself. "It's not so much wisdom," Richard murmured, "as it is simple common sense. Please be assured, all of you," he went on, that doesn't mean I have no intention of trying to find a way to end this plague. I am looking into every possible means of stopping it." He laid a hand on Berdine's shoulder. She glanced up. "Berdine is helping me with the old books from wizards past to see if they left us any wisdom. If there is a way for magic to stop it, then I will find that way. For now, though, we must use other means at our disposal to protect people. We need to have the men split up." "Split up and then what?" General Curson asked. "Split up and get out of Aidendrill." General Curson stiffened. The links of his chainmail reflected the lamplight so that he seemed to sparkle like a vision of a spirit. "Leave Aidendrill undefended?" "No," Richard insisted. "Not undefended. What I propose is to have our forces divide up so there is less chance of the plague spreading among them, and move to separate positions around Aidendrill. We can put detachments of our forces at all the passes, all the roads and access valleys. That way, no force can advance against us." "What if one does?" General Baldwin asked. "Then those smaller, separate forces may be insufficient to drive off an attack." "We will have sentries and scouts. We'll have to increase them so that we don't have any surprises. I don't think there are any forces of the order this far north yet, but if any attack does come, then we will have warning and can gather our forces quickly. We don't want them too far apart to be able to defend the city if they must, but they must be far enough apart to keep from passing the plague throughout the whole of the army. Any ideas you men have would be valued. That's one reason I asked you here. If you have ideas about any of this, then please feel free to speak up." Dreffin stepped forward. "It needs to be done quickly. The sooner the men are away, the better the chance that none of them will have come in contact with the sickness." The officers all nodded as they pondered. "The officers who went with us today should remain here," Dreffin said. "They may have come in contact with someone who has the plague. Make a list of any they work closely with, and have them isolated here in Aidendrill too." "We'll see to it at once," General Curzon said. "Tonight." Richard nodded. "Each group of our forces must communicate with the others, of course, but messages must be spoken only, no written messages passing from hand to hand. The papers could carry the plague. These men who pass commands and messages should talk at a distance, at least the way we are here in this room, with me at this end and you at the other." "Isn't that a rather extraordinary precaution?" one of the officers asked. "I have heard," Dreffin said, "that people who have the plague, but have not yet fallen sick and therefore don't know of their affliction, can be detected by the distinctive odor of the plague on their breath." Men nodded with interest. "But to smell that fatal odor would infect you with the plague, and you too would be stricken and die." Mumbling spread back through the men. "That's why we don't want the messengers to get too close to one another," Richard said. "If one were to already have the plague, we don't want him spreading it to another group of our forces. There is no use in going to all of this trouble if we aren't scrupulous in our attention to everything. This is a deadly poison. If we act quickly and act as wisely as we know how, we may spare a great many people from death. If we don't take these precautions seriously, nearly every one of the people in this city, and every one of our men, could be dead within weeks." Serious, worried talk swept back through the room. "We are giving you the worst look at it," Dreffin said, bringing their attentive gazes back. "We don't want to pretend the danger is less than it is. But there are things in our favor. The most important is the weather. The plagues I have seen and read about spread worst in the high heat of summer. I don't think it will be able to get a foothold in the cool weather of this time of year. We have that much." Men sighed with renewed hope. Kahlen didn't. "One other thing," Richard said as he looked from eye to eye. "We are Daharans. We are people of honor. Our men will act accordingly. I don't want any of us lying to people about the danger, telling people that there is no risk. And on the other hand, I don't want anyone deliberately panicking people. Everyone will be frightened enough as it is. You are also soldiers. This is no less a battle than if any other enemy attacked our people. This is part of our job. Some of the men will have to stay in the city to help. There may need to be men-at-arms to hold down any uprising that may be stirred up. If there are any riots, like there were with the Red Moon. I want them put down at once. Use whatever force is necessary, but no more. Remember, the people of this city are our people. We are their protectors, not their wardens. We will need men to help with digging graves. I don't think we can be burning that many dead if the plague gets hot among the population. How many do you think could die, Lord Rull? One of the officers asked. Thousands, Dreffin answered. Tens of thousands. His blue-eyed gaze took them all in. If it gets bad enough, more. I read of a plague that in 3 months took the life of nearly 3 of every 4 people in a city of close to 500,000. A low whistle came from an officer in back. One other thing, Richard said. Some people will panic. They will want to run from Aidendrill to remove themselves from the danger. Most will want to stay. Not only because this is the only home they know, but because their livelihood is here. We can't allow people to flee Aidendrill and spread the plague to other places in the Midlands, or even beyond to Dahara. It must be confined here. If people want to rush away from the city and go to the surrounding hills, separating themselves from their neighbors who they fear have the plague upon them, we must be understanding of their fears. They are to be allowed to run to the countryside if they wish, but they must remain in the area. I want our soldiers, who will be in these separate units, to ring the city and surrounding country, protecting all routes to and from Aidendrill. The people must stay within these limits. Any person fleeing could be infected with the plague and not know it, thus endangering people in other places. As a last resort, force must be used to prevent them from taking the plague abroad. Please keep in mind that these are not malevolent people, but simply people frightened for the lives of their families. The ones who flee the city to wait out the plague will soon be short of food and succumb to starvation. Remind people to take food, as they are not likely to find it in the countryside. They will be no less dead if they die of hunger rather than plague. Remind them of this, and that looting of farms will not be tolerated. We will not allow anarchy. Well, I guess that's about all I have to say. What are your questions? Will you be leaving tonight, my queen, Lord Rull, or in the morning? General Baldwin asked. And where will you be staying? Richard and I won't be leaving Aidendrill, Kahlen said. What? But you must get away, General Baldwin insisted. Please, both of you must escape this. We need you to lead us. We didn't know what we were dealing with until it was too late, Kahlen said. We may have already been exposed to the plague. We don't think that likely, Richard said, wanting to assuage their fears. But I must stay to see if there is any magic that will stop this plague. I will need to be going up to the keep. If we're up in the hills, we can't be of any use, and I might miss a chance of finding a solution. We will remain here and oversee the command of the city. Dreffin is the high priest of the Rog Moss healers from Dahara. The Mother Confessor and I could be in no better hands. He and Nadine will be staying too, to see what relief can be brought to people. As the men asked questions and discussed matters of food and supplies, Kahlen moved to the window, watching the snow and wind build in the spring storm. Richard was speaking to his men the way a commander spoke on the eve of a battle, to instill in them a sense of purpose, to harden them to the battle ahead. As in any battle, death would run rampant. Despite what Dreffin believed about the plague not being able to build to full strength in the cold weather, Kahlen knew that it wasn't true in this case. This was no ordinary plague. This was a plague started by magic, by a man who wanted to kill them all. Down in the pit, Jagang had called it Ja-la-d-jin, the game of life. Jagang was incensed that Richard had changed the ball to a lighter one, so that all the children could enjoy playing instead of just the strongest, the most brutal. Jagang started the killing with those children. It was no accident. It was a message. It was the game of life. This would be Jagang's world, ruled by such savagery, if he won. Chapter 33. For the next hour, the men asked questions, mostly of Dreffin. The two generals offered suggestions to Richard regarding command and logistics. Options were briefly discussed, plans were made, and officers were assigned duties. The army was to begin moving that very night. There were a great many blood of the fold who had surrendered, and although they had since sworn loyalty to Richard, it was still thought wise to divide them too, sending some with each unit, rather than letting them remain together. Richard concurred with the suggestion. When at last they had all departed to begin the work, Richard dropped heavily into his chair. He had come a long way from being a woods guide. Kahlen was proud of him. She opened her mouth to say so, but Nadine spoke the words in her stead. Richard mumbled a flat, "Thanks." Nadine tentatively touched her fingertips to the back of his shoulder.
"Richard, you were always, I don't know, Richard to me. A boy from home, a woods guide. Today, and especially tonight, with all those important men, I think I saw you differently for the first time. You really are this Lord Rao."
Richard put his elbows on the table before him, and his face in his hands. "I think I'd rather be at the bottom of the cliff, buried with the Temple of the Winds."
"Don't be silly," she whispered.
Bristling, Kahlen moved to his side. Nadine glided away.
"Richard," Kahlen said, "you have to get some sleep. Now. You promised. We need you strong. If you don't get some sleep..."
"I know." He pushed away from the table and stood. He turned to Dreffin and Nadine. "Do either of you have anything to make a person go to sleep? I've tried. Lately I just lie there. My mind won't be quiet." "A thing sans disharmony," Dreffin announced at once. "You bring it on yourself with the way you push past the limits of your body. There are bounds to what we can do, and if..." "Dreffin," Richard said, cutting him off with a gentle voice, "I know what you mean, but I do what I must. You just have to understand that. Jagang is trying to kill us all. It will do me no good to be as high-spirited as a squirrel in spring if it means we all end up dead." Dreffin grunted. "I understand, but that doesn't get you strong. So I'll try to be good later. What about going to sleep tonight?" "Meditation," Dreffin said. "That will calm your energy flows and begin bringing them into harmony." Richard rubbed his brow. "Dreffin, hundreds of thousands of people are in danger of dying because Jagang wants to put the whole of the world under his boot. He's shown us that he has no bounds to his determination. He's started the killing with children." Richard's knuckles turned white as his hands fisted. "Just to send me a message. Children. He has no conscience. He's showing me what he's willing to do to win, to make me surrender. He thinks it will break me." In contrast to his knuckles, Richard's face had gone scarlet. "He's wrong. I'd never give our people over to that kind of tyrant. Never! I'll do whatever I must to stop this plague, I swear it." The room rang with a sudden silence. Kahlen had never seen Richard angry in quite this way. When he had the deadly fury of the Sword of Truth's magic in his eyes, the object of his rage was usually at hand. The rage was invoked by and directed at a palpable threat. This was frustrated anger at an invisible enemy. There was no threat he could get his hands on now. He had no direct way to fight it. Kahlen could see in his eyes that this anger wasn't the magic of the sword. This was purely Richard's rage. His face finally cooled. He took a calming breath as he wiped a hand across his face. He regained control of his voice. "If I try to meditate, I will only see those sick and dead children again in my mind. Please, I can't bear to see that in my sleep. I need to go to sleep and not have dreams." "Go to sleep and not have dreams? You are bothered by dreams?" "Nightmares. I have them all day, too, when I'm awake, but they're real. The dream walker can't enter my dreams, but he has found a way to give me nightmares nonetheless. Please, dear spirits, at least when I'm asleep, grant me some peace." "A sure sign of a Feng San meridian disharmony," Dreffin confirmed to himself. "I can see that you are going to be a difficult patient, but not without a cause." He slipped the bone pin from the loop of leather and opened the flap on one of the pouches at his belt. He pulled out a few leather purses. He put one back. "No, that will kill pain, but not be much aid to sleep. He sniffed another. No, that will make you vomit. He searched his other things and finally closed the flaps on the pouches. I'm afraid I didn't bring anything so simple with me. I only brought rare items. Richard sighed. Thanks for trying anyway. Dreffin turned to Nadine. She was bottled zeal, pressing her lips together with restrained delight as the others talked. The things you gave Yonik's mother wouldn't be strong enough for Richard, Dreffin said to her. Do you have any hops? Sure, she said calmly, but obviously pleased that someone had at last asked her. In tincture, of course. Perfect, Dreffin said. He slapped Richard on the back. You can meditate another time. Tonight you will be asleep in no time. Nadine will fix you a preparation. I'll go start checking with the staff and giving them my recommendations. Don't forget to meditate, Richard muttered as Dreffin departed. Berdine remained behind, studying the journal, as Nadine, Kara, Raina, Ulick, Egan, and Kahlen all followed Richard to his room not far away. Ulick and Egan took up posts outside in the hall. The rest of them went into the room with Richard. Inside, Richard tossed his gold cloak over a chair. He pulled the baldric over his head and laid the sword of truth atop it. He wearily drew his gold-trimmed tunic over his head and removed his shirt, leaving him with a black armless undershirt. Nadine watched from the corner of her eye while she softly counted each drop aloud as it dripped into a glass of water. Richard flopped down on the edge of the bed. Kara, would you pull my boots off for me, please? Kara rolled her eyes. Do I look like a valet? She squatted to the task when Richard smiled. He leaned back on his elbows. Tell Berdine that I want her to look for any reference to this Mountain of the Four Winds place. See what else she can find out about it. Kara looked up from his feet. What a brilliant idea, she said with mock enthusiasm. I bet she would never have thought of that on her own, all wise and knowing master. All right. I guess I'm not needed. How's my magic potion coming over there? Just finished, Nadine said in a cheery voice. Kara grunted as she yanked off his other boot. Undo your pants and I'll pull them off too. Richard scowled down at her. I'll manage, thank you. Kara smirked to herself as he rolled off the bed and went to Nadine. She handed him the glass of water with the tincture of hops. She had put something else in the glass of water, too. Don't drink it all. I put in 50 drops. That's way more than you should need, but I wanted to leave you with extra. Drink about a third, and then if you wake in the night, you can always drink another swallow or two. I put in some valerian and skullcap, too, to help ensure you go into a deep and dreamless sleep. Richard downed half of it. His face contorted. As bad as this tastes, it will put me to sleep or else kill me. Nadine smiled at him. You'll sleep like a baby. Babies don't sleep all that well from what I've heard. Nadine laughed in a soft lilt. You'll sleep, Richard, I promise. If you wake too early, just take a little more. Thanks. He sat down on the edge of the bed, looking from one woman to the next. I'll manage with my pants, I swear. Kara rolled her eyes and headed for the door, urging Nadine along before her. Kahlen kissed his cheek. Get in bed. I'll come back in and tuck you in and kiss you good night as soon as I see to the guards. Raina followed Kahlen out and closed the door. Nadine was waiting, rocking back and forth on her heels. How's the arm? Do you need a poultice? My arm is much better, Kahlen said. I think it's fine now, but thank you for asking. Kahlen clasped her hands and stood watching Nadine. Kara watched Nadine. Raina watched Nadine. Nadine's gaze moved from one woman to the next. She glanced to Ulick and Egan, who were watching her too. All right, then. Good night. Good night, Kahlen, Kara, and Raina said as one. They watched as Nadine strolled off. I still say you should have let me kill her, Kara said under her breath. I may yet let you, Kahlen said. She knocked on the door. Richard, you in bed? Yes. Kara started to follow as Kahlen opened the door. Kahlen turned. I'll only be a minute. I don't think he can spoil my honor in a minute. Kara frowned. With Lord Rawl, anything is possible. Raina laughed and slapped Kara's arm, making her leave Kahlen be. I wouldn't worry. With what we've seen today, neither of us would be in the mood, Kahlen said. She shut the door. A single candle was lit. Richard was covered to his stomach. Kahlen sat on the edge of the bed and took his hand. She held it to her heart. Are you terribly disappointed? He asked. Richard, we will be married. I've waited my whole life for you. We're together, that's all that really matters. Richard smiled. His tired eyes sparkled. Well, not all. Kahlen couldn't help smiling herself. She kissed his knuckles. Just as long as you know that I understand, she said. I didn't want you to go to sleep thinking I was heartbroken that we can't be married just now. We'll be married when we can. He put his other hand to the back of her neck and pulled her into a gentle kiss. She laid a hand on his bare chest, feeling his warm flesh, his breathing, his heartbeat. If she hadn't been so devastated by the suffering children she had seen that day, the feel of him would have ignited longing in her own breast. I love you, she whispered. I love you, now and always, he whispered back. She blew out the candle. Sleep well, my love. Kara eyed Kahlen suspiciously as she closed the door. That was 2 minutes. Kahlen ignored Kara's little jab. Raina, would you guard Richard's room until you go to bed, and then have a guard posted? Yes, Mother Confessor. Ulick, Egan, with that sleep potion, Richard may not be able to awake if he were in danger. I'd like one of you to be here when Raina goes to bed. Ulick folded his massive arms. Mother Confessor, neither of us has any intention of leaving this spot as long as Lord Rahl is asleep. Egan pointed at the floor against the opposite wall. One of us can take a nap if need be. We'll both be here. Don't be concerned for Lord Rahl's safety while he is sleeping. Thank you, all of you. One other thing. Nadine isn't to be allowed into his room, for any reason. None whatsoever. They all nodded in satisfaction. Kahlen turned to the blonde-headed Mord Sith. Kara, go get Berdine. I'm going to get a cloak. Both of you should bring your cloaks, too. It's a foul night. And where are we going? I'll meet you both out in the stables. The stables? Why do you want to go out there? It's time for dinner. Kara would never really balk at a duty over a matter so petty as dinner. She was suspicious. Grab something from the kitchens that we can take with us then. Kara clasped her hands behind her back. Where are we going? For a ride. A ride. Mother Confessor, where are we going? The Wizard's Keep. Both Kara and Raina lifted an eyebrow. Kara's surprise turned to a frown of disapproval. Does Lord Rahl know that you want to go up to the keep? Of course not. If I had told him why I'm going, he would have insisted on going too. He needs sleep, so I didn't tell him. And why are we going? Because the Temple of the Winds is gone. The wizards who did it were put on trial. There are records in the keep of all the trials held there. I want to find that record. Tomorrow, Richard can read it over after he's gotten some sleep. It could help him. Makes sense, going to the Wizard's Keep after dark. I will go get Berdine and some food and meet you in the stables. We'll make a picnic of it, Kara said with blithe sarcasm. Chapter 34. Kahlen batted the big wet snowflakes from her lashes and pulled the hood of her cloak forward as she considered the foolishness of not thinking to change out of her white confessor's dress. She stood in the stirrups, reached between her legs, and pulled more of the back of the dress under her bare legs to protect them from the cold saddle. Fortunately, her boots were high enough that hiking up the dress to sit in the saddle didn't expose her calves to the wind. She was glad, though, to be back on Nick, the big war horse her Galilean soldiers had given her. Nick was an old friend. Kara and Berdine looked just as uncomfortable as she, but Kahlen knew that it was because they feared going to a place of magic. They had been in the Wizard's Keep before. They didn't want to return. Back at the stables, they had tried to talk her out of it. Kahlen had reminded them of the plague. Nick's ears twitched even before the dark shapes of soldiers appeared out of the swirling snow to challenge them. Kahlen knew they had reached the stone bridge. The soldiers were posted just to the city side of it. The men sheathed their swords when Kara growled at them, pleased to have someone handy upon whom to vent her foul mood. "Terrible night to be out, Mother Confessor," one of the soldiers said, happy to address someone other than the moored Sith. "Terrible night to be stationed out here," she said. The man looked back over his shoulder. "Any night you're stationed on watch up here at the keep is a terrible night." Kahlen smiled. "The keep looks sinister, soldier, but it's not so bad as it looks." "If you say so, Mother Confessor. Myself, I think I'd just as soon stand guard over the underworld itself." "No one has tried to get in the keep, have they?" "If they had, you'd have heard about it, or found our bodies, Mother Confessor." Kahlen urged her big stallion on. Nick snorted and surged ahead on the slick snow. She trusted him in such conditions and let him lead the way. Kara and Berdine both swayed easily in their saddles as they followed behind. Back in the stables, Kara had snatched her horse's bit, looked the animal in the eye, and ordered it not to give her any trouble. Kahlen had the odd feeling that the bay mare understood the warning. Kahlen could just see the stone walls at the sides of the bridge, just as well that the horses couldn't see the chasm beyond. She knew Nick wouldn't spook, but she wasn't sure about the other two. The sheer rock walls of the yawning abyss dropped for thousands of feet. Unless you had wings, there was only this one way into the wizard's keep. In the snowy darkness, the vast keep, its soaring walls of dark stone, its ramparts, bastions, towers, connecting passageways, and bridges, all blended into the inky darkness of the side of the mountain into which it was built. To those without magic, or those who didn't understand magic, the keep presented an unmistakable spectacle of sinister menace. Kahlen had grown up in Aidendrill, and had been up to the keep uncountable times, more often than not alone. Even as a child she had been allowed to go alone to the keep, as were the other young confessors. When she was little, wizards had tickled her and chased her through the halls, laughing with her. The keep was a second home to her, comfortably safe, welcoming, and protective. She knew, though, that there were dangers in the keep, just as in any home. A home could be a safe, welcoming place, as long as one wasn't foolish enough to walk into the hearth. There were places in the keep you didn't walk into either. It was only when she was older that she no longer went to the keep alone. When a confessor became older, it was dangerous to go anywhere alone. After a confessor had begun taking confessions, it wasn't safe for her to be without the protection of her wizard. When she was older, a confessor earned enemies. Family of the condemned rarely believed that a loved one had committed violent crimes, or they blamed confessors for the man's death sentence, even though she was only the means of confirming its justice. There were always attempts on the lives of confessors. There was no shortage of people, from commoners to kings, wanting a confessor dead. "How are we going to get through the shields without Lord Rahl?" Berdine asked. "His magic enabled us to pass through before. We won't be able to get through the shields." Kahlen smiled assurance to the two moored Sith. Richard didn't know where he was going. He just blundered through the keep, going where he needed to go on instinct. I know the ways to go that don't require magic to pass. There may be a few mild shields that will keep people out, but I can pass those. If I can pass, then I can get you through them by touching you when you pass through, the same way Richard took you through the more powerful shields. Kara grunted disagreeably. She had been hoping that the shields would stop them. "Kara, I've been in the keep thousands of times. It's perfectly safe. We're just going to the libraries. Just as you are my protector out in the world, in the keep I will be yours. We are sisters of the Aegil. I won't let you get anywhere near dangerous magic. Trust me?" "Well, I guess you are a sister of the Aegil. I can trust a sister of the Aegil." They passed under the huge portcullis and onto the keep grounds. Once inside the massive outer walls, The snow melted as it touched the ground. Kahlen pushed back her hood. Inside the walls it was warm and comfortable. She shook the snow from her cloak and took a deep breath of the spring fresh air, filling her lungs with the familiar soothing scent. Nick whinnied agreeably. Kahlen led the two moored Sith across the stretch of gravel and stone chips to the arched opening in the wall that tunneled under part of the keep. As they passed through the long passageway, the lamps hanging from Kara and Berdine's saddles lit the arched stone around them in an orange glow.
"Why are we going through here?" Kara asked. "Lord Rahl took us in that big door back there."
"I know. That's one reason you're afraid of the keep. That was a very dangerous way to go in. I'm taking us to the way I usually enter. It's much better, you'll see. It's not the way visitors entered either, but the way used by those who lived and worked here. The public came in at a different door, a place where they were greeted by a guide who saw to their wants." Beyond the tunnel, all three horses eyed the expansive paddock, lush with grass. The gravel road ran beside the wall that held the main entrance to the keep, with a fence on the other side of the road enclosing the paddock. To the left, part of the paddock was bounded by the walls of the keep rather than a fence. At the rear were stables. Kahlen dismounted and opened the gate. After removing saddles and tack, all three of them turned their horses loose in the paddock, where they could crop grass and frisk in the mild air if they wished. A dozen wide granite steps, worn smooth and swayback over the millennia, led up into a recessed entryway to the simple but heavy double doors into the keep proper. Kara and Berdine followed behind with the lamps. The anteroom swallowed the lamplight into its vast space, only allowing the weak flames to hint at the columns and arches.
"What's that?" Berdine asked in a low whisper. "It sounds like a storm drain."
"There aren't rats in here, are there?"
"Actually, it's a fountain," Kahlen said, her voice echoing into the distance. "And yes, Kara, there are rats in the keep, but not where I'm taking you. Promise. Here, give me your lamp. Let me show you the bones of this menacing dungeon." Kahlen took the lamp and strode to one of the key lamps on the wall to the right. She could walk there without the aid of the lamp. She had done it so often, but she needed the lamp's flame. She found the key lamp, tilted back the tall chimney, and lit it with the flame from Kara's lamp. The key lamp took to flame. With a succession of whooshing sounds, the rest of the lamps in the room lit, hundreds of them, two at a time in pairs, one to each side. Each whoosh was followed almost simultaneously by another, as the lamps around the huge room took to flame from the key lamp. The light in the room grew. The effect was like turning up the wick on a lamp. In a span of seconds, the anteroom was nearly as bright as day, bathed in the mellow yellow-orange glow of all the flames. Kara and Berdine stood slack-jawed at the sight. 100 feet overhead, the glassed roof was dark, but in the day it flooded the room with warmth and light. At night, if the sky was clear, you could turn down the lamps and gaze at the stars, or let the moonlight wash the room. In the center of the tiled floor stood a clover leaf-shaped fountain. Water shot 15 feet into the air above the top bowl to cascade down each successive tier into ever wider scalloped bowls, finally running from evenly spaced points in the bottom one in perfectly matched arcs into the lower pool. An outer wall of variegated white marble was wide enough to act as a bench. Berdine stepped down one step of the 5 that ringed the room. "It's beautiful," she whispered in astonishment. Kara gazed about at the red marble columns holding the arches below the balcony that ran all the way around the oval-shaped room. She had a smile on her lips. "This is nothing like the place Lord Rahl took us." Kara frowned. "The lamps. That was magic. There is magic in here. You said you would keep us away from magic." "I said I would keep you away from dangerous magic. The lamps are kind of like a shield, except in reverse. Instead of keeping people out, they're an enabling shield to welcome and help them enter. It's a friendly kind of magic, Kara." "Friendly, sure." "Come on, we came here for a purpose. We have work to do." Kahlen took them to the libraries via the elegant, warm halls, rather than the frightening way they had gone before. They encountered only 3 shields. Kahlen's magic allowed her to pass these, and by holding Kara and Berdine's hands, it was possible to get them through too, though both complained about a tingling sensation. These shields didn't guard dangerous areas, and so were weaker than others in the keep. There were shields that Kahlen couldn't pass, like the ones Richard had taken her through to go down to the sliff, though Kahlen thought there might be other ways to get down there. There were shields which Richard had gone through that in her experience no wizard had ever crossed before. They came to an intersection with a hall of light pink stone running down both sides. At places, the hall opened into commodious rooms, ringed with padded benches for conversing or reading. Beyond double doors in each of these large outer rooms was a library.
"I've been here," Berdine said. "I remember this."
"Yes, Richard brought you here, but by a different route." Kahlen continued on to the 8th sitting room and went through the double doors into the library there. She used her lamp to light the key lamp, and as before all the rest lit, lifting the room out of its pitch blackness, bringing it to life. The floors were polished wood, with walls paneled in the same honey-colored oak. During the day, glassed windows on the far wall bathed the room with light and provided a beautiful view of Aidendrill. Now, through the snow, Kahlen could only occasionally see the lights of the city below. She strode down the aisle between the reading tables and the rows upon rows of bookshelves, looking for the one she remembered. In this room alone, there were 145 rows of books. There were comfortable chairs to use while reading, but tonight they would need the tables to lay out the books.
"So this is the library," Kara said. "In the Hara, at the People's Palace, there are libraries much larger than this."
"This is only one of 26 rooms like this. I can only imagine how many thousands of books are here in the keep," Kahlen said.
"Then how are we ever going to find the ones we're looking for?" Berdine asked.
"It shouldn't be as hard as it sounds. The libraries can be a bewildering maze when you wish to find something. I used to know a wizard who searched on and off his whole life for a bit of information he knew was in the libraries. He never found it."
"Then how can we?"
"Because there are a few things that are specialized enough that they are kept together. Books of language, for example. I can take you to all the books on any specific language because they're not about magic, and so they're in one place. I don't know how books on magic and prophecy are organized, if they even are. Anyway, this library is where certain records are kept, such as the records of trials held here. I've not read them, but I was taught about them." Kahlen turned and led them between 2 rows of shelves. Nearly midway down the 50-foot-long aisle, she came to a halt. "Here they are. I can see by the writing on the spines that they're in different languages. Since I know all the languages but High Daharan, I'll search all the ones in other languages. Kara, you look at the ones in ours, and Berdine, you take the ones in High Daharan." The 3 of them started picking books from the shelves and carrying them to the tables, separating them into 3 stacks. There weren't as many as Kahlen had feared. Berdine had only 7 books, Kara had 15, and Kahlen 11 in a variety of languages. For Berdine, it would be slow going translating the Daharan, but Kahlen was fluent in the other languages, and she would be able to help with Kara's stack as soon as she finished her own. As Kahlen started in, she quickly found that it was going to be easier than she'd first thought. Each trial began with a statement of the type of crime, making it simple to eliminate those that had nothing to do with the Temple of the Winds. There were charges against the accused ranging from the taking of a cherished object of little worth to murder. A sorceress was accused of casting a glamour, but was found innocent. A boy of 12 was accused of starting a fight in which another boy's arm was broken. Because the aggressor had used magic to cause the injury, the sentence was the suspension of his training for a period of 1 year. A wizard was accused of being a drunkard, a 3rd offense, the prior punishments having failed to halt his belligerent behavior. He was found guilty and sentenced to death. The sentence was carried out 2 days later. when he had sobered. Habitually, drunken wizards were viewed not with tolerance, but as the true dangers they were, capable in their inebriated state of causing mass injury and death. Kahlen herself had seen wizards drink to excess only one time. The accounts of the trials were fascinating, but the seriousness of their purpose kept Kahlen skimming through the books, looking for a reference to the Temple of the Winds, or to a team charged with a crime. The other two were making quick progress, too. In an hour, Kahlen had finished all 11 books in the other languages. Berdine had only 3 left, and Kara 6. "Anything?" Kahlen asked. Kara lifted an eyebrow. "I just found an account of a wizard who fancied hiking up his robes in front of women in the market on Stenter Street and commanding them to kiss the serpent. I never knew wizards could get themselves in such a variety of trouble. They're people, just like any other people." "No, they're not. They have magic," Kara said. "So do I. Have you found anything, Berdine?" "No, not what we're looking for, just common crimes." Kahlen reached for one of the books Kara hadn't been through, but paused. "Berdine, you were down in the room with the sliff." Berdine made a show of shivering and produced a sound of revulsion from deep in her throat. "Don't remind me." Kahlen shut her eyes, trying to remember the room. She remembered Kolo's bones, and she remembered the sliff, but she only vaguely recalled what else was in the room. "Berdine, do you remember if there were any other books down there?" Berdine bit down on the end of a fingernail as she squinted in concentration. "I remember finding Kolo's journal open on the table, an inkwell and pen. I remember Kolo's bones lying on the floor next to the chair with most of his clothes long ago rotted away. His leather belt was still around him." Kahlen remembered much the same thing. "But do you remember if there were any books on the shelves?" Berdine turned her eyes up as she thought. "No." "No, there weren't, or no, you don't remember?" "No, I don't remember. Lord Rahl was really excited about finding Kolo's journal. He said it was something different from the books in the library, and he felt it was what he had been searching for, something different. We left right after that." Kahlen stood. "You two keep going through these books. I'm going down there and have a look, just to be sure." Kara's chair clattered against the floor as she stood. "I will go with you." "There are rats down there." Her expression vexed. Kara put a hand on her hip. "I've seen rats before. I will go with you." Kahlen remembered well Kara's story about the rats. "Kara, there's no need. I don't need your protection in the keep. Outside, yes, but in here I know the dangers better than you. I told you I wouldn't take you near dangerous magic. Down there is dangerous magic." "Then there is danger to you." "No, because I know about it. You don't. The danger would be to you, not me. I grew up here. My own mother let me have the run of the keep when I was a little girl because I was taught about the dangers and how to avoid them. I know what I'm doing. Please stay here with Berdine and finish going through the books. It will save us time, and it's important. The sooner we find the one we're looking for, the sooner we can get home to watch over Richard. That's where our real concern is." Kara's leather creaked as she shifted her weight. "I guess you would know the dangers of the magic here better than I. I think you're right about getting home. Nadine is back there." Chapter 35. Kahlen tried to overlay her mental map of the keep on the passageways, stairwells, and rooms she traversed as she wound her way lower. Rats squeaked and skittered away from her lamp. Although she had often seen the tower outside Kolo's room from the ramparts and walkways up on top of the keep, she had never been down inside it until Richard had taken her there. Unfortunately, Richard had taken her there by way of dangerous passages, through shields she would never be able to get through on her own. She was confident that there were other routes down to Kolo's room. There were vast areas of the keep that weren't protected by any shields at all. She had only to find a way without shields, or with shields that her magic would be able to pass. The areas that Richard had taken her, protected by dangerous shields, she didn't know at all, since she had never been beyond those before, but she was familiar with a myriad of ways to get around them. Oftentimes, the hard shields, as the wizards used to call them, were meant to protect something just beyond, rather than specifically to prevent passage to another area. Many of the rooms Richard had taken her through were like that, places of menacing magic she had never seen before. They oftentimes provided a more direct route, but required special magic. If she was correct, that Richard had traversed a maze through dangerous places rather than going through hard shields specifically protecting the tower, then there would be a way around the dangerous areas and into the tower room. In her experience, that was the way the keep worked. If the tower room was meant to be off limits, then it would be protected by its own hard shields. If it wasn't forbidden, then there would be at least one way she could enter. She had but to find it. Even though she had spent a great deal of time in the keep, much of that time was spent in the library, studying. She had explored, of course, but the keep was almost inconceivably vast. Not only was the part that could be seen from the outside immense, but much more of the keep was burrowed into the mountain. The outer walls were only the tip of the keep, the visible part of the tooth, with much more of the root hidden beneath. Kahlen went through an empty room, chiseled from bedrock, to one of the passages on the other side. There were numerous empty rooms in the wizard's keep. Some of them, like the one she had just passed through, seemed nothing more than junctions where various passages connected, possibly enlarged to provide reference points. The square-sided passage through the rock ahead appeared carefully cut and smoothed. Her lamp illuminated bands of symbols incised in the granite, with round areas in the field of swirling carvings polished to a high luster. Each encircling band marked the location of a mild shield that tingled against her flesh as she passed through. Ahead, she saw the hall split into 3 passageways. Before she reached the junction, the air about her suddenly hummed. It took 2 steps before she could halt her onward rush. Each of those 2 steps caused the hum to raise in pitch to an uncomfortable buzzing. Her long hair lifted from her shoulders and back to stand straight out in all directions. The band carved in the stone ahead immediately began to glow red. Kahlen retreated several paces. The humming lowered in pitch. Her hair settled down. She cursed under her breath. A humming shield was an urgent warning to stay away. The red glow displayed the region of the shield itself. The hum warned that you were entering the field of a dangerous shield. Some of these hard shields would actually prevent a person without the required magic from getting too close, by making the very air get as thick as mud and then stone. Some of the humming shields didn't prevent entry, but walking into one would sear the flesh and muscle right off a person's bones. The lesser shields were meant to keep people without magic, and thus knowledge, from getting close to the danger. Kahlen turned and held up the lamp as she quickly retraced her steps to the room. She took a different passageway that ran in the general direction she wanted to go. It was a much more congenial-looking hall, with whitewashed walls and ceiling, making the lamp better able to brighten her way. She encountered no shields at all in the White Hall. A stairway took her lower into the keep. Another stone hall at the bottom provided quick travel devoid of shields. In her mind, she was retracing the halls, rooms, stairs, and cramped tunnels, and was pretty sure that by eliminating the false route she had taken, there was a way to get to and from the tower without encountering any shields. Kahlen threw open the door at the end of the stone hall and stepped out onto a walkway with an iron railing. She held the lamp up in front of her. She stood at the bottom level of the tower. The walkway ringed the hall. Stairs wound their way up around the inside of the immense stone tower, with landings at other doors along the way. In the center, at the bottom of the tower, lurked a pool of black water. Rocks broke the surface of the water here and there. Bugs skittered across the inky surface of the pool. Salamanders rested on the rocks, their eyes rolling to watch her. This was the place where she and Richard had fought the Mryswith Queen. Her stinking, broken eggs still littered the rock. Small bits of the door blasted from Kolo's room still floated in the pool, providing islands for fat bugs that hissed at the intrusion. Across the water, on the opposite side of the round tower room, was the opening to Kolo's room. Kahlen quickly made her way around the walkway to the wide platform outside Kolo's room. The doorway had been blown open, leaving blackened, jagged edges. In some places, the stone itself was melted like candle wax. The tower wall outside the doorway was streaked with blackened lines of soot from the unleashed power that had opened Kolo's room for the first time in millennia. When Richard had destroyed the Towers of Perdition, it had destroyed the magic seal on this room, too. The towers had sealed the old world away from the new in the Great War 3,000 years before. They had also sealed the room with the sliff, and sealed in the man who had been unfortunate enough to be the one guarding her at the time. Stone fragments crunched under her feet as Kahlen stepped into the room where Kolo had died, the room where dwelled the sliff. The silence was oppressive. It droned in her ears, making her welcome the relief of her footsteps. Richard had awakened the sliff after thousands of years. The sliff had taken Richard to the old world and had brought him and Kahlen safely back to Aidendrill. When they returned, Richard had put the sliff back to sleep. All the years Kahlen had spent in the keep, and she had never known the sliff was there. Kahlen couldn't even imagine the magic the wizards of old could use to conjure a being such as the sliff, or how they could have put her to sleep for all that time so that she could wake again. Only at the fringes of her imagination could she conceive of the power Richard wielded, but didn't comprehend. What would the war wizards of old, who knew their gift well, have been able to do with such unfathomable magic? What terrors would a war among those with that kind of power have been like? The very thought gave her shivers. It would have been things like the plague that had been set upon them now. They could do those kinds of things. The lamplight fell across Kolo's bones beside the chair. The pen and inkwell still sat on the dusty table. The round room, nearly 60 feet across, was capped with a high domed ceiling, itself nearly as tall as the room was wide. In the center was a round stone wall, like a well, 25 or 30 feet across. There dwelled the sliff. Kahlen held the light over the wall of the well and glanced briefly down the smooth stone walls of the dark shaft that fell away seemingly forever. End of side 9. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 10. Temple of the Wind by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 266. The walls of the room were scorched in ragged lines as if lightning had gone wild in the place, another result of the same magic Richard had invoked when he destroyed the towers and when the doorway had been blasted open. Kahlen strode quickly around the room, checking to see if there was anything that might be useful. There was nothing in the room other than the table, chair, and Kolo, except for a dusty set of shelves. Kahlen was disappointed to find that there were no books on the shelves. There were 3 faded blue, glazed, lidded containers, probably once holding water or soup for the wizard on duty guarding the sliff. A white glazed bowl held a silver spoon. A neatly folded cloth, or embroidery of some sort, sat on one of the shelves. When she touched it, it disintegrated into dust and little flakes where her fingers contacted. Kahlen bent lower, seeing that the bottom shelf held only a few spare candles and a lamp. An abrupt sensation of icy alarm inundated her. She was being watched. She froze, holding her breath, telling herself that it was just her imagination. The fine hairs at the back of her neck stiffened. She felt a cold wave of gooseflesh run up her arms. She strained to hear a telling sound. Her toes cringed inside her boots. She feared to move. Carefully, quietly, she let her lungs draw a needed breath. Slowly, ever so slowly, so as not to make a sound, she straightened a little. She dared not move her feet, lest the stone chips crunch. Courage, as thin as eggshells, urged her to hide behind the wall of the sliff's well. From there she could determine if it was only her imagination spooking her. Perhaps it was just a rat. She twisted to check the distance to the stone wall. Kahlen sucked a cry as she flinched back. Chapter 36. The quicksilver face of the sliff had risen above the edge of the stone wall and was watching her. The glossy metallic female features of the sliff reflected the lamplight and the room in a living mirror. It was obvious why Kolo called the sliff she. The sliff was a silver statue, except it moved with liquid grace. Kahlen pressed a hand to her hammering heart as she panted, getting her breath. The sliff watched her, as if curious about what Kahlen might do next. Kolo often said in his journal that she was watching him. "Sliff," Kahlen stammered, "what are you doing awake?" The face distorted into a puzzled frown. "Do you wish to travel?" The eerie voice echoed around the room. Her lips hadn't moved as she spoke, but she smiled pleasantly. "Travel? No." Kahlen took a step toward the well. "Sliff, Richard put you to sleep. I was here." "Master, he woke me." "Yes, Richard woke you. He traveled in you. He rescued me, and I traveled back with him, in you." Kahlen recalled that strange experience with a certain fondness. To travel in the sliff, you had to breathe her in. It was frightening at first, but with Richard there holding her hand, Kahlen had been able to do it, and had discovered the enthralling sensation of traveling. To breathe the sliff was rapture. "I remember," the sliff said. "Once you are in me, I remember." "But don't you remember Richard putting you to sleep again?" "He woke me from the sleep of ages, but he did not put me back into the long sleep. He put me at rest until I was needed." "But we thought you had gone back to sleep. Why are you not at rest now?" "I felt you near. I came to look." Kahlen stepped to the stone wall. "Sliff, has someone traveled in you since Richard and I last did?" "Yes, I was used." Suddenly, realization broke through her surprise. "A man and a woman. They traveled in you, didn't they?" The sliff's smile turned sly, but she didn't answer. Kahlen touched her fingers to the stone wall. "Who was it, Sliff, who traveled in you?" "You should know that I never betray those I hold within me." "I should know? How would I know?" "You have traveled in me. I would not reveal you. I never betray my client. You traveled, so you must understand." Kahlen licked her lips patiently. "Sliff, I'm afraid that I don't know anything about you, really. You are from a time before my time, from another age. I only know that you can travel and that you helped me before. You were a valuable aid in defeating some very bad people." "I am glad that you were pleased with me. Perhaps you would like to be pleased again, would like to travel again." A shiver ran up Kahlen's spine. This had to be why Marlin was trying to get to the keep. He and Sister Amelia must have come to Aidendrill from the old world in the sliff. Jagang had said he had waited to reveal himself until she returned. How else could she have returned to him so fast, except in the sliff? Kahlen swept out an imploring arm. "Sliff, some very evil people," she halted, sucking a breath through her open mouth. Her eyes widened. "Sliff," she whispered. "You took me to the old world before." "Ah, I know the place. Come, we will travel." No, not there. Sliff, can you travel other places?" "Of course." "Where?" "Many places. You must know. You have traveled.
Name the place that would pleasure you, and we will travel.
Kahlen leaned toward the alluring, smiling silver face. The witch woman. Can you take me to the witch woman?
I do not know this place.
It's not a place, it's a person. She lives in the Rangshada Mountains, in a place called Agaden Reach. Can you go there, to Agaden Reach?
Ah, I have been there.
Kahlen touched her trembling fingers to her lips.
Come, and we will travel,
the sliff said, her haunting voice echoing around the ancient stone walls. The sound died out slowly, letting silence settle once more, covering everything like the veil of dust in the room. Kahlen cleared her throat.
I have to do something first. Will you still be here when I get back? Will you wait for me? If I am at rest, you can let me know of your need, and we will travel. You will be pleased.
You mean, if you're not right here, I should call down to you, and you will come to me and we will travel?
Yes, we will travel.
Kahlen rubbed her hands together as she backed away. I'll be back. I'll be back soon, and we will travel.
Yes,
the sliff said, watching Kahlen retreat.
We will travel.
Kahlen snatched the lamp from where she had set it on the floor near the shelves. She paused at the door, looking back at the quicksilver face floating in the gloom. I'll be back, soon. We will travel.
Yes, we will travel,
the sliff said, as Kahlen started running. Kahlen had to struggle to think where she was going as she ran, her mind spun with argument. While she grappled with her alternative, she also tried to pay attention as she turned down halls, raced through rooms, and dashed upstairs. She seemed to reach Library Hall before she was ready. Huffing, she realized that she couldn't run in on Kara and Berdine in such a state. They would know something was wrong. Not far from the library, where the two moored Sith waited, Kahlen collapsed onto a padded bench, letting the lamp slip to the floor. She leaned back against the wall and stretched out her aching legs. She fanned her face with one hand. She gulped air and tried to convince her heart to slow down. She knew her face must be red as an apple. She couldn't walk in on the other two like this. Kahlen made plans as she rested, waiting for her heart to slow, her lungs to recover, her face to cool. Shota knew something about the plague. Kahlen was sure of it. Shota had said about Richard, "May the spirits have mercy on his soul." Shota had sent Nadine to marry Richard. Kahlen vividly recollected Nadine's tight dress, her flirtatious smiles, her accusations, telling Richard that Kahlen was heartless. The look in Nadine's eyes when she talked to him. Kahlen thought about what she must do. Shota was a witch woman. Everyone feared the witch woman. Even wizards feared Shota. Kahlen had never done anything against her, but that had never stopped Shota from hurting her. Shota might kill her. Not if Kahlen killed her first. The distraction of making plans had allowed her to regain her composure. She stood, smoothed down her dress, and took a deep, settling breath. Kahlen put on her confessor's face and strode through the doors to the library where the other two waited. Kara and Berdine popped out from behind a row of bookshelves. The books were gone from the table. Kara eyed Kahlen suspiciously. "You've been gone long enough."
"It took me a while to find a way with shields I could pass."
Berdine came out from behind the shelf. "Well, did you find anything?"
"Find anything? Like what?"
Berdine spread her hands.
"Books. You went to look for books." "No, nothing."
Kara was frowning. "Did you have any problems?"
"No, I'm just upset about all this, about everything, the plague and all. I'm upset that I couldn't find anything to help. What about you two?"
Berdine swiped a stray strand of hair back from her face.
"Nothing. Nothing about the Temple of the Winds or the team who sent it away." "I don't understand," Kahlen said, mostly to herself. "If there was a trial, as Kolo said, then there should be a record of it."
"Well," Berdine said, "we were looking through the other books to see if we missed any of the records of the trial. We didn't find any. Where else can we look?" Kahlen sagged in disappointment. She had been sure they would find a record of the trial for Richard.
Nowhere. If it isn't here, then there must be no record of the trial, or else it was destroyed. From what Kolo said, the keep was in an uproar at the time. They may have been too busy to keep a record. Berdine cocked her head. But we're going to keep looking for part of the night at least. Kahlen looked about the library. No, it would be a waste of time. The time would be better spent if you kept working on Kolo's journal. If we don't have the record of the trial, translating the journal would be the best help to Richard. Maybe you can find something important in the journal. In the brightness of the library, Kahlen's resolve was beginning to falter. She began to reconsider her plan. Well, Kara said, I guess we better get back then. No telling what Nadine will be up to. If she gets into Lord Rawl's room, she'll get blisters kissing him while he's asleep and helpless. Berdine pressed her lips tight and smacked Kara's shoulder. What's the matter with you? The Mother Confessor is a sister of the Aegil. Kara blinked in surprise. Forgive me, I was only making a joke. She touched Kahlen's arm. You know that I will kill Nadine if you wish. You have but to ask. Don't worry, Raina would not let Nadine into his room. Kahlen wiped a tear from her cheek. I know, it's just that with all that's going on... I know. Her mind was made up. It might help Richard find an answer. It might help Richard discover something that would stop the plague. Kahlen knew she was only making excuses to herself. She knew why she was going. Did you find what you were looking for? Raina asked as Kahlen, Kara, and Berdine approached. No, Kahlen said. There was no record of the trial. I'm sorry, Raina said. Kahlen gestured to the door. Has anyone tried to bother him? Raina smirked. She came by. She wanted to check on Lord Rawl, to make sure he was sleeping, she said. Kahlen didn't have to ask who came by. Her blood heated. And you let her in? Raina smiled that dark smile of hers. I put my head in, saw that Lord Rawl was asleep, and told her so. I didn't let her have so much as a peek at him. Good. But she'll probably be back. Raina's smile widened. I don't think so. I told her that if I caught her in this hall again tonight, she would feel my Aegil against her bare bottom. When she left, there was no doubt in her mind that I meant it. Kara laughed. Kahlen couldn't. Raina, it's late. Why don't you and Berdine go get some sleep? Kahlen caught the quick glance to Berdine. Berdine, just like Lord Rawl, needs to get some rest so that she can work on the journal tomorrow. We all need some rest. Ulick and Egan here will watch over Richard. Raina slapped the back of her hand against Ulick's stomach. You boys up to it? Can you handle it without me? Ulick scowled down at the moored Sith. We are the Lord Rawl's bodyguard. If anyone tried to get into his room, there wouldn't be enough left for you to pick your teeth with. Raina shrugged. I guess the boys can handle it. Let's go, Berdine. It's about time you got a good night's sleep for a change. Kara stood beside Kahlen as she watched Berdine and Raina stride off down the hall, passing a critical eye over soldiers on patrol. You are right about rest. You need to get some sleep too, Mother Confessor, Kara said. You don't look well. I want to check on Richard first. I'll be able to sleep better if I know he's all right. I'll be back out in a minute. She gave Kara a firm look to discourage any ideas she might have about going in with her. Why don't you go get some sleep too? Kara clasped her hands behind her back. I will wait. Richard's room was dark, but the light coming from the window proved enough to find the bed. Kahlen stood beside him and listened to his even breathing. She knew how distressed Richard was by recent events. She felt the same pain. How many families were suffering in grief this night? How many more would be suffering the next, and the night after? Kahlen sat lightly on the edge of the bed. She slipped an arm under his shoulders and strained to gently lift him. He murmured her name under his breath in his sleep, but didn't wake as she sat him up a bit and leaned the heavy weight of him against her. Kahlen reached behind and picked up the glass with the sleeping potion Nadine had made. It was still half full. She held it to his mouth and tipped it,
letting the potion slide to his lips. He stirred slightly and swallowed as she tipped the glass higher. "Drink, Richard," she urged in a whisper. She kissed his forehead. "Drink, my love. It will help you sleep." She tipped the glass a little more each time he swallowed, forcing him to drink more. When he had taken most of it, she set it behind once more. He murmured her name again. Kahlen hugged his head, holding his cheek to her breast. She pressed her cheek to the top of his head as a tear rolled over the bridge of her nose and fell into his hair. "I love you so much, Richard," she whispered. "No matter what, don't ever doubt how much I love you." He mumbled something she couldn't understand, except for the word love. Kahlen eased him back onto the pillow and slipped her arm out from underneath him. She pulled up his covers. She kissed her finger and gently pressed the kiss to his lips before she left the room. On the way to her own room, she again told Kara that she should go get some sleep. "I will not leave you unguarded," Kara insisted. "Kara, you need sleep too." Kara glanced over out of the corner of her eye. "I have no intention of letting Lord Rahl down again." When Kahlen started to protest, Kara spoke over her words. "I will be posting soldiers outside your room, too. I can nap there, and if anything happens, I will be at hand. I'll get enough sleep." Kahlen had things to do. She needed Kara out of her hair. "You saw how Richard was when he didn't get enough sleep." Kara let out a dismissive chuckle. "Mord Sith are stronger than men. Besides, he was like that because he hadn't slept for days. I slept last night." Kahlen didn't want to argue. She was frantically trying to think of how to overcome this obstacle in skin-tight leather. She couldn't let Kara know what she was doing. Sister of the Aegil or not, Kara would tell Richard. There was no doubt of that. That was the last thing Kahlen wanted. Under no circumstances did she want Richard knowing what she was going to do. She would have to think of a new plan. "I don't know if I'm ready for bed. I'm kind of hungry." "You look tired, Mother Confessor. You need sleep, not food. You won't sleep as well if you eat right before bed. I want you to get a good sleep, like Lord Rahl. You can sleep well knowing that Nadine will not be going near him. I have a good idea of what Raina said to Nadine, and I can assure you that as brazen as that strumpet is, she has enough sense to heed a warning from Raina. You have no cause for fear tonight, so you can sleep well." "Kara, what are you afraid of? Besides magic and rats?" Kara scowled. "I don't like rats. I am not afraid of them." Kahlen didn't believe a word of it. She waited until they were out of earshot of a patrol passing in the opposite direction. "What scares you? What do you fear?" "Nothing." "Kara," Kahlen admonished, "it's me, Kahlen, a sister of the Aegil. Everyone is afraid of something. I wish to die in battle, not weak and sick in a bed, at the hands of some unseen foe. I fear Lord Rahl getting the plague, and leaving us without a master of Dahara." "I'm afraid of that too," Kahlen whispered. "I'm afraid of Richard getting the plague, and everyone else I love. You, Berdine, Raina, Ulick, Egan, and everyone I know here at the palace. Lord Rahl will find a way to stop it." Kahlen hooked some hair behind her ear. "Are you afraid of not finding a man who will love you?" Kara flashed Kahlen an incredulous look. "Why would I be afraid of that? I have but to give any man permission to love me, and he would." Kahlen let her gaze drift from Kara to the columns at the sides of the room they were passing through. Their boot strikes echoed off the marble floor. "I love Richard. A confessor's magic will destroy a man if she loves him. You know, when they're together. Only because Richard is special, has special magic, can he love me in return. I'm terrified of losing him. I want no one but Richard, ever. But even if I wanted, I couldn't. No other man could express his love for me except Richard. I could never have anyone else." Kara's voice softened in sympathy. "Lord Rahl will find a way to stop the plague." They passed from the marble floor onto the quiet of carpets running up the stairs toward Kahlen's room. "Kara, I'm terrified of losing Richard to Nadine." "Lord Rahl does not care for Nadine. I can see it in his eyes that he has no interest in her. Lord Rawle only has eyes for you." Kahlen ran her fingers along the smooth marble railing as she ascended the stairs. "Kara, a witch woman sent Nadine." Kara had no answer for that. Magic was involved. When they came at last to the door to her rooms, Kahlen paused. She looked into Kara's blue eyes. "Kara, will you make me a promise, as a sister of the Aegil, if I can? With all that's going on, so much has gone wrong already. Will you promise me that if something happens, if I somehow make a mistake, the worst mistake I've ever made, and I somehow get things wrong, will you promise me that you won't let it be her instead of me who has Richard?" "What could happen? Lord Rawle loves you, not that woman." "Anything could happen. The plague, Shota, anything. Please, Kara, I couldn't bear to think that if anything happened, Nadine would have my place with Richard." Kahlen clutched Kara's arm. "Please, I'm begging you. Promise me?" Kara's intent blue eyes stared back. Mord Sith didn't take oaths lightly. Kahlen knew that she was asking for something of solemn importance. She was asking Kara to swear her life on this, for that was what it meant for a Mord Sith to give her word. Kara brought her Aegil up in her fist. She kissed it. "Nadine will not have your place with Lord Rawle. I swear it." Kahlen nodded, words failing her for a moment. "Get some sleep, Mother Confessor. I will be here, watching your room. No one will bother you. You can sleep well, knowing that Nadine will never take your place. You have my oath." "Thank you, Kara," Kahlen whispered in gratitude. "You truly are a sister of the Aegil. If you ever want a favor in return, you have but to name it." Chapter 37. Kahlen was finally able to send away Nancy and her helper, telling them that she was exhausted and wanted only to go to bed. She had to decline an offer of a bath, having her hair brushed, a massage, and food, but she let Nancy help her with her dress so as not to raise the woman's suspicion. Kahlen rubbed her bare arms in the chill after she was alone at last. She tested her wound under the bandage. It was healing well and hardly hurt her anymore. Dreffen had helped it, and she supposed that Nadine's poultices had been a benefit, too. Kahlen slipped on a dressing gown and went to the writing desk beside one of the hearths. The heat felt good, but it only warmed one side of her. She pulled paper and pen from a drawer. As she took the silver lid from the ink bottle, she tried to organize her thoughts and what she would write. At last, she dipped the pen. "My dearest Richard, I have something important to do, and I have to do it alone. I am serious about this. Not only because I respect you, but because you are the seeker. I bow to what you sometimes do that I wish would be otherwise. I understand that I must sometimes allow you to do what you know you must. I am the Mother Confessor. You must understand that I must sometimes do what I must. This is one of those times. Please, if you love me, then you will respect my wishes, not interfere, and leave me to do what I must. I have had to trick Kara, which I greatly regret. She does not know anything of what I planned. She did not know I was leaving. If you hold her liable for this, I will view it with the greatest displeasure. I don't know when I will return, but I expect that I will be gone for a few days. I am doing this to help our situation. I beg you to understand and not be angry with me. I must do this. Signed, the Mother Confessor, your Queen, your love for all time, in this world and those beyond. Kahlen." Kahlen folded the letter and wrote Richard's name on the outside. She opened it and read it again, just to be sure she hadn't revealed anything she didn't want him to know. She was satisfied with "to help our situation." It was vague enough to mean anything. She hoped she wasn't being too harsh with the way she insisted he not interfere. Kahlen brought a candle close and heated the end of a stick of colored sealing wax from the drawer. She watched the wax drip onto the letter, making a red pool, and then pressed the Mother Confessor's seal, twin lightning bolts, into the warm wax. She kissed the letter, blew out the candle, and propped the letter against it so it couldn't be missed. She never used to know why the Mother Confessor's seal was twin lightning bolts, but she did now. It was the symbol of the Kondar, the blood rage, an ancient component to a confessor's magic. It was magic so rarely invoked that she had never known of it. Her mother had died before she could teach Kahlen to call it forth if needed. After she had met Richard and fallen in love with him, she had invoked it by instinct. In the grip of that magic, she had painted a lightning bolt on each cheek as a warning to others not to get in her way. A confessor in the Kondar couldn't be reasoned with. The blood rage was the subtractive side of a confessor's magic, invoked for retribution. Kahlen had brought it to life within herself when she thought Darken Rahl had killed Richard. It was called forth on behalf of someone, and could only be used to defend that person. It couldn't be used to defend herself. Like her confessor's power, which she had always felt in the core of her being, the Kondar was always there, now, just below the surface, a menacing storm cloud on the horizon. She had felt it instantly rip through her when she needed it to protect Richard. Blue lightning that destroyed all before it. Without the subtractive as well as the common additive magic, a person couldn't travel in the sliff. The Sisters of the Dark, and the wizards who had become the Keeper's minions, could call on subtractive magic too. Kahlen went into her bedroom. She stripped off the dressing robe and tossed it on the bed. She pulled open the bottom drawer of the ornately carved chest and pawed through her things, looking for what she needed. Inside were clothes she had worn before, when she had been on her journeys, better suited to what she was going to do than was her white Mother Confessor's dress. She stepped into dark green pants. She pulled out a heavy shirt and threw it on, buttoning it up with shaking fingers. She tucked in the shirt and buckled the wide belt. She left the waist pouch. From the back of the drawer, Kahlen retrieved an object carefully wrapped in a square of white cloth. She set it on the floor, and crouching over it, laid back the corners of the cloth. Even though she knew what it was and what it looked like, she couldn't help feeling a shiver when she actually saw it again. Atop the cloth sat the spirit knife Chandalen had given her. It was a weapon made from the arm bone of his grandfather. This knife had saved her life before. She had used it to kill Pryndin, a man who had been her friend, but who had turned to the Keeper. At least she thought she had killed him. She didn't remember exactly what had happened that day. She had, at the time, been under the influence of the poison Pryndin had been giving her. She wasn't entirely sure that it wasn't the spirit of Chandalin's grandfather who had saved her. Pryndin had lunged atop her, and the knife seemed just to be there in her hand. She remembered his blood running down the knife and over her fist. Inky black raven feathers spread in a fan from the round knob of bone at the top. Raven was powerful spirit magic to the Mud People. It was associated with death. Chandalin's grandfather had sought the aid of the spirits to protect his people from slaughter by another people of the wilds who had gone mad with the bloodlust of war. No one knew the reason, but the result was a bloodbath. Chandalin's grandfather had called a gathering to ask the spirits for their help. His people were peaceful and didn't know how to defend themselves. The spirits had taught Chandalin's grandfather how to kill the Jokopol, and in so doing, they became the Mud People. The Mud People defended themselves and eliminated the threat. There were no more Jokopol. Chandalin's grandfather had taught his son to be a protector of his people, and Chandalin's father had in turn taught Chandalin. Kahlen knew few men who were as good protectors of their people as Chandalin. In a battle with the army of the Imperial Order, Chandalin had been death itself. So had she. Chandalin wore this spirit knife made from his grandfather's bones, and one made from his father's. Chandalin had given Kahlen the one made from his grandfather, so that it might protect her. Indeed, it once had. Maybe it would again. Kahlen reverently lifted the bone knife in her hand. Grandfather of Chandalin, you helped me before. Please protect me now. She kissed the sharpened bone. If she was to face Shota, Kahlen didn't want to do it unarmed. She could think of no better weapon to carry. She tied the band made of woven prairie cotton around her arm and slipped the knife through it. It lay against her upper arm, with the black feathers draped down over it. It was a surprisingly quick weapon to draw, held to her arm as it was. Even though she was going to see a woman she feared, Kahlen felt decidedly better with Grandfather's spirit knife. Kahlen pulled a light tan cloak from another drawer. She would have liked to have taken one that was heavier, considering the spring snowstorm, but she wasn't liable to be out in it all that long. Ogaden Reach wouldn't be cold, as it was in Aidendrift. She was hoping that the light color would help her slip unnoticed past the guards up at the keep, and besides, with the light cloak, she could draw the knife faster. She wondered if it was folly to think she could draw her bone knife faster than Shota could cast a spell, or if such a weapon would even be of any use against a witch woman. She threw the cloak around her shoulders. The knife was all she had. Other than her confessor's power. Shota was wary of a confessor's power. No one was immune to the touch of a confessor. If Kahlen could touch Shota, that would be the end of it. Shota had magic that in the past had prevented Kahlen from getting close enough to use her power, though. But Kahlen wouldn't have to be touching Shota for the blue lightning of the Kondar to work. She gave a mental sigh. She couldn't invoke the Kondar to defend herself. Kahlen had defended Richard with the lightning before, when the Skreeling had attacked him, and when the Sisters of the Light had come to take him. Kahlen felt a wave of realization course through her mind. Richard loved her and wanted to marry her, to be with her always. Shota had defied his wishes and sent Nadine to marry him. He didn't want that. Even disregarding the fact that Richard loved Kahlen, Nadine had caused him anguish, hurt him. He didn't want to be with her, and only tolerated her presence because Shota was up to something and he feared to let that threat out of his sight. But he desperately didn't want to be forced to marry her. Shota was harming Richard. Richard was in danger because of Shota. Kahlen could call the Kondar to defend him. She had done it before at the threat of the sisters taking Richard against his wishes. Kahlen could use the blue lightning to stop Shota. Shota had no defense against that kind of magic. Kahlen knew how magic worked. This was magic from within her. Like the magic of Richard's sword, it worked through perception. If Kahlen felt justified in its use to defend Richard, the Kondar would do her bidding. She knew Richard didn't want Shota using him, controlling him, dictating what his life would be. Kahlen had justification. Shota was harming Richard. The Kondar would work against her. Kahlen paused, sitting back on her heels, and prayed to the good spirits that they would guide her. She wouldn't want to think she was doing this for vengeance, or that she was setting out to murder someone. She didn't want to think that she intended to kill Shota. She wondered if she was trying to put justification to something that couldn't be justified. No, she wasn't going with the intention of killing Shota. She was just going to get to the bottom of this business with Nadine, and to find out what Shota knew about the Temple of the Winds. But if she had to, Kahlen intended to defend herself. Moreover, she intended to defend Richard against Shota, against her plans to ruin his future. Kahlen had had enough of being at the unfavorable end of Shota's capricious ire. If Shota tried to kill her or tried to force this suffering on Richard, then Kahlen would end the threat. Kahlen already missed Richard. For so long they had struggled to be together, and here she was leaving him. If the situation were reversed, would she be as understanding as she was expecting him to be? At the thought of Richard, she slowly pulled open the top drawer to her most prized of possessions. Reverently, she lifted her blue wedding dress from its place as the only item in the drawer. Her thumbs stroked the fine fabric. Kahlen clutched the dress to her breast as tears took her. She carefully set the dress back in its place in the drawer before she got tears on it. For a long moment she stood there with one hand on the dress. She pushed the drawer closed. She had a job to do. She was the mother confessor, whether she liked it or not. Shota lived in the Midlands, and was therefore one of her subjects. Kahlen didn't want to die and never see Richard again, but she could no longer tolerate Shota's meddling in their lives, her tampering with their future. Shota had sent another woman to marry Richard. Kahlen wouldn't allow that kind of interference to go unchecked. Her resolve hardened. She reached into the back of a wardrobe and pulled a knotted rope from a peg. It was there in case of fire, so that the mother confessor could escape from the balcony. Opening the glass doors gave her a shock of snarling wind and snow. Kahlen squinted against the storm and pulled the doors shut behind her. She drew up the hood and stuffed her hair inside it. It would do no good to have people recognizing the mother confessor, if anyone was even out on a night like this. But she knew that the guards up at the Wizard's Keep would be. She quickly secured the rope around one of the vase-shaped stone balusters and tossed the rest of the heavy coil out over the railing. In the darkness, she couldn't see if it reached to the ground. She would have to trust that whoever had put the rope in the wardrobe had checked to make sure that it was long enough. Kahlen swung a leg over the stone railing, gripped the rope in both hands, and started down. Kahlen had decided to walk. It wasn't that far. And besides, if she took a horse, she would have to leave it at the keep, and it might be found, giving her away, or else she'd have to turn it loose before she got there, only raising fears as to what had happened to her. A horse would also make it more difficult to get past the guards up at the keep. The good spirits had provided her with a spring snowstorm. The least she could do was take advantage of it. Tramping through the heavy, wet snow, she was beginning to wonder if going on foot was the wise thing to do. She stiffened her resolve. If she was already beginning to second-guess her decisions, she had no business going through with the rest of it. Most of the buildings were shuttered. The few people she encountered were too worried about making their own way to be concerned with a huddled figure struggling into the wind. In the darkness, no one would even be able to tell if she was a man or a woman. Before long, she was out of the city and on the deserted road up to the keep. All the way up the road, she pondered the best way past the guards. These were Daharan soldiers. It was always a mistake to underestimate Daharan soldiers. It wouldn't do to have them recognize her. They would report it. Killing sentries was the easiest way to get past them, but she couldn't do that. They were her men now, fighting for their cause against the Imperial Order. Killing them was out of the question. Whacking them across the skull to knock them unconscious was no good either. That was never a dependable way to silence someone. In her experience, hitting a man across the head rarely had the desired result. Sometimes they would not be knocked unconscious and would scream at the top of their lungs before anything else could be done, raising an alarm and bringing other guards ready to kill the intruder. Besides, she had seen men suffer and die from a blow on the head. She didn't want that. You only hit someone on the head if you intended to kill them, because you most likely would. The sister and Marlin had probably used magic to get by the guards unseen. She didn't have any magic that could do that. Her magic would destroy their minds. That left either a trick or stealth. Daharan sentries were trained in every kind of trick, and probably knew more of them than she could even imagine. She was down to stealth. She wasn't sure exactly where she was, but she knew she was getting close. The wind was coming from the left, so she stayed to the right of the road, downwind of them, crouching lower as she went on. When she got close enough, she would have to crawl. If she laid down on the snow, spread her cloak out over her, and waited for a short time, the snow would cover her back and hide her. Then she would have to proceed slowly, and if she saw a soldier, simply lie still until he passed. She wished she had remembered to bring gloves. Deciding that she was as close as she dared get, she moved off the right side of the road. She knew that the bridge would be the hardest part. It would funnel her into a relatively narrow space with no option of moving away from the soldiers. But the soldiers feared the magic of the keep and would probably not be close to the bridge. They had been 20 or 30 feet from it when she had seen them before, and in the darkness and snow, visibility wasn't great. She was beginning to feel better about her chances of getting by unseen. The snow would provide enough cover. Kahlen froze in her tracks as a sword blade appeared in front of her face. A darting glance revealed a sword to each side. Another man rested a lance on her back, at the base of her neck. So much for stealth.
"Who goes there?"
came a gruff voice from the man in front of her. Kahlen had to think of a new plan, and fast. She quickly settled on a bit of truth, mixed in with their fear of magic. "Captain, you nearly scared me to death. It's me, the Mother Confessor." "Show yourself." Kahlen pushed back her hood. "I thought I'd be able to get past you unnoticed. I guess Taharan sentries are even better than I thought." The men lowered their weapons. Kahlen was the most relieved to feel the lance lift from the back of her neck. That was the killing weapon in a challenge. "Mother Confessor, you gave us a fright, you did. What are you doing up here again tonight, and on foot no less?" Kahlen sighed in resignation. "Get all your men together and I'll explain." The captain tilted his head. "Over here. We have a shelter to get you out of the wind." Kahlen let them lead her to the other side of the road, where stood a simple three-sided structure meant to give some relief from wind and wet weather. It wasn't big enough for her and all 6 men. They insisted she take the driest spot, farthest inside. She was torn between satisfaction that even in a snowstorm no one got past Taharan guards, and wishing she had. It would have made it much easier. Now she was going to have to talk her way out of it. "All of you listen carefully," she began. "I don't have a lot of time. I'm on an important mission. I need your confidence, all of you. You all know about the plague?" The men grunted and nodded that they did, shifting their weight uncomfortably. "Richard, Lord Rahl is trying to find a way to stop it. We don't know if there is a way, but he won't give up, you know that. He would do anything it takes to save his people." The men were nodding again. "What's that got to do with—" "I'm in a hurry. Lord Rahl is sleeping right now. He's exhausted from trying to find a cure for the plague, a cure that involves magic." The men straightened a bit. The captain rubbed his chin. "We know that Lord Rahl won't let us down. He cured me a few days back." Kahlen looked to all the eyes watching her. "Well, what if Lord Rahl comes down with the plague himself, before he can find an answer? Then what? We're all dead, that's what." The anxiety on their faces was clear. For Taharans to lose a Lord Rahl was a calamitous event. It cast all their futures into doubt. "What can be done to protect him?" the captain asked. "What can be done is up to you men here tonight." "What can we do?" "Lord Rahl loves me. You men all know how he protects me. He has those moored Sith shadowing me all the time. He sends guards with me wherever I go. He won't let danger come within miles of me. He won't let harm even get a view of me. Well, I don't want him harmed either. What if he gets the plague? Then we all lose him. I may have a way to help him stop the plague before it can touch us all, before he can get it, as surely he will." They gasped. "What can we do to help?" the captain asked. "What I'm doing involves magic, very dangerous magic. If I'm successful, I may be able to protect Richard from the plague, protect all of us from the plague. But like I said, it's dangerous. I need to go away for a few days, with the aid of magic, to see if I might be able to help Lord Rahl stop the plague. You men know how he guards me. He would never let me go. He would rather die than let me be exposed to danger. He can't be reasoned with when it comes to my being in danger. That's why I tricked the moored Sith and my other guards. No one knows where I'm going. If anyone finds out, then Richard will come after me and be in the same danger as me. What good will that do? If I'm killed, then he would be killed too. If I'm successful, there's no reason to expose him to the danger. I intended for no one to find out where I went tonight, but you men are better than I gave you credit for. Now it's up to you. I'm risking my life to protect Lord Rahl. If you want to protect him too, then you must swear to secrecy. Even if he looks you in the eye, you must tell him that you haven't seen me, that no one came up here." The men shuffled their feet, cleared their throats, and looked at one another. The captain's fingers fretted with his sword hilt. "Mother Confessor, if Lord Rahl looks us in the eye and asks us, we can't lie to him." Kahlen leaned closer to the man. "Then you may as well slay him on the spot. That's what you'll be doing. Do you want to endanger your Lord Rahl's life? Do you want to be responsible for his dying?" Of course not. We'd all lay down our lives for him.
I'm offering to lay down my life, too. If he finds out what I'm doing, where I went this night, then he will come after me. He can be of no help, and he may die because of it.
Kahlen pulled her arm out from under her cloak and passed a finger before each man's face.
You will be responsible for endangering Lord Rawle's life. You will be exposing him to harm's view to no purpose. You may be killing him.
The captain looked into the eyes of each of his men. He straightened and rubbed his face as he considered. At last he spoke. What is it you wish us to do? Swear on our lives?
No, Kahlen said. I want you to swear on Lord Rawle's life.
At the captain's lead, the men all went to one knee. We give our oath on Lord Rawle's life to tell no one that we saw you again tonight, and further to swear that no one went up to the keep except you and your two moored Sith earlier. He looked about at his men. Swear it. When they had all sworn, the men stood. The captain placed a fatherly hand on Kahlen's shoulder. Mother Confessor, I don't know anything about magic. That's Lord Rawle's business. And I don't know what you're up to tonight. But we don't want to lose you either. You're good for Lord Rawle. Whatever you're about to do, please be careful.
Thank you, Captain. I think you men are the most danger I'll see tonight. Tomorrow is another matter.
If you are killed, it ends our oath. If you die, we will have to tell Lord Rawle what we know. If that happens, we will be executed.
No, Captain. Lord Rawle wouldn't do something like that. That's why we have to do what we must to protect him. We all need him, lest we be ruled by the Imperial Order. They have no respect for life. It is they who started this place. They started it among children.
Kahlen swallowed as she stared into the silver face of the sliff.
Yes, I'm ready. What do you want me to do?
A lustrous metallic hand rose up from the pool and touched the top of the wall.
Come to me, the voice said, echoing around the room. You do not do, I do.
Kahlen climbed up onto the wall.
And you're sure you can take me to Agaden Reach? Yes, I have been there. You will be pleased.
Kahlen didn't know about being pleased.
How long will it take?
The sliff seemed to frown. Kahlen could see herself reflected in the shiny surface of the sliff's face.
From here to there, that long. I am long enough. I have been there.
Kahlen sighed. The sliff didn't seem to understand that she had been asleep for 3,000 years either. What was a day, more or less, to her?
You won't tell Richard where you took me, will you?
I don't want him to know. The silver face distorted into a sly smile.
None who know me wish others to know. I never betray them. Be at ease. No one will know what we do together. No one will know of your pleasure.
Kahlen's face assumed a perplexed expression. The liquid silver arm came up and slipped around her. The warm, undulating grip held her tight.
Do not forget you must breathe me, the sliff said. Do not be afraid. I will keep you alive when you breathe me. When we reach the other place, you must then breathe me out and breathe in the air. You will be just as afraid to do that as you will be to breathe me. But you must do it or you will die.
Kahlen nodded as she panted. She rocked from one foot to the other.
I remember.
She couldn't help fearing to be without air.
All right, I'm ready.
Without further word, the sliff's arm lifted her gently from the wall and plunged with her down into the quicksilver froth. Kahlen's lungs burned. Her eyes were squeezed shut. She had done it before, and knew she must, but she was still terrified to breathe in this liquid silver. Richard had been with her the last time. Alone this time, panic snatched at her. She thought about Shota sending Nadine to marry Richard. Kahlen let the air go from her lungs. She pulled a deep breath, inhaling the sliff's silken essence. There was no heat, no cold. She opened her eyes and saw light and dark in a single spectral vision. She felt movement in the weightless void, at once fast and slow, rushing and drifting. Her lungs swelled with the sweet presence of the sliff. It felt as if she were taking the sliff into her soul. Time meant nothing. It was rapture. Chapter 38. Through the warm swirl of color, Zed could hear Anne calling his name. It was a distant plea, even though she stood only a short distance away. In the flux of power atop his wizard's rock, it might as well have come from another world. In many ways it did. Her voice came again, irritating, insistent, urgent. Zed all but ignored her as he lifted his arms into the rotating smoke of light. Shapes before him hinted at their spirit presence. He was almost through. Abruptly, the wall of power began to collapse. The sleeves of his robe slipped down his arms as Zed threw his contorted hands higher, trying to coerce more puissance into the field of magic, trying to stabilize it. He was madly hauling a bucket from the well and finding it empty. Sparkles of color fizzled. The twisting eddy of light degenerated into a muddy gloom of color. With gathering speed, it slumped, foundering impotently. Zed was dumbfounded. With a thump that shook the ground, the whole elaborately forged warp in the world of existence extinguished. Zed's arms windmilled as Anne snatched the back of his collar and yanked him from atop his wizard's rock. He tumbled back, knocking them both to the ground. Deprived of enlivening magic, the rock too collapsed. Zed hadn't done it. His wizard's rock had reverted to its inert state of its own accord. Now he truly was baffled.
Bags, woman, what's the meaning of this?
Don't you curse at me, you contrary old man. I don't know why I bother trying to save your skinny hide.
Why did you interfere? I was almost through.
I didn't interfere, she growled.
But if it wasn't you...
Zed shot a glance at the dark hills.
You mean?
I suddenly lost the link with my Han. I was trying to warn you, not stop you.
Oh,
Zed said in a thin voice.
That's very different.
He stretched out and snatched up his wizard's rock.
Why didn't you say so?
He slipped the rock into an inner pocket. Anne scanned the darkness. Did you find out anything before you lost contact?
I never made contact.
Her gaze shot back at him. You never... What do you mean you never made contact? What were you doing all that time?
Trying, he said as he reached for a blanket. Something was wrong. I couldn't reach through. Get your things. We'd better get out of here.
Anne scooped up a saddlebag and began stuffing their gear into it. Zed, she said in a worried tone, we were counting on this. Now that you have failed...
I didn't fail, he snapped. At least it wasn't my fault that it wasn't working.
She slapped his hands away when he pushed her toward her horse. Why wouldn't it work?
The red moon.
She twisted and stared at him.
You think? It's not something I do often or lightly. I've only made contact with the spirit world a handful of times in the whole of my life. My father warned me, when he gave me the rock, that it must only be used in the most dire of circumstances. Such contact risks letting the wrong spirits through, and worse, tearing the veil. When I had trouble making contact in the past, it was because of a disharmony. The red moons were a warning of disharmony of a sort.
We're running out of things to try. She yanked her arm from his grip. What's gotten into you? Zed grunted.
What's this you said about not being able to touch your Han?
Anne stroked a hand along the flanks of her horse, letting it know she was close to its hindquarters. The horse pawed a front hoof as it whickered. When you were up on your rock, I was casting sensing webs to make sure no one was near. This is the wilds, after all, and you were making quite a show with all the light. All of a sudden, when I reached to touch my Han again, it was like falling on my face. Zed flicked his hand, casting a simple web to flip over a fist-sized rock lying at his feet. Nothing happened. It felt rather like trying to lean against something and finding out too late that it wasn't there, like falling on his face. Zed reached into an inner pocket and pulled out a pinch of concealing dust. He cast it in the direction they had come. The breeze carried it away. sparkled. "We're in trouble," he whispered. She huddled close to him. "You wouldn't mind being more specific, would you?" "Leave the horses." He took her arm again. "Come on." This time she didn't object as he took her arm and led her at a trot. "Dad, what is it?" she whispered. "This is the wild." He stopped, lifted his nose, and sniffed the air. "My guess would be Nang Tong." He pointed in the dim moonlight. "Down here, in this ravine. We must do our best to stay out of sight. We may have to split up and try to escape in separate directions." Zed held her arm, helping her as her feet slipped on the dewy grass and wet clay of the steep side. "Who are the Nang Tong?" Zed reached the bottom first. He put his hands on her wide waist and helped her down. Her legs were short, and she didn't have the reach with them that he had with his. Without the aid of magic, her weight almost toppled him. With a hand, she caught a tangled mat of burr bush roots to steady herself. "The Nang Tong," Zed whispered, "are a people of the wild. They have magic of their own. They can't exactly use their magic for anything the way we use it, but it leeches the strength right out of other magic, like rain on a campfire. That's the trouble with the wild. There are any number of people in the wild who cause odd things to go wrong with your attempts to use magic. There are creatures and places here, too. There are trouble in ways you don't expect. It's best to stay clear of the wild. That's why I was so perturbed when after Nathan said we had to go to the Jokopo treasure. Verna told us that the Jokopo used to live somewhere in the wild. Nathan might as well have told us to reach into a roaring fire and pull out a hot coal. There are hazards everywhere in the wild. The Nang Tong are only one of them." "So what makes you think it's these Nang Tong people who are causing the trouble with our magic?" "With most peoples of the wilds who have this effect, it steals the strength out of our magic. But my concealing dust would still have worked. It doesn't. The Nang Tong are the only ones I know of who can do that." Anne held her arms out to the sides to help balance herself and keep her footing as she crossed behind him on a fallen log. The moon slipped behind the clouds. The return of darkness pleased Zed because it helped hide them, but it made it nearly impossible to see where to step. They would be no less dead if they fell and broke their necks than if they were run through with a poison arrow or spear point. "Maybe we should show them that we're friendly," Anne whispered from behind him. She nabbed his robe so she could follow in the dark as he hurried along the flat beside the stream. "You're always boasting and telling me to let you do the talking, as if you have a magic honeyed tongue to hear you tell it. Why don't you simply tell these Nang Tong that we're looking for the Jokopo, and we would appreciate their help? Many people who would seem to be trouble turn out to be reasonable if you only talk with them." He turned his head back so he could keep his voice low, and she would still be able to hear him. "I agree, but I don't speak their language, so I can't win them over." "If these people are so dangerous and you know it, then why would you be so foolish as to take us right into them?" "I didn't. I skirted their lands by a wide margin." "So you say. It would appear you've gotten us lost." "No, the Nang Tong are semi-nomadic. They have no exact permanent home, but they stay within their own homeland. I stayed out of their homeland. It's probably a spirit raiding party." "A what?" Zed halted and crouched low, studying the lay of the land. He couldn't see anyone in the faint light, and he could only vaguely detect the foreign smell of sweat. It could be that it had been carried on the breeze for miles. "A spirit raiding party," he said as he put his mouth close to her ear. "It's a long story, but the ending is that they offer sacrifices to the spirit world. It is their belief that the newly departed spirit will carry the Nang Tong's respects and requests to their departed ancestors, and in return the spirits will look kindly upon them. The hunting parties hunt things to sacrifice. People? Sometimes, if they can get away with it. They aren't very brave when they encounter strong opposition. They would rather run than have a fight. But they will gladly pick off the weak or defenseless. In the name of creation, what kind of place is this Midlands, letting people get away with such things? I thought you people were more civilized than that. I thought you had this alliance through which everyone in the Midlands cooperated,
and saw to the common good. The confessors come here to try to ensure the Nang Tong don't murder people, but it's a remote place. The Nang Tong are always servile when a confessor comes. Her magic is one of the few not altered by the Nang Tong's power. It could be that because a confessor's power has an element of the subtractive to it, it isn't altered. Why would you fools leave these people to their own devices, if you know what they are capable of? Zed scowled at her in the darkness. Part of the reason for the Midlands Alliance was to protect those with magic who would be slaughtered by stronger lands. They don't have magic. You said they couldn't do anything with magic. Since they can nullify magic, make it impotent, then that means that they have magic. Those without magic could not do such a thing. It's part of the way these people defend themselves. It's their teeth, so to speak, used to defend themselves against those with powerful magic who would subjugate or destroy them. We leave alone people and creatures with magic. They have as much right to exist as we, but we try to ensure that they don't murder innocent people. We may not like all forms of magic, but we don't believe in exterminating the Creator's beings to make a world in the image of those with the most power. He remained silent, so he went on. There are creatures that can be dangerous, such as a gar, but we don't go out and kill all the gars. Instead, we leave them be, let them have their own lives the way the Creator intended. It is not up to us to judge the wisdom of creation. The Nang Tong are diffident when challenged by strength, but deadly when they think they have the upper hand. They're a kind of scavenger, like vultures or wolves or bears. It wouldn't be right to eliminate those creatures. They have a part to play in the world. She put her face close, so she could express her displeasure without yelling. And what part do the Nang Tong play? And I am not the Creator, nor do I have conversations with him to discuss his choices in creating life and magic. But I am respectful enough to allow that he may have a reason, and it isn't my place to say he is wrong. That would be naked arrogance. In the Midlands, we allow all forms of creation to exist, and if it's dangerous, we simply keep away from it. You, of all people, with your dogmatic teachings of your version of the Creator, should be able to sympathize with this view. Anne's words, whispered though they were, became heated. Our duty is to teach heathens such as this to respect the Creator's other being. Tell that to the wolf or the bear. Her growl could have been either. Sorceresses and wizards are meant to be custodians of magic, to protect it, just as a parent protects a child, Zed said. It is not up to us to decide which are good enough to have a right to exist, which is worthy of life. Down that path lies Jagang's view of all magic. He thinks we are dangerous, and that we should be eliminated for the good of all. You seem to be siding with the Emperor. If a bee stings you, do you not swat it? I didn't say we shouldn't defend ourselves. Then why haven't you defended yourselves and eliminated such threats? In the war with Darken Ral's father, Panis, your own people called you the Wind of Death. You knew how to eliminate a threat then. I did what I had to do to protect innocent people who would have been slaughtered, who were being slaughtered. I will do the same against Jagang if I must. The Nang Tong haven't warranted annihilation. They don't try to rule others through murder, torture, and enslavement. Their beliefs result in harm only if we are careless enough to intrude. They're dangerous. You should never have let the threat continue. He shook a finger at her. And why haven't you killed Nathan to eliminate the threat he represents? Would you equate Nathan with those who sacrifice people for heathen beliefs? And I can tell you that when I get my hands on Nathan again, I will set him on the right path. Good. But in the meanwhile, this is a poor time to debate theology. Zed smoothed back his wavy hair. Unless you wish to begin teaching the Nang Tong your beliefs, I would suggest we follow mine and remove ourselves from their hunting ground. Anne sighed. Perhaps you have a point or two. Your intentions at least were benevolent. With a shooing motion, she signaled for him to get going,
Zed followed the twisting gorge, trying to stay out of the sluggish ribbon of water running through it. The ravine led southwest. He knew that would take them away from the Nang Tong homeland. He hoped it would also conceal them while they fled. The Nang Tong had spears and arrows. When the moon came out between a break in the clouds, Zed put out a hand to stop Anne and squatted down to take a quick appraisal of the landscape while there was light enough for a moment. He saw little but the 8 to 10 foot high walls of the banks and, beyond, the nearly barren hills. There were scattered copses on distant hills. In the low valley ahead, the stream ran into a thicket of woods. Zed turned back to tell Anne that their best bet might be to hide in the brush and woods. The Nang Tong might be leery of a trap and stay out of such a place. The moon was still out. He saw behind them their perfect pair of tracks through the mud. He had forgotten that he couldn't hide their trail. He pointed, so she would see them too. She gestured with a thumb, indicating that they should get out of the muddy gully. Twin, reed-thin screams in the distance cut through the stillness. "The horses," he whispered. The screams silenced abruptly. Their throats had been cut. "Bags! Those were good horses! Do you have anything with which to defend yourself?" Anne flicked her wrist and brought forth a dakra. "I have this. Its magic won't work, but I can still stab them." "What do you have?" Zed smiled fatalistically. "My honeyed tongue." "Maybe we should split up before your weapon gets me killed." Zed shrugged. "I wouldn't hold it against you if you wish to strike out alone. We have important business. Maybe it would be better if we split up to give a better chance of at least one of us making it." She smiled. "You just want me to miss out on all the fun. We'll get away. We're a goodly distance from the horses. Let's stay together." Zed squeezed her shoulder. "Maybe they only sacrifice virgins." "But I don't want to die alone." Zed chuckled softly as he moved on, searching for a place ahead where he could take them up and out of the ravine. He finally found a cut through the bank. Roots of gnarled bushes hung down like hair, providing handholds. The moon slid behind a thick cloud. In the inky darkness they climbed slowly, blindly, feeling their way with their hands. Zed could hear a few bugs buzzing about, and in the distance, the mournful call of a coyote. Other than that, the night was still and silent. Hopefully the Nang Tong would be busy picking through Zed and Anne's things back with the horses. Zed reached the top and turned to help pull Anne up. "Stay on your hands and knees. We'll crawl or at least crouch as we go." Anne whispered her agreement. She made her way atop the bank with him. They struck out away from the gully. The bright moon came out from behind the cloud. In a semicircle, right in front of them, blocking their way, stood the Nang Tong. There were perhaps 20 of them. Zed reasoned that there were more about nearby. Nang Tong hunting parties were larger. They were not tall and were nearly naked, wearing only a thong and a pouch of sorts that held their manhood. Necklaces made of human finger bones hung around their necks. Heads were shaved bald. They all had sinewy arms and legs and pronounced bellies. The Nang Tong had all smeared white ash over their entire body. The area around their eyes was painted black, giving them the appearance of living skulls. Zed and Anne peered up at spears, their barbed steel points glinting in the moonlight. One of the men chattered an order. Zed didn't understand the words, but he had a good idea of what it meant. "Don't use the dakra," he whispered over to Anne. "There's too many. They'll kill us on the spot. Our only chance is if we can stay alive and think of something." He saw her slip the weapon back up her sleeve. Zed grinned up at the wall of grim faces. "Would any of you men happen to know where we could find the jokopo?" A spear jabbed at him, then signaled them to stand. He and Anne reluctantly complied. The men, not up to Zed's shoulders, but about as tall as Anne, crowded in around them, suddenly jabbering all at once. Men pushed and poked at them. Their arms were pulled back, and their wrists tightly bound. "Remind me again," Anne said to him, "about the wisdom of leaving these heathens to their unenlightened practices." "Well, I heard from a confessor once that they are quite good cooks. Perhaps we will sample something new and delightful." Anne stumbled, but caught herself as she was pushed on ahead. "I'm too old," she muttered to the sky, "to be mucking about with a crazy man." An hour of brisk marching brought them to the Nangtong village. Broad, round tents, perhaps 30 of them, made up the mobile community. The low tents hunkered close to the ground, presenting the least possible purchase to the wind. Enclosures made of tall stick fences held a variety of livestock. Chattering people, wrapped head to toe in unadorned cloth to hide their identities from the sacrificial offerings about to take their prayers to the spirit world, turned out to watch Zed and Anne being prodded at spear point through the village. Their captors, covered in the white ash and with their eyes painted black, were hunters in the guise of the dead, so there would be no danger of their being recognized as one of the still living. Zed was jerked to a halt before a pen while men undid the rope tie at the gate. The gate swung open in the moonlight. It seemed that the whole Nangtong village had followed behind. They hooted and hollered as the two prisoners were hustled through the gate, apparently wanting to give messages to the two spirits about to go speak on the Nangtong's behalf to their ancestors. Zed and Anne, their wrists still bound behind their backs, both fell when they were forcefully shoved into the pen. It was a muddy landing. Snorting shapes loped away. The pen was occupied by pigs. The way they had churned the ground into a quagmire, the village must have occupied this place for at least the past few months. It smelled like what it was. The spirit hunting party, nearly 50 as Zed had guessed, split up. Some went back to tents, surrounded by gleeful children and stoic women. Others of the hunters encircled the pen to stand guard. Most of the people who stood around watching were calling out to the prisoners, giving their messages for the spirit world. "Why are you doing this?" Zed called to their guard. He nodded his head and inclined it toward Anne. "Why?" He shrugged. One of the guards seemed to understand. He made a cutting gesture across his throat and then indicated the imaginary blood running from the pretend wound. With his spear, he pointed at the moon. "Blood moon?" Anne asked under her breath. "Red moon," Zed whispered in realization. "The last I'd heard, the confessors had secured a pledge from the Nangtong that they would no longer sacrifice people. I was never sure if they held to their promise. Just the same, people stayed away. The red moon must have frightened them, made them think the spirit world was angry. That's probably why we're to be sacrificed, to placate the angry spirit." Anne squirmed uncomfortably in the mud beside him. She gave Zed a murderous look. "I only pray that Nathan's situation is worse than ours." "What was it you said," Zed asked absently, "about mucking about with a crazy man?" Chapter 39. "What do you think?" Clarissa asked. She turned a little one way and then the other, trying to mimic a natural stance while feeling anything but natural. She wasn't sure what to do with her hands, so she clasped them behind her back. Nathan was lounging in a chair as splendid as any she had ever seen, its padded seat and back covered with striped tan and gold fabric. His left leg was draped casually over one of the chair's ornately carved arms, as he slouched with his elbow propped on the chair's other arm. His chin rested thoughtfully in the heel of his hand. His sword's finely crafted silver scabbard hung down so that its point touched the floor in front of the chair. Nathan smiled that smile he had that said he was sincerely pleased. "My dear, I think you look lovely." "Really? You're not just saying that? You really like it? I don't look silly?" He chuckled. "No, most definitely not silly. Ravishing, perhaps. But I feel, I don't know, presumptuous. I've never even seen clothes so fine, much less tried them on." He shrugged. "Then it's about time you did." The dressmaker, a thin, neat man with only a wisp of long gray hair covering the bald expanse atop his head, returned through the curtained doorway. He gripped each end of the tape measure draped around his neck, seesawing it nervously back and forth.
Madam finds the dress acceptable?"
Clarissa remembered how Nathan had instructed her to conduct herself. She smoothed the rich blue satin at her hip. "It's not the best fit." The dressmaker's tongue darted out to wet his lips.
"Well, madam, had I known you were to grace my shop, or if you had sent the measurements on ahead, I would certainly have made the appropriate alterations."
He glanced to Nathan. His tongue darted out again.
"Be assured, madam, I can make any necessary minor adjustments."
The man bowed to Nathan.
"My lord, what think you? I mean, if it were altered to suit you."
Nathan folded his arms as he studied Clarissa the way a sculptor studied a work in progress. He squinted as he considered, rolled his tongue around inside his cheek, and made little sounds in his throat as if unable to decide. The dressmaker twiddled with the end of his tape measure. "Like Madam says, it fits a little sloppily at the waist."
"Sir, have no fear."
The dressmaker whisked around behind her, tugging sharply at the material.
"See here, I have but to take a dart or two. Madam is graced with an exquisite figure. I rarely have ladies so fine of form, but I can have the dress altered in a matter of hours. I would be most honored to do the work this very night and have it delivered to you at... Where would you be staying, my lord?"
Nathan flicked a hand. "I've yet to seek accommodation. Any place you could recommend with confidence?" The dressmaker bowed again.
"The Briar House would be the finest inn in Tanamura, my lord. If you wish, I'd gladly have my assistant run over there and make arrangements for you and madam."
Nathan straightened himself in the chair and fingered a gold coin from his pocket. He flipped the coin to the man, followed by a second, and then a third. "Yes, thank you. That would be very kind of you." Nathan frowned in thought, and then tossed the man another gold coin. "It's late, but I'm sure you could convince them to keep their dining room open until we arrive. We've been on the road all day and could use a decent meal." He shook a finger at the man. "They're best rooms, mind you. I'll not have them sticking me in some cramped little sty."
"I assure you, my lord, the Briar House has no room that could remotely be considered a sty, even by one such as yourself. And how long shall I have my assistant tell them you will be staying at their establishment?"
Nathan stroked the ruffles on the front of his shirt. "Until Emperor Jagang requires me, of course."
"Of course, sir. And would you like the dress, my lord?"
Nathan hooked a thumb in the little pocket in the front of his green vest, letting his hand hang. "It will have to do for common wear. What do you have that would be more elegant?" The dressmaker smiled and bowed.
"Let me bring some others for your approval, and madam can try on the ones you fancy."
"Yes," Nathan said. "Yes, that would be best. I'm a man of wide experience and refined taste. I'm used to better. Bring something to dazzle me."
"Of course, my lord."
He bowed twice and rushed off. Clarissa grinned in wonder after the man had gone.
"Nathan, this is the finest dress I've ever seen, and you wish him to show us something better?"
Nathan lifted an eyebrow. "Nothing is too good for a concubine to the emperor, the woman carrying the emperor's child." Her heart fluttered to hear the prophet say that again. Sometimes, when she looked into his azure eyes, she almost saw something there, almost had the vaguest impression, if only for an instant, that Nathan was quite beyond mad. But when that serene smile of his came to his face, she melted in his confidence. He was more daring than any man she had ever met. His daring had saved her from the brutes back in Renwald. Since then, his daring had saved them in circumstances that to her seemed worse than hopeless. There had to be a grain of madness in daring that far beyond bold.
"Nathan, I trust you, and will do whatever you ask of me. But please, would you tell me if this is just a story to pass us here? Or do you really see such a horrid thing for my future?"
Nathan brought his leg down and rose to his full, towering height. He lifted one of her hands, bringing it to his heart as if it were the most fragile of blossoms. His long silver hair slipped over the front of his shoulder as he stood ever so close to her and looked into her eyes. "Clarissa, it is just a tale to accomplish my goals. It in no way reflects anything I see about the future. I won't lie to you and tell you that there are not dangers ahead, but be at ease for now and enjoy this much of it. We must wait for a while, and I wanted you to have an enjoyable time of it. You are pledged to do what you must. I trust in your word. In the meantime, I wanted nothing more than to do you a simple kindness.
But shouldn't we hide where people won't know of us? Somewhere alone and out of sight?
That is the way criminals or unskilled runaways would hide. That's why they get caught. It makes people suspicious. If anyone is hunting them, they look in all the dark holes, never thinking to look in the light. As long as we must hide, the best place to hide is in the open. The story is too preposterous for people not to believe in its truth. No one would ever consider that anybody would have the audacity to invent such a tale, and so no one will question it. Besides, we aren't really hiding. No one is hunting us. We simply don't want to make people suspicious. Hiding would make them so. She shook her head.
Nathan, you are a marvel.
Clarissa eyed the bodice of the beautiful dress, what she could see of it anyway, beyond the exposed flesh of her breasts, which were pushed up so high that they nearly tumbled out. She tugged at the bone stays lying against her ribs under her bosom. She had never worn such strange and uncomfortable undergarments. She couldn't imagine why they were all required. She smoothed the silken skirt of the dress.
Does it look good on me? I mean, honestly. Tell me the truth, Nathan. I'm just a plain woman. Doesn't it look silly on a plain woman?
Nathan's eyebrow arched. Plain? Is that what you think?
Of course. I'm no fool. I know I'm not.
Nathan waved her to silence. Maybe you should have a look for yourself. He pulled the sheet off the standing mirror. This was a showing room for gentlemen. When he had instructed her on matters of decorum and propriety, he had told her that the mirrors in such a place were rarely used, and she wasn't to look in one unless asked. It was the look in the gentleman's eyes that mattered in such an exclusive shop, not the look in the mirror. Nathan gently took her elbow and walked her before the mirror. Forget what you see in your mind and look at what others see when they look at you. Clarissa's fingers fidgeted over the bunched frills at her waist. She nodded at Nathan, but feared to look in the mirror and be disappointed by what she always saw when she looked at herself. He gestured again. Wincing just a little out of embarrassment, she turned to gaze at her reflection. Her jaw dropped at what she saw. Clarissa didn't recognize herself. She was not this young-looking. A woman, not a young, fickle woman, but a woman in the full glory of her maturity, a woman of elegance and bearing, stared back. Nathan, she whispered, my hair. My hair wasn't this long. How did the woman who worked on it this afternoon make it longer? Well, she didn't. I used some magic to do it. I thought it would look better if it was just a bit longer. You don't object, I pray.
No, she whispered. It's lovely.
Her soft brown hair was done in ringlets, with delicate violet ribbons tied into them. She moved her head. The ringlets sprang up and down and swayed side to side. Clarissa had once seen a woman of standing come to Renwald, and she had hair like this. It was the most beautiful hair Clarissa had ever seen. Now, Clarissa's hair looked just like that. She stared at herself in the mirror. Her shape was so shapely. All those hard, tight things under her dress had somehow rearranged her figure. Clarissa's face blushed to see her bosom straining up the way it did, half exposed for all to see. She had always known, of course, that women like Manda Perlin weren't really shaped as they appeared. She knew that when they had their clothes off, their shapes were not a great deal different from any other woman, but Clarissa had never known just how much of it was due to the dresses those attractive women wore. In the mirror, in this dress, with her hair done in such a fashion, and with the paint on her face, she looked the equal of any of them, perhaps older, but that age seemed only to add bearing to what she saw, not a spent, unattractive quality, as she had always thought. And then she saw the ring in her lip. It was gold, not silver. She whispered, what happened to the ring? Oh, that. Well, it wouldn't do to have you supposedly a concubine to the Emperor himself, and carrying his little Emperor heir, and have a silver ring through your lip. Everyone knows that the Emperor only brings those with gold rings to his bed. Besides, you were wrongly marked with a silver ring. It should have been gold from the beginning. Those men were just plain blind. He gestured in a grand fashion. I, of course, am a man of vision. He held his hand out toward the mirror. Look for yourself. That woman is too beautiful to wear anything but a gold ring. In the mirror, the woman staring back was getting tears in her eyes. Clarissa wiped a finger across her lower lid. She feared to ruin the paint the woman had put on her face when her hair was being curled.
Nathan, I don't know what to say. You have done magic. You have made a plain woman into something
beautiful, he finished.
But why?
His face screwed up with an odd expression. Are you daft? I couldn't very well have you looking plain. He swept a hand out, indicating himself. No one would believe a man as dashing as myself would be seen with a woman any less stunning. Clarissa grinned. He didn't look so old to her as he had seemed when she had first met him. He really did look dashing and distinguished.
Thank you, Nathan, for having faith in me in more ways than one.
It's not faith, it's vision for what others are too blind to see. Now they do. She glanced to the curtain where the dressmaker had disappeared.
But this is all so very expensive. This dress alone would cost me near to a year's wages. And all the other things, the lodging, the coaches, the hats, the shoes, the women who did my hair and face. It all costs so much. You're spending money like a prince on holiday. How can you possibly afford it?
The sly smile oozed back onto his face. I'm good at making money. I could never spend all I can make. Don't be concerned about it. It means little to me.
Oh.
She glanced back at the mirror.
Of course.
He cleared his throat. What I mean is that you are more important than petty matters of gold. People are more important than such consideration. If it was my last copper, I would have spent it with no less enthusiasm or greater worry. When the dressmaker finally returned with a selection of stunning dresses, Nathan chose a number for her to try on. Clarissa went into the dressing room with each, and with the aid of the dressmaker's woman, tried on each. Clarissa didn't think she would have been able to lace, tie, and button any of them by herself. Nathan smiled at each dress she came out in, and told the dressmaker he would buy it. By the end of the next hour, Nathan had selected a half-dozen dresses, and had passed a handful of gold to the dressmaker. In all her life, she had never imagined a place of such wealth that dresses were already made. It was another measure of how much her life had changed with Nathan. Only the very rich, or royalty, would buy dresses this way.
I will make the necessary alterations, my lord, and have the dresses delivered to the Briar House.
He darted a look at Clarissa.
Perhaps my lord would wish me to leave several of them loose-fitting, to accommodate madam when she grows with our emperor's child.
Nathan waved a hand dismissively. No, I enjoy having her look her best. I will have a seamstress let them out when necessary, or simply purchase others to fit her then. It suddenly embarrassed Clarissa to realize that this dressmaker thought that she was concubine not only to the emperor, but to Nathan. The ring through her lip, gold though it was, still meant she was nothing more than a slave. A slave would mean little to the emperor, with child or not, gold ring or not. End of side 10. To continue, change side selector switch and turn the cassette over. Side 11. Temple of the Winds by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 295. Nathan boldly told people that he was Emperor Jagang's plenipotentiary, which kept them furiously bowing and scraping. Clarissa was merely property, shared with the emperor's trusted agent. The dressmaker's sidelong glance finally struck home. She was a whore in his eyes. Maybe a whore in a fine dress, and maybe not a whore by choice, but a whore nonetheless. A whore who was enjoying herself, being dressed in fine clothes, and kept by an important man at the finest inn in the city. The fact that Nathan didn't think the same thing was all that kept her from running from the dress shop in humiliation. Clarissa reproached herself. This was the pretense Nathan had crafted for them to keep them safe. It kept the soldiers they encountered at every turn from hauling her away to a tent. Deprecating glances were a small thing indeed for her to bear in return for all that Nathan had done for her, and for the respect he always showed her. It was what Nathan thought that mattered. Besides, she was used to disapproving looks of sympathy at best, scorn at worst. People had never looked upon her with favor. Let these people think what they would. She knew she was doing something worthwhile for a man of worth. Clarissa lifted her chin as she strutted to the door. The dressmaker bowed again as they stepped out into the dark street to the waiting carriage.
Thank you, Lord Rall. Thank you for allowing me to serve the Emperor in my small way. The dresses will be delivered before morning, you have my word.
Nathan waved an offhanded dismissal to the man. In the dim dining room of the elegant Briar House, Clarissa sat across a small table from Nathan. She now noticed the surreptitious glances she got from the staff. She sat up straighter and put her shoulders back, defying them to have a good look at her bosom. She reasoned that in the murky candlelight and under all the face paint, they wouldn't be able to see her face reddening. The wine warmed her, and the roasted duck finally sated her gnawing hunger. People kept bringing food, fowl and pork and beef, along with gravies and sauces and a variety of side dishes. She nibbled at a few, not wanting to appear a glutton, and afterward she was satisfied. Nathan ate with zeal, but didn't overeat. He enjoyed the different dishes, wanting to try them all. The staff hovered around him, slicing meat, pouring sauces, and moving plates and platters around as if he were helpless. He encouraged them, asking for things, sending others away, and in general made himself appear an important man in their midst. She guessed that he was. He was the Emperor's plenipotentiary, a man not to be crossed. No one wanted Lord Rall to be anything but most pleased. If his pleasure required seeing to Clarissa's desires, they did that too. Clarissa was relieved when they were finally shown to their rooms, and Nathan had at last closed the door. She sagged, at last unburdened of the responsibility of acting a fine lady or a fine whore. She wasn't exactly sure how to play the part. She did know that she was glad to be away from the eyes that played over her. Nathan strode around the two rooms, inspecting the painted walls with gold molding applied to form huge sweeping panels with reverse-curved corners. Rich carpets in deep colors covered nearly every inch of floor. Everywhere there were couches and chairs. One room had several tables, one for taking meals there, another with a slant top for writing. The writing table held neatly arranged sheets of paper, silver pens, and gold-topped ink bottles with various colors of ink. In the other room was the bed. Clarissa had never seen a bed like it. 4 elaborately turned posts held up a canopy of lace and rich red fabric with gold designs splashed boldly over it. The bed cover matched. It was a huge bed. She had trouble imagining why such an expansive bed was needed. "Well," Nathan said as he strolled back into the room with the bed, "I guess it will have to do." Clarissa giggled. "Nathan, a king would be delighted to sleep in such a room." Nathan's expression contorted in a casual manner. "Perhaps, but I am more than a king. I am a prophet." Her smile faded as her mood turned earnest. "Yes, you really are more than a king." Nathan went around the room, blowing out most of the dozen lamps. He left the one beside the bed and the one on the dressing stand. He half-turned and gestured to the other room. "I'll sleep on a couch in there. You may have the bed." "I'll take the couch. I wouldn't be comfortable in such a bed. I'm a simple woman, not accustomed to such grand things. You are. You should have the bed." Nathan cupped her cheek. Get used to them. Take the bed. It would be uncomfortable for me knowing such a lovely lady was sleeping on a couch. I'm a man of the world, and such things don't faze me." He bowed grandly from the doorway. "Sleep well, my dear." He paused with the door half closed. "Clarissa, I apologize for the looks you had to endure and for what people might have thought of you because of my story." He truly was a gentleman. "No apology is necessary. It was rather fun pretending, as if I were in a play on a stage." He laughed with that sparkle in his blue eyes as he flung his cape around himself. "It was fun, wasn't it, having those people think we were other than we were?"
"Thank you for everything, Nathan. You made me feel pretty today."
"You are pretty." She smiled.
"That was just the clothes."
"Beauty comes from within." He winked. "Sleep well, Clarissa. I've left a protective shield on the door so no one can enter. Be at ease here. You will be safe." He closed the door gently. Feeling a warm glow from the wine, Clarissa ambled about the room, inspecting all the fine things. She ran her fingers over the inlaid silver on the small tables beside the bed. She touched the cut glass on the lamps. She ran her hand over the finely woven bed covers when she turned them down. Standing in front of the dressing table, she looked at herself in the mirror as she unlaced the bodice of her dress. She almost hated to take off the dress and be just herself again, although she wouldn't be unhappy about being free of the bone stays that confined her. With the laces loose, she was at last able to take a full breath. She slipped the top of the dress off her shoulders. The thing still pressing from underneath held the dress up over her bosom. She sat on the edge of the bed as she tried to reach the buttons up the back. Some of them were too high. Sagging in frustration, she settled on removing her new shoes, made of supple, napped leather. She rolled off her stockings and wiggled her toes, glad to have them free. Clarissa thought about home. She remembered her cozy bed, little as it was. She missed home, not because she was so happy there, but simply because it was home, and all she knew. As fancy as this place was, it felt cold to her, cold and frightening. She was someplace she didn't know, and she could never go home again. Suddenly, Clarissa was very lonely. With Nathan, she felt the comfort of his confidence. He always knew where he was going, what to do, and what to say. He never seemed to have any doubts. Clarissa was full of them, now that she was alone in the bedroom. It was odd, but she missed Nathan more than home, and he was right in the next room. Nathan was almost her home now. The carpet felt good under her bare feet as she went to the door. Gently, she rapped against the white panel in the center of the gold molding. She waited a moment, and then knocked again.
"Nathan?"
she called softly. She knocked and called his name once more. When still no answer came, she cracked the door open and peeked in. Only a single candle cut the still gloom. Nathan was in one of his trances again. He was sitting in a chair, staring blankly at nothing. Clarissa stood at the door for a time, watching his steady breathing. She had been frightened the first time she found him stiff and unblinking, but he had assured her that it was something he had done nearly his whole life. He hadn't gotten angry that first time, when she shook him, thinking there was something wrong. Nathan never got angry with her. He always treated her with respect and kindness, two things she had always longed for, but had never gotten from her own people. And here was a stranger who gave them without effort. Clarissa called his name again. Nathan blinked and looked up at her. "Is everything all right?" he asked.
"Yes, I hope I'm not disturbing you in your reflection."
Nathan waved away her concern. No.
"Well, I was wondering, could you help me undo my dress? I can't reach the buttons in the back, and I seem to be stuck in it. I don't want to lie down in it and ruin it."
Nathan followed her back into the bedroom. She had blown out the lamp on the dressing table so that she wouldn't be embarrassed. Only the one beside the bed allowed him to see what he was doing. With both hands, Clarissa held her hair up out of the way as his strong fingers worked their way down the buttons. It felt good to have him near.
"Nathan,"
she whispered, when he had reached the last of them at her waist. He made a questioning sound in response. She feared he would ask what the thumping sound was, and she would have to tell him that it was her heart. Clarissa turned, having to hold the dress over her breasts now that it was undone.
"Nathan,"
she said as she gathered her courage and looked up into his beautiful eyes.
"Nathan, I'm lonely."
His brow drew together as he gently laid one of his big hands on her bare shoulder. "No need, my dear. I'm right in the next room."
"I know, but I mean that I'm lonely in a bigger way than that. I mean, I'm lonely for the way you... I don't know how to say it. When I'm alone, I start thinking about what I will have to do to help those people you talked about. And all kinds of fearful things come into my head, and before I know it, I'm sweating in a terror."
It's often more worrisome to ponder something than it is to actually do it. Just don't think about it. Try to enjoy the big bed and the fine room if you can. Who knows, one day we may have to sleep in a ditch. She nodded. She had to look away from his eyes, lest she lose her courage.
"Nathan, I know I'm a plain woman, but you make me feel special. No man ever made me feel pretty, feel desirable."
Well, as I said before, she reached up and put her fingers to his lips to silence him.
"Nathan, I really..."
She looked up into his wonderful eyes. She swallowed and changed what she was going to say.
"Nathan, I'm afraid you are just too dashing a man for me to resist. Will you come spend the night in this big bed with me?"
He smiled with one side of his mouth as she took her fingers away. "Dashing?" She nodded. "Very." She could feel the curls springing. He rested his arms around her waist. It made her heart beat even faster. "Clarissa, you owe me nothing. I saved you from what was happening in Renwald, but you in return have promised to help me. You owe me nothing beyond that."
"I know, it's not..."
She wasn't making herself clear, she knew. She stretched up on her tiptoes, her arms circling his neck, and pressed her lips to his. His arms drew her tight. She abandoned herself in those arms and to those lips. He pulled back. "Clarissa, I'm old. You're a young woman. You don't want someone who's as old as I." How long had she hurt because she thought she was too old to have someone? How often had she felt forlorn because she was too old? And now this man, this wonderful, vibrant, handsome man, was telling her she was too young.
"Nathan, what I want is to be thrown on the bed, to have this fancy, expensive dress pulled off me, and for you to have your way with me until I hear the spirits sing."
In the silence, Nathan stared at her. At last, he reached down, put an arm behind her legs, and swept her off her feet. He carried her to the bed, but instead of throwing her onto it as she had suggested, he set her down gently. His weight sank into the bed as he reclined beside her. His fingers stroked her forehead. They looked into each other's eyes. Tenderly, he kissed her. Since her dress was all untied and unbuttoned, it easily slipped down to her waist. She ran her fingers through his long silver hair as she watched him lovingly kiss her breasts. His lips were warm against her. For some reason, she found that surprising and marvelous. A soft moan escaped her throat at the feeling of her nipples being kissed in such a manly, passionate fashion. Nathan may have lived longer than she, but he was not an old man in her eyes. He was dashing, daring, and thoughtful, and he made her feel beautiful. She found herself panting at the sight of him without his clothes. No man had ever touched her with such tender purpose, and the sureness of that touch further heated her passion. His kisses trailed down the front of her, each making her gasp to catch her breath in sweet, startled desire. When he at last took his place atop her, she totally and unashamedly succumbed to her need. She felt cradled, not only in the canopy bed, but in his ardent embrace. At long last, as her whole body stiffened with her cry of release, she could hear the spirits sing. Chapter 40. Like a hawk in a dive, Kahlen silently shot ahead, and at the same time, like an eagle in an updraft, she serenely hovered in place. Light and dark, heat and cold, time and distance had no meaning, yet they meant everything. It was a marvelous confusion of sensations, heightened by the sweet presence of the sliff each time Kahlen drew the living quicksilver into her lungs, into her soul. It was rapture. With an abrupt explosion of perception, it ended. Light erupted in Kahlen's vision. Sounds of birds, breezes, and bugs hurt her ears. Trees draped with streamers of moss, rocks encrusted with lichen, and snarled in roots and vines, and patches of damp, dark mist crowded in all around. The overpowering presence of it all terrified her. "Breathe," the sliff told her. The thought horrified her. No. The sliff's voice seemed to sear through Kahlen's mind. "Breathe." Kahlen didn't want to be thrust from the serene womb of the sliff into this garish, loud world. She remembered Richard, and with Richard, the threat to him, Shota. Kahlen expelled the sliff from her lungs. The liquid silver sloughed from her, yet she was not wet. She gasped a deep breath of the strange, sharp air. She covered her ears and shut her eyes as the sliff set her on the edge of the well. "We are where you wished to travel," the sliff said. Kahlen reluctantly opened her eyes and lowered her hands. The living world seemed to slow and settle into harmony with what she expected it to be. The comforting hand of the sliff slipped from Kahlen's waist. "Thank you, sliff. It was a pleasure." The sliff's fluid face smiled. "I am pleased that you found it pleasurable." "I hope not to be long. And then we must travel back." "I will be ready when you wish to travel again," the sliff said, her voice echoing out into the gloom. "I am always ready to travel if I am awake." Kahlen swung her legs down off the stone wall of the sliff's well. Parts of an ancient structure were visible, but it seemed mostly to have crumbled into the damp, tangled forest. She could see a bit of a wall here, half of a column there, some paving stones on the ground, all covered with vines and roots and leaves. Kahlen didn't know exactly where she was, but she knew she was in the somber woods around the witch woman's home. Kahlen remembered going through this dangerous, mysterious forest when Shota had captured her and taken her to Agaden Reach in order to draw Richard there. Jagged peaks like a wreath of thorns sheltered the murky forest high up in the vast spine of the Rangshada Mountains. The dark and dangerous woods in turn surrounded and protected Shota's remote home. These woods kept people away from Agaden Reach, away from the witch woman. Whoops, clicks, and calls echoed through the stagnant stink. Kahlen rubbed her arms, even though the air was damp and warm. Her chill came from within. Through small, rare gaps in the forest canopy, Kahlen could detect the pink glow of the sky. It must be just dawn. She knew that the brightening day would bring no relief to the gloom of these woods. On the sunniest day, this morose place was never anything more than dismally dark. Kahlen stepped carefully, watching the forest floor, the hanging vines, and the drifting fog that seemed to conceal creatures issuing strings of hissing clicks and hooting calls. In the expanses of stagnant water lurking under the thick vegetation, she could see eyes just breaking the surface. Kahlen took another careful step and then paused. She realized that in the directionless forest, she didn't know where she was going. There was no telling north from south, east from west. This wood looked the same in all directions. She realized, too, that she didn't even know if Shota was home. The last time Richard and Kahlen had seen Shota was at the Mud People's village. Shota had been driven from her home by a wizard aligned with the Keeper. Shota might not be here. No. Nadine had visited her. Shota was here. Kahlen took another step. Something snatched her ankle and yanked her feet from under her. She landed on her back with a hard thud. A heavy, dark shape sprang onto her chest, driving the wind from her lungs. A hiss, carried on fetid breath, came from between sharp teeth packed with gray, spongy filth.
Pretty lady! Kahlen gasped to catch her breath. Samuel, get off me! Powerful fingers squeezed her left breast. Bloodless lips drew back with a wicked grin. Maybe Samuel eat pretty lady. Kahlen pressed the point of the bone knife up into the folds of skin at Samuel's neck. She seized one of his long fingers and bent it back until he squealed and released her breast. She jabbed the knife against his throat. Maybe I'll feed you to the things in the water over there. What do you think? Shall I slit your throat? Or do you want to get off me? The hairless, splotchy gray head drew back. Yellow eyes, like twin lanterns in the dim light, glared hatefully down at her. He carefully rolled to the side to let her up. Kahlen kept the bone knife trained on him. Dead leaves and forest debris stuck to his waxy skin. A long arm lifted to point off into the dark mist. Mistress wants you. How does she know I'm here? The grotesque face split with a hissing grin. Mistress knows everything. Follow Samuel. He skittered a few steps and then stopped to look back over his shoulder. When Mistress is finished with you, Samuel will eat you. I may just have something for Shota she isn't expecting. She's made a mistake this time. When I'm finished with her, you may not have a mistress. The squat figure stared, appraising her. His bloodless lips pulled back and he hissed. Your mistress is waiting. Get going. The stocky, hairless, long-armed figure finally moved on through the undergrowth. He skirted dangers Kahlen didn't see, and grudgingly pointed at things for her to avoid. Vines he circumvented reached for her as she passed, but she was too far away for them to catch her. Roots Samuel bypassed snarled up, trying to snare her. The short figure, dressed only in pants held up with straps, glanced over his shoulder occasionally to make sure she followed. A couple of times he gurgled his odd laugh as he bounded along. After a time, they picked up a trail of sorts, and not long after that, the light coming through the tangled mass of branches overhead became brighter. As Kahlen followed the repulsive little creature, they came at last to the edge of the dark wood and the edge of a cliff. Far below lay the verdant valley where lived the witch woman. That it was as beautiful a place as any in the Midlands didn't ease the anxious knot in Kahlen's stomach. All around the valley, the massive rocky peaks of the surrounding mountains soared nearly straight up. The budding trees in the placid valley below swayed gently in the early morning breeze. Descending the sheer walls of rock looked to be impossible, but Kahlen knew from being here before that there were steps carved in the rock. Samuel led her through a morass of brush, tight trees, and fern-covered boulders to a place that would be nearly impossible to find without him to guide her. A trail hidden behind rocks, trees, ferns, and vines ran to the edge of the precipice and the steps leading down the cliff walls. Samuel pointed off down into the valley. Mistress! I know. Get moving. Kahlen followed Samuel down the cliff's edge. Part of it was a narrow trail, but most of the way down was comprised of thousands of steps cut into the rugged rock wall. They twisted and turned downward, sometimes spiraling back under ones above. Below, far off in the center of the valley, among the streams, grand trees, and rolling fields, sat Shota's graceful palace. Colorful flags flew atop towers and turrets as if to announce a festival. Kahlen could hear the distant flags snapping in the wind. She had trouble seeing it for the splendid place it was. She saw it as the center of the spiderweb, a place where threat lurked, threat for Richard. Samuel sprang down the steps ahead, happy to be going back to the protection of his mistress, no doubt thinking about cooking Kahlen in a stew when his mistress was finished with her. Kahlen hardly noticed the hateful glances from the big yellow eyes. She, too, was lost in a world of loathing. Shota wanted to harm Richard. Kahlen kept that thought foremost in her mind. It was key. Shota wanted to deny Richard happiness. Shota wanted Richard to suffer.
Kahlen could feel angry power welling up inside her, ready to do her bidding and eliminate the threat against Richard. Kahlen had at last found the way to defeat Shota. Shota had no shield against subtractive power. It would slice through any magic she threw out. Kahlen had found the path, the gateway through the labyrinth of protection layered over her magic to the core of its power. This side of her magic was protected by precepts that governed its use. Like the wizard's keep, protected by shields of all kinds, there was a way to get through. She had found a way to get through the keep, and she had used her reason to find the justification that traced its way through the maze of rationale forbidding this magic's use. She had tapped its ancient strength, its destructive power. Kahlen felt the power coursing up through her and down her arms. Blue light snarled and snapped around her fists. She was nearly lost in a trance of purpose. For the first time, Kahlen wasn't afraid of the witch woman. If Shota didn't swear to leave Richard alone, to let him have his own life, Shota was going to be dust before this day was out. At the bottom of the cliff, Kahlen followed behind Samuel as he bounded along the road among tree-dotted hills and green fields. Snow-capped peaks all around soared up past a scattering of clouds. Blue deepened in the sky as the sun rose over those peaks. Kahlen felt as if she had enough power blazing within her to level those peaks. Shota had only to say or do the wrong thing to prove herself a threat to Richard, and she would be no more. The road led up a gentle rise from which Kahlen could see the spires of the palace through the trees ahead. Samuel glanced back to make sure she was still following, but Kahlen didn't need his direction. She knew that Shota waited in the grove of trees below. The witch woman was the last person Kahlen ever wanted to see again, but if it was to be, then this time she intended it to be on her terms. Samuel halted and pointed with a long finger. "Mistress," yellow eyes glowered back at Kahlen. "Mistress wants you." Kahlen lifted a warning finger to his face. Threads of blue light crackled around the finger. "If you get in my way or interfere, you will die." He glanced from her finger back into her eyes. His bloodless lips drew back as he hissed, and then he skittered off into the trees. In a cocoon of seething magic, Kahlen advanced down the slope toward the waiting witch woman. The breeze was spring warm, the day bright and cheerful. Kahlen felt no cheer. Sheltered among the towering maples, ash, and oak sat a table covered with a white cloth and set with food and drink. Beyond the table, atop 3 square white marble platforms, stood a massive throne carved with gold leaf vines, snakes, and other beasts. Shota sat regally, one leg crossed casually over the other, her ageless almond eyes watching Kahlen's approach. Shota's arms rested on the chair's high, widely spaced arms, with her hands draped arrogantly over gold gargoyles. The gargoyles nuzzled her hands, as if hoping to be stroked. A rich canopy draped with heavy red brocade and trimmed with gold tassels shaded the throne's occupant from the morning sun, yet her luxuriant auburn hair shimmered as if touched by streamers of sunlight. Kahlen halted, not far away, under the witch woman's rock-hard, penetrating gaze. The blue lightning screamed for release. Shota clicked her lacquered fingernails together. A self-satisfied smile spread across her full red lips. "Well, well, well," Shota said in her velvety voice. "The child assassin arrives at last." "I am not an assassin," Kahlen said, "nor am I a child. But I have had enough of your games." Shota's smile slipped away. She put her hands to the chair's arms and stood. Points of her wispy, low-cut, variegated gray dress lifted in the gentle breeze. Her gaze never left Kahlen as she gracefully descended the 3 white marble platforms. "You're late." Shota held a hand out to the table. "The tea is getting cold." Kahlen flinched when a bolt of lightning struck from the blue sky, hitting the teapot. Amazingly, it didn't shatter. Shota glanced down at Kahlen's hands and then back to her eyes.
There, I believe it's hot now. Please, won't you have a seat? We will have tea and conversation.
Knowing Shota had seen the ominous blue light, Kahlen returned the self-assured smile in kind. Shota drew out a chair and sat. She again held out a hand in invitation.
Please have a seat. I imagine you have things you wish to discuss.
Kahlen slid into a chair as Shota poured tea, holding on the white top with her other hand as she did so. Steam rose from the cups. The tea was indeed hot. Shota lifted a gold-trimmed platter, offering Kahlen toast. Kahlen warily pulled a golden crisp slab from the platter. Shota slid a bowl of honeyed butter across the table.
Well, Shota said, isn't this unpleasant?
Against her will, Kahlen smiled.
Very.
Shota picked up her silver knife and spread honeyed butter across her slice of toast. She took a sip of tea.
Eat, child. Murder is always best accomplished on a full stomach.
I have not come to murder you. Shota's sly smile returned.
No, I suppose you have managed to justify it to yourself. Retribution, is it? Or perhaps self-defense? Punishment? Recompense? Justice?
The smooth smile widened. An eyebrow arched.
Bad manners?
You sent Nadine to marry Richard.
Ah, jealousy then.
Shota leaned back as she sipped her tea.
A noble motive were it justified. I hope you realize that jealousy can be a cruel taskmaster.
Kahlen nibbled her crunchy toast.
Richard loves me and I love him. We're engaged to be married. Yes, I know. For one who professes to love him, I would think you would be more understanding.
Understanding?
Of course. If you love someone, you want them to be happy. You want what's best for them.
I make Richard happy. He wants me. I'm best for him.
Yes, well, we can't always have what we want, now can we?
Kahlen sucked honeyed butter from her finger.
Just tell me why you wish to hurt us.
Shota looked genuinely surprised.
Hurt you? Is that what you think? You think I am being spiteful?
Why else would you always try to keep us apart, to hurt us? Shota took a dainty bite of toast. She chewed for a moment.
Has the plague come yet?
The cup paused partway to Kahlen's lips.
How do you know about that? I'm a witch woman. I see the current of events. Let me ask you a question. If you visited a young child sick with the plague and the child's mother asked you if her child was going to recover and you told her the truth, would you be guilty of causing the child's death because you foretold it?
Of course not.
Ah. It is only I, then, who am to be judged by different standards.
I'm not judging you. I simply want you to stop interfering with Richard's and my life together.
A messenger is often blamed for the message.
Shota, the last time we saw you, you said that if we stopped the keeper, you would owe us a debt. You asked me to help Richard. We stopped the keeper. It cost us dearly, but we did it. You owe us.
Yes, I know, Shota whispered. That is why I sent Nadine.
Kahlen could feel the rage of power surge within her. Seems a strange way to show your appreciation, sending someone to try to ruin our lives.
No, child, Shota said gently. You see things through blind eyes.
Kahlen had to help Richard by finding out all she could, but she would defend herself and Richard if she had to. Until that became necessary, she could endure this wandering conversation if it would help get the answers they needed. And they did need answers.
What do you mean?
Shota sipped her tea.
Have you lain with Richard?
Kahlen was taken off guard by the question, but she recovered quickly. She shrugged one shoulder in an off-handed manner.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I have.
Shota's gaze rose from her tea.
You're lying.
Pleased by the smoldering tone in Shota's voice, Kahlen lifted an eyebrow. It's the truth. You don't like the message, and so now you hold malice toward the messenger? Shota's eyes narrowed. Her gaze locked on Kahlen as if drawing a bow and aiming an arrow.
Where, Mother Confessor, where did you lie with him?
Kahlen felt triumphant at Shota's obvious displeasure.
Where? What difference does that make? Have you turned from witch woman to gossip now? I was with him in that way, and that's the truth, whether you like it or not. I'm no longer a virgin. I was with Richard. That's all that matters.
Shota's gaze turned dangerous.
Where? She repeated.
Shota's tone was so threatening that Kahlen forgot she needn't be afraid of the witch woman.
In a place between worlds, Kahlen said,
suddenly embarrassed to reveal the details.
The good spirits took us there, she stammered. The good spirits. They wanted us to be together.
I see. Shota's gaze cooled. Her small smile returned. I'm afraid that doesn't count.
Doesn't count? What in the name of all that's good does that mean? I was with him. That's all that matters. You're just vexed because it's true.
True?
You were not with him in this world, child. This is the world we live in. You were not with him here, where it counts. In this world, you are still a virgin.
That's absurd. Shota shrugged.
Think what you will. I am satisfied that you have not been with him.
Kahlen folded her arms.
This world or another, it doesn't matter. I was with him.
Shota's smooth brow puckered with mirth restrained.
And if you have been with him in the place between worlds, where the good spirits took you, then why have you not been with him in this world, since you are no longer a virgin here, as you say?
Kahlen blinked.
Well, we thought it best to wait until we were wedded, that's all.
Shota's soft, exultant laugh drifted out through the morning air.
You see? You know the truth of what I say.
She held the teacup between the tips of the fingers of both hands as she sipped, more balmy laughter escaping between each sip. Kahlen fumed, somehow feeling she had lost the argument. She tried to look confident as she leaned back and took a drink of her own tea.
If it pleases you to delude yourself with punctilios, then be my guest. I know what we did, Kahlen said. I don't know why it's any concern of yours anyway.
Shota looked up.
You know why it's my concern, Mother Confessor. Every confessor bears a confessor. If you have his child, it will be a boy. I told you both to remember that before you lay together. Lust dims thoughts of the consequences. From you, the boy would be a confessor. From Richard, he would have the gift. Such a dangerous melding has never taken place before. With a patient, reasoned tone, meant almost as much for herself as for the witch woman, Kahlen hid her inner terror at Shota's prediction. Shota, you are a witch woman of great talent, and you may know it would be a boy, I grant you that. But you could not know he would be like most of the male confessors born in the past. Not all were like that. You have as much as admitted that you don't know if it would be so. You are not the creator. You can't know what he will choose to do, if he even chooses to give us a child. I don't need to see the future in this. Almost every male confessor was like that. They were beasts without conscience. My mother lived in the dark times caused by a male confessor. You would visit upon the world not only a male confessor, but one with the gift. You cannot even envision such a cataclysm. It is for this very reason that confessors are not supposed to love their mates. If she bears a male child, she must ask the husband to kill the baby. You love Richard. You would not ask that of him. I have warned you that I have the strength to do what you will not. I also told you that it will not be personal. You talk about the distant future as if it has come to pass. It has not, Kahlen said. Events do not always unfold as you say. Yet other things have already come to pass. Because of Richard, you still live. You told us that if Richard and I were able to close the veil, saving you and everyone else from the Keeper, you would be forever grateful to us both. And so I am. Kahlen leaned forward. You show your gratitude not only by threatening to murder my child, should I have one, but also by trying to kill me when I come to ask your help?" Shota's brow twitched. "I have made no attempt on your life. You sent Samuel up there to attack me, and then you have the effrontery to rebuke me for coming prepared to defend myself. The little monster threw me on the ground and attacked me. If I hadn't had a weapon, who knows what he would have done? This is your gratitude? He said that when you were through with me, you would let him eat me. And then you expect me to believe in your benevolence? You dare to profess gratitude?" Shota's gaze shifted toward the trees. "Samuel!" She set down her teacup. "Samuel, come here at once!" The squat figure loped out of the trees, using his knuckles to help himself bound across the grass. He ran to Shota and nuzzled against her legs. "Mistress," he purred. "Samuel, what did I tell you about the Mother Confessor?" "Mistress told Samuel to go get her." Shota looked into Kahlen's eyes. "What else did I tell you?" "To bring her to you." "Samuel," she said with rising inflection. "Mistress said not to harm her." "You attacked me," Kahlen put in. "You threw me on the ground and jumped on me. You said you were going to eat me when your mistress was through with me." "Is that true, Samuel?" "Samuel not hurt pretty lady," Samuel grumbled. "Is what she says true? Did you attack her?" Samuel hissed at Kahlen. Shota thunked him on the head with a finger. He shrank back against her leg. "Samuel, what did I tell you? What were my instructions?" "Samuel must guide Mother Confessor back. Samuel must not touch Mother Confessor. Samuel must not hurt Mother Confessor. Samuel must not threaten Mother Confessor." Shota drummed her fingers on the table. "And did you disobey me, Samuel?" Samuel hid his head under the hem of her dress. "Samuel, answer my question at once. Is what the Mother Confessor says true?" "Yes, mistress," Samuel whined. "I'm very disappointed in you, Samuel." "Samuel, sorry." "We will discuss this later. Leave us." The witch woman's servant skittered away into the trees. Shota turned back to face Kahlen's eyes. "I told him not to harm or threaten you. I can understand why you would be upset and think I meant you harm. Please accept my apology." She poured Kahlen more tea. "You see, I have no intention of hurting you." Kahlen took a sip from her full cup. "Samuel is the least of it. I know you want to hurt me and Richard, but I'm not afraid of you anymore. You can no longer harm me." Shota's smug smile returned. "Really? I'd suggest you not try to use your power against me." "My power? All things I do, all things everyone does, is using their power. To breathe is to use my power. I'm talking about hurting me. If you dare try it, you'll not survive the attempt." "Child, I have no wish to harm you, despite what you think. A brave thing to say, now that you know you can't." "Really? Did you ever think that the tea might be poisoned?" Her smile widened when Kahlen stiffened. "You... Of course not. I told you I have no wish to harm you. If I wished to harm you, I could do any number of things. I could have simply put a viper behind your heels. Vipers dislike sudden movement. If there was one thing Kahlen hated, it was snakes, and Shota knew it. "Relax, child, there is no viper under your chair." Shota took a bite of her toast. Kahlen eased her breath out. "But you wished to make me think there might be." "What I wished is for you to realize that confidence can be overrated. If it will please you, I will tell you that I have always regarded you as singularly dangerous for any number of reasons. That you have found a way to tap the other side of your magic means little to me. It is the other things you do that frighten me. Your womb frightens me. Your arrogant certitude frightens me." Kahlen nearly leaped to her feet in anger, but then she suddenly thought of the children dying back in Aidendrill.
How many of them hung near death, shivering in fear for their lives, while Kahlen stubbornly debated fault and imputation with Shota. Shota knew something about the plague and about the winds hunting Richard. What significance was Kahlen's pride in the face of that? She remembered, too, part of the prophecy. No blade forged of steel or conjured of sorcery can touch this foe. In much the same way, crossing swords with Shota wasn't going to work. This was serving no purpose, and worse, solving nothing. Kahlen admitted to herself that she had come for vengeance. Her true duty should be to help people who were suffering and dying. How would anything but pride be satisfied by striking out at Shota? She was stubbornly putting herself and her insecurity above innocent lives. She was being selfish. Shota, I came with hurt in my heart because of Nadine. I wanted you to leave Richard and me be. You say you have no wish to harm us, and that your intent is to help. I also wish to help people who are desperate and dying. Why don't we, for the moment at least, agree to take each other's word as true? Shota watched over her teacup. What an outrageous concept. Kahlen reasoned with her inner fear, her inner rage. Her anguish at the things Nadine did made Kahlen want to strike out at Shota. What if it wasn't Shota's fault? What if Nadine was acting on her own much the same way as Samuel had? What if Shota was telling the truth, if she had not meant to cause harm? If that were true, then Kahlen was guilty of a grievous wrong in wanting to strike out at Shota. Kahlen admitted to herself that Shota had been right, that she had been justifying vengeance simply to be able to tap her deadly power. She hadn't been willing to listen. Kahlen placed her hands on the table. Shota sipped her tea as she watched the blue glow around Kahlen's hands fade and finally extinguish. Kahlen didn't know if she would be able to call it forth should Shota strike, but she realized it didn't matter. Failure in her true task was too great a price to pay for pride. Kahlen felt that this was the only thing that could truly have a chance of saving her future, of saving Richard, and of saving those innocent people back in Aidendrill. Richard always said to think of the solution, not the problem. She would trust in Shota's word. Shota, Kahlen whispered, I always thought the worst of you. Fear has been only part of it. As you warned, jealousy has been my taskmaster. I beg you forgive my obstinacy and insolence. I know that you have tried to help people before. Please help me now. I need answers. Lives depend on this. Please talk with me. I'll try to hear with an open mind the things you say, knowing that you are the messenger and not the cause. Shota set down her teacup. Congratulations, Mother Confessor. You have earned the right to ask me questions. Have the courage to hear the answers, and they will be of aid to you. I swear to do my best, Kahlen said. Chapter 41. Shota poured them more tea. What do you wish to know? Kahlen reached for her cup. Do you know anything about the Temple of the Winds? No. Kahlen paused, cup in hand. Well, you told Nadine that the winds hunt Richard. I did. Could you explain that, what you meant? Shota lifted a hand in a vague gesture. I don't know how to explain to a woman who is not a witch how I see the flow of time, the passing of future events. I guess you could say that it's something like memories. When you think about a past event, or a person, say, the memory comes to you. Sometimes you more vividly remember past events. Some things you can't recall. My talent is like that, except I'm also able to do the same with the future. To me there is little difference between past, present, and future. I ride a current of time, seeing both upstream and down. To me, seeing the future is as simple as it is for you to remember the flow of past events. But sometimes I can't remember things, Kahlen said. It is the same with me. I can't recall whatever happened to a bird my mother would call when I was very young. I remember it sitting on her finger as she spoke soft, tender words to it. I don't remember if it died or if it flew away.
Other events, such as the death of a loved one, I remember vividly. I remember the texture of the dress my mother wore on the day she died. Even today, I could measure out for you the length of the loose thread on the sleeve. I understand. Kahlen stared down into her tea. I too remember well the day my mother died. I remember every horrid detail, even though I wish I could forget. Shota placed her elbows on the table and twined her fingers together. The future is that way with me. I can't always see pleasant future events that I wish to see, and I sometimes can't avoid seeing those things I abhor. Some events I can see with clarity, and others, despite how much I wish to see them, are only shadows in the fog. What about the winds hunting Richard? With a distant look, Shota shook her head. That was disturbing. It was as if someone else's memory was being forced on me, as if someone else was using me to pass on a message. Do you think it was a message or a warning? A thoughtful frown creased Shota's brow. I wondered that myself. I don't know the answer. I passed it on through Nadine because I thought Richard should know in either case. Kahlen rubbed her forehead. Shota, when the plague started, it started among children who had been playing or watching a game. Ja-la. Yes, that's right. Emperor Jagang, the Dreamwalker. Kahlen looked up. You know of him? He visits my future memories occasionally. He plays tricks, trying to get into my dreams. I won't allow it. Do you think it possible that it was the Dreamwalker who gave you this message about the winds hunting Richard? No. I know his tricks. Take my word, it was not a message from Jagang. What of the plague and the Ja-la game? Well, Jagang used his ability as a dreamwalker to slip into the mind of a wizard he sent to assassinate Richard. He was at the Ja-la game, the wizard I mean. Jagang saw the game through this wizard's eyes. Jagang was incensed that Richard had changed the rules so that all the children could play. The plague started among those children. That's one reason we think Jagang was responsible. The first child we went to see was near death. Kahlen closed her eyes and covered them with her fingertips at the memory. She took a settling breath. While Richard and I knelt at his side, he died. He was just a boy, an innocent boy. His whole body was rotting from the plague. I can't imagine the suffering he endured. He died before our eyes. I'm sorry, Shota whispered. Kahlen composed herself before looking up. After he had died, his hand reached up and grabbed a hold of Richard's shirt. His lungs filled with air. He pulled Richard close and he said, "The winds hunt you." A troubled sigh came from across the table. Then I was right. It was not something I saw, but a message sent through me. Shota, Richard thinks it means that the Temple of the Winds is hunting him. He has a journal from a man who lived during the Great War of 3,000 years ago. The journal tells of how the wizards of that time placed things of great value and great danger in the temple, and then they sent the temple away. Frowning, Shota leaned forward. Away? Away where? We don't know. The Temple of the Winds was atop Mount Chimermost. I know the place. There is no temple there, only a few bits of old ruins. Kahlen nodded. It's possible the wizards used their power to blast the side of the mountain away and bury the temple in a rock slide. Whatever they did, it's gone. From information in the journal, Richard believes that the red moons were a warning from the temple. He further believes that the Temple of the Winds is also known more simply as the Winds. Shota tapped a finger against the side of her teacup. So the message could have come directly from the Temple of the Winds. Do you think that possible? How could a place send a message? The wizards of that time could do things with magic we can only wonder at. The sliff, for example. From what I know and what you have told me, my best guess would be that Jagang has somehow stolen something deadly from the Temple of the Winds and used it to start the plague.
Kahlen felt a cold wave of fright flood through her. How could he do such a thing? He is a dream walker. He has access to untold knowledge. Despite his crude objectives, he is anything but stupid. I have been touched by his mind in my sleep when he hunts in the night. He is not to be underestimated. Shota, he wishes to extinguish all magic. Shota lifted an eyebrow. I have already told you I will answer your questions. There is no need to convince me of my own interest in this matter. Just as the danger from the keeper, Jagang is no less a threat to me. He promises to eliminate magic, but to accomplish those ends he uses magic. But how could he have stolen this plague from the Temple of the Winds? Do you think it even possible, really? I can tell you that the plague did not start of its own account. Your guess is correct. It was ignited through magic. How can we stop it? I know of no cure for plague. Shota took a sip of her tea. She glanced up at Kahlen. On the other hand, how could a plague be started? Magic. Kahlen frowned. You mean that if magic could start it, even though we don't know how to cure the plague, magic may be able to stop it? Is that what you're suggesting? Shota shrugged. I know no more how to start a plague than to cure it. I know magic started this one. If magic started it, then it would stand to reason that magic could halt it. Kahlen straightened. Then there is hope we can stop it, and save all those people from dying. Possibly. If we were to put the pieces together, it would at least suggest that Jagang stole from the Temple of the Winds magic to start the plague, and that the temple is trying to warn Richard of the violation. Why Richard? Why do you think? What makes Richard different from anyone else? Kahlen felt transfixed by Shota's small, sly smile. He's a war wizard. He has subtractive magic. It's how he defeated the spirit of Darkenral and stopped the Keeper. Richard is the only one with the power to do whatever it is that can help. Keep that in mind, Shota whispered into her teacup. Kahlen was suddenly getting the feeling that she was being led down a path. She dismissed the feeling. Shota was trying to help. Kahlen gathered her courage. Shota, why did you send Nadine? To marry Richard. Why Nadine? Shota's lips spread in a sad smile. It was the question for which she had been waiting. Because I care about him. I wanted it to be someone in whom he could find at least some small comfort. Kahlen swallowed. But he finds comfort in me. I know. But he is to marry another. The flow of the future tells you this? Your future memory? Shota gave her a single nod. It wasn't your idea? You didn't simply want to send someone to marry him so I wouldn't? No. Shota leaned back in her chair and stared off into the trees. I saw that he will marry another. I see great pain for him in this. I exerted all my influence so that it would be someone he knew, someone in whom he would find at least some solace. I wanted to spare him as much pain in it as I could. Kahlen didn't know what to say. She felt as she had when she was struggling against the flow of water down in the drainage tunnel when she was fighting Marlin. She remembered the weight of the water, the way it pinned her in place. But I love him, was all she could think to say. I know, Shota whispered back. It was not my choice to have him marry another. I was only able to influence who it would be. Kahlen struggled to pull a shaky breath as she looked away from the witch woman's ageless eyes. I had no say, Shota added, in who would be your husband. Kahlen's gaze returned to Shota. What? What do you mean? You are to be wedded. It is not Richard. I could not influence that part of it. That is not a good sign. Kahlen felt stunned. What do you mean? The spirits are somehow involved in this. They would only accept limited influence. They have their reasons for the rest of it. Those reasons are veiled from me. Kahlen felt a tear run down her cheek. Shota, what am I to do? I'll lose my only love. I could never love anyone but Richard, even if I wished it. I'm a confessor.
Shota sat still as stone as she watched Kahlen. The good spirits have granted us all they could in allowing me to have a say in who will be Richard's bride. I searched and could find no other woman for whom he feels even this limited empathy. She was the best I could do. If you truly love Richard, then you should try to find comfort in the fact that he will have Nadine, a woman he knows and for whom he at least has some feeling, however small. Perhaps with a woman such as this, he will someday find happiness and come to love her. Kahlen put her trembling hands in her lap. She felt sick to her stomach. It would do no good to argue with Shota. This wasn't her doing. The spirits were involved. To what purpose? What good will it do for him to marry Nadine? For me to be mated to one I don't love? Shota's voice came soft and compassionate. I don't know, child. Just as some parents, for a variety of reasons, choose their children's spouses, so have the spirits chosen for you and Richard. If the spirits would involved, why would they desire our misery? They took us to that place so we could be together. Kahlen struggled against the weight of the floodwaters. Why would they want to do this to us? Perhaps, Shota whispered as she watched Kahlen, it is because you will betray him. Kahlen's throat clenched shut, locking her breath in her lungs. The prophecy screamed through her head. For the one in white, his true beloved, will betray him in her blood. Kahlen shot to her feet. No! Her hands balled into fists. I would never hurt him. I would never betray him. Shota calmly sipped her tea. Sit down, Mother Confessor. Kahlen fought to keep the tears back as she sank into her chair. I don't control the future memories any more than I control the past. I told you, you must have the courage to hear the answers. She tapped a finger to her temple. Not only here. She tapped the finger over her heart. But here, too. Kahlen made herself take a deep breath. Forgive me. It's not your fault. I know that. Shota lifted an eyebrow. Very good, Mother Confessor. Learning to accept the truth is the first step to gaining control of your destiny. Shota, I don't mean this to sound disrespectful, but seeing the future does not provide all the answers. Before, you told me that I would touch Richard with my power. I thought that would destroy him. I tried to kill myself to prevent your words from coming to pass, to prevent myself from hurting him. Richard wouldn't allow me the chance at suicide. As it turned out, your seeing of the future was true, but there was more to it, and it turned out differently than we thought. I touched Richard, but his magic protected him, and my touch didn't harm him. I didn't see the result of the touch, only that you would touch him. This is different. I see you both being wedded. Kahlen felt numb. Who is it to be that I will marry? I see only a misty form. I cannot see the person. I do not know his identity. Shota, I was told that a witch woman seeing of future events is a form of prophecy. Who told you this? A wizard, Zed. Wizards, Shota muttered. They don't know what is in a witch woman's mind. They think they know everything. Kahlen pushed her long hair back over her shoulder. Shota, we were going to be honest with each other, remember? Shota let out a dainty grumble. Well, I guess that in this case, they may be mostly right. Prophecy does not always turn out how it seems. The dire dangers can be avoided or changed. Do you think there is any way I can change the prophecy? Shota frowned. The prophecy? The one you mentioned, betraying Richard. Shota's frown deepened into suspicion. Are you saying that this was also foretold in a prophecy? Kahlen's eyes turned away from the witchwoman's intense gaze. When the wizard came, with Jagang possessing his mind, Jagang said that he had invoked a prophecy to trap Richard. It too says I will betray him. Do you remember this prophecy? Kahlen rubbed her finger around the rim of her teacup. It's one of those memories that we spoke of, the memories we wish we could forget, but we can't. On the red moon will come the firestorm,
The one bonded to the blade will watch as his people die. If he does nothing, then he and all those he loves will die in its heat, for no blade forged of steel or conjured of sorcery can touch this foe. To quench the inferno, he must seek the remedy in the wind. Lightning will find him on that path, for the one in white, his true beloved, will betray him in her blood. Shota leaned back, taking her teacup with her. It is true, as you say, that the events in prophecy can be altered or avoided, but not in a double-bind prophecy. This one is such a prophecy, a trap that ensnares its victim. The red moon proves that the trap has sprung. But there must be a way. Kahlen pushed her hands back into her hair. Shota, what am I to do? You are to be wedded to another, she whispered, as is Richard. What is beyond I don't see, but this much of it is the future. Shota, I know you're speaking the truth, but how can it be that I would betray Richard? I'm telling you the truth. I would die before I would betray him. My heart won't allow me to betray him. I couldn't. Shota smoothed a loose wisp of her dress. Think, Mother Confessor, and you will see that you are wrong. Just as I showed you that you were wrong, that I could no longer harm you. How? How could I do such a thing when I know it isn't in me, for any reason, to betray him? Shota took a patient breath. It is not nearly so difficult as you wish to think. What if you knew, for example, that you had only one way to save his life, and that way was to betray him, but in so doing you would lose his love? Would you make the sacrifice of his love to preserve his life? The truth now. Kahlen swallowed past the lump in her throat. Yes. I would betray him if it was to save his life. So you see, it is not as impossible an event as you imagined. I guess not, Kahlen said in a small voice. She pushed at a few crumbs on the table. Shota, what is the purpose of all this? Why would the future hold that Richard will marry Nadine and that I will marry another man? There must be a reason. It goes against everything we both want, so there must be some force pushing events down that path. Shota said after a moment's deliberation, The Temple of the Winds hunts Richard. The spirits have a hand in this. Kahlen's face sank wearily into her hands. You said to Nadine, May the spirits have mercy on him. What did you mean by that? The underworld contains more than just the good spirits. The spirits, good and the evil, are all involved in this. Kahlen didn't want to talk anymore. It was too painful, talking about the ruination of her dreams and hopes as if they were pieces on a game board. To what purpose, she mumbled. The plague. Kahlen looked up. What? It has something to do with the plague and the thing of magic the Dreamwalker stole from the Temple of the Winds. You mean that it could be that this could somehow be part of our attempt to find the magic to stop the plague? I believe it is so, the witch woman said at last. You and Richard are desperately seeking a way to stop the plague and save the lives of countless people. I see in the future that you each wed other people. For what reason would both of you make such a sacrifice? But why would it be necessary? You seek something I cannot answer. I cannot alter what will be, nor do I know the reason for it. We are forced to consider the possibilities. Think. If the only way to save all those people from dying in a firestorm of plague were for Richard and you to sacrifice your life together, perhaps say to prove your true devotion to protecting innocent lives, would you both do such a thing? Kahlen put her trembling hands in her lap under the table. She had seen the pain in Richard's eyes when he had watched that boy die. She knew her own pain. They had both seen innocent, sick children who were going to die. How many more would die? She would never be able to live with herself if the only way to save those children was to sacrifice her love, and she refused. How could we not? Even if it would kill us, how could we not? But how could the good spirits demand such a price? Kahlen suddenly remembered Denna's spirit, taking the keeper's mark from Richard and freely choosing to go in Richard's place to eternal torment at the keeper's hands. That it turned out that Denna didn't have to face that fate didn't matter. She thought that she would, and had sacrificed her soul in the place of one she loved. The branches of a nearby maple tree clacked together in the gentle breeze. Kahlen could hear the flags atop Shota's palace snapping in the wind. The air tasted of spring. The grasses were a bright new green. Life was beginning to bud all around. Kahlen's heart felt like dead ashes. "Then I will tell you one other thing," Shota said, as if from a great distance. Kahlen listened from the bottom of a well of despair. "You have not heard the last message from the winds. You will receive one more, involving the moon. This will be the consequential communion. Do not ignore it, nor dismiss it. Your future, Richard's future, and the future of all those innocent people will hinge on this event. Both of you must use all you have learned in order to comprehend the chance you will be offered." "Chance? Chance for what?" Shota's gaze riveted Kahlen. "The chance to carry out your most solemn duty. The chance to save all the innocent lives of those who depend upon you to do what they cannot." "How soon?" "I only know it will not be long." Kahlen nodded. She wondered why she wasn't crying. It seemed as if this was the most devastating personal tragedy she could imagine, losing Richard, and yet she wasn't crying. She guessed she would, but not now, not here. Kahlen stared at the table. "Shota, you would try to stop us from having a child, wouldn't you? A boy child?" "Yes." "You would try to kill our son if we had one, wouldn't you?" "Yes." "Then how do I know that this isn't just some plot on your part to prevent us from having a child?" "You will have to judge the truth of my words with your own mind and heart." Kahlen remembered the dying boy's words and the prophecy. Somehow she had known all along that she would never marry Richard. It was all just an impossible dream. When she was young, Kahlen had asked her mother about growing up and having a love, a husband, a home. Her mother had stood before her, beautiful, radiant, statuesque, but wearing her confessor's face. "Confessors don't have love, Kahlen. They have duty." Richard was born a war wizard. He had been born for a purpose. Duty. She watched the breeze roll a few of the crumbs from the table. "I believe you," Kahlen whispered. "I wish I didn't, but I do. You're telling me the truth." There was nothing else to say. Kahlen stood. She had to lock her knees to stay upright on her trembling legs. She tried to remember where the Sliff's well was, but she couldn't seem to make her mind work. "Thank you for the tea," she heard herself say. "It was lovely." If Shota answered, Kahlen didn't hear it. "Shota?" Kahlen grasped the back of the chair to steady herself. "Could you point me in the right direction? I can't seem to remember." Shota was there, taking her arm. "I will walk part way with you, child," Shota said in a soft, compassionate voice, "so you may find your way." They walked the road in silence. Kahlen tried to find cheer in the warm spring morning. It was still so cold in Aidendrill. It had been snowing when she left. Still, she couldn't find any cheer in the fine day. As they climbed the stone steps cut into the cliff, Kahlen fought to regain a sense of purpose. If she and Richard could somehow save all those people from the plague, it would be a wonderful thing. Most wouldn't care about the sacrifice they made, but that wouldn't lessen the relief she would feel in the sound of a child's laughter or the sight of a mother's joy in her child's safety. There would still be things to live for. She could fill the void with the happiness to be seen in the eyes of her people. She would have done something no other could do. She and Richard would have stopped Jagang from harming all those people. Near the top of the cliff, Kahlen paused at a turn in the steps and looked out at Agaden Reach. It truly was a beautiful place, this valley nestled among the peaks of jagged mountains. She remembered that the keeper had sent a wizard and a screeling to kill Shota. Shota had barely escaped with her life. She had vowed to regain her home.
I'm glad you got your home back. I'm glad for you, Shota. I really am. Ogaden Reach belongs to you.
Thank you, Mother Confessor. Kahlen looked to the witch woman's almond eyes. What did you do to the wizard who chased you out?
What I said I would do. I tied him up by his thumbs, and I skinned him alive. I sat back and watched as his magic bled from his skinless carcass.
She turned and gestured back down into the green valley.
I covered the seat of my throne with his hide.
Kahlen remembered that that was precisely what Shota had promised to do. It was small wonder that even wizards rarely dared to enter Ogaden Reach. Shota was more than a match for a wizard. One wizard, at least, had learned that lesson too late.
I can't say I blame you. The Keeper sending him to kill you and all. If the Keeper had gotten you, well, I know how much you feared that. I owe you and Richard a debt. Richard prevented the Keeper from having us all. I'm glad the wizard didn't send you to the Keeper, Shota.
Kahlen really meant it. She still knew Shota was dangerous, but the witch woman seemed also to have a compassion that Kahlen hadn't expected.
Do you know what he said to me, this wizard? Shota asked. He said he forgave me. Can you believe it? He granted me forgiveness. And then he begged mine.
The wind carried some of Kahlen's hair across her face. She pulled it back.
Seems a strange thing for him to say, considering. The wizard's fourth rule, he called it. He said that there was magic in forgiveness in the fourth rule, magic to heal. In forgiveness you grant, and more so in the forgiveness you receive. I guess the Keeper's minion would say anything to try to get away with what he had done, and to get away from you. I can understand you not being in the mood to forgive him. Light seemed to vanish into the ageless depths of Shota's eyes. He forgot to place the word sincere before forgiveness. Chapter 42. Kahlen watched the witch woman disappear back into the gloomy forest. Vines hanging down from craggy branches reached out to touch their mistress as she passed, while tendrils and roots stretched up to brush her leg. She vanished into a shroud of mist. Unseen creatures called in low whistles and clicks from the direction she had gone. Kahlen turned back to the moss-covered boulder Shota had shown her, and just beyond found the sliff's well. The silver face of the sliff rose from beyond the round stone wall to watch as Kahlen approached. Kahlen almost wished the sliff hadn't come, as if somehow, if Kahlen couldn't get back, none of the things she had learned would come to pass. How was she going to look into Richard's eyes and not scream in anguish? How was she ever going to be able to go on? How would she find the will to live? Do you wish to travel? The sliff asked. No, but I must.
The sliff frowned as if well puzzled.
If you wish to travel, I will be ready.
Kahlen sank to the ground, put her back to the sliff's well, and folded her legs under herself. Was she to give up this easily? Was she to submit meekly to the fates? She didn't have a choice. Think of the solution, not the problem. Somehow things didn't seem as desperate as they had back in the Reach. There had to be a way to solve this. Richard would not so easily give in. He would fight for her. She would fight for him. They loved each other, and that was more important than anything else. Kahlen's mind felt as if it were in a fog. She tried to focus with more resolve. She couldn't just give up. She had to face this with her old determination. She knew that witch women bewitched people. They didn't necessarily do it out of malice. It was just the way they were. It was like a person not being able to help the fact that they were tall or short, or the color of their hair. Witch women bewitched people because that was the way their magic worked. Shota had bewitched Richard to an extent. Only the magic of the Sword of Truth saved him the first time. The Sword of Truth. Richard was the seeker. This was the kind of thing a seeker did, solved problems. She was in love with the seeker. He would not so easily give up. Kahlen plucked a leaf and tore little strips from it as she began to reconsider everything she had been told by Shota. How much of it dare she believe? It was all beginning to seem like a dream from which she was just coming awake. Matters could not possibly be as desperate as she had thought. Her father had told her never to give up, to fight with every breath, with the last breath if need be. Nor would Richard give in easily. This wasn't ended yet. The future was still the future, and despite what Shota said, the matter was not yet decided. Something at her shoulder was bothering her. As she thought, she flicked her hand at it, and then went back to tearing strips off the big leaf. There had to be a way to solve this. When she swatted at her shoulder again, her fingers hit the bone knife. It felt warm. Kahlen drew the knife and held it in her lap. The knife was warm. It seemed to pulse and vibrate. It grew so hot that it became uncomfortable to hold. Kahlen watched, wide-eyed, as the black feathers stood up. They danced and waved and twisted in a breeze. Her hair hung limp. The air was dead still. There was no breeze. Kahlen shot to her feet. "Sliff!" The Sliff's silver face was right there, close. Kahlen backed away a bit. "Sliff, I need to travel." "Come, we will travel. Where do you wish to go?" "The Mud People. I need to go to the Mud People." The liquid features contorted in thought. "I do not know this place." "It's not a place. They're people." "People," Kahlen tapped her chest. "They're people like me." "I know different peoples, but not these Mud People." Kahlen pushed back her hair, trying to think. "They live in the wilds." "I know places in the wilds. Which one do you wish to travel to? Name it, and we will travel. You will be pleased." "Well, it's a place that's flat. It's a grassland, flat grassland. No mountains like here." Kahlen gestured around, but realized that the Sliff could see only trees. "I know several places like that." "Which places? Maybe I'll recognize them." "I can travel to a place overlooking the Calicidran River." "To the west of the Calicidran. The Mud People are farther west." "I can travel to Tondalin Vale, the Harja Rift, Kia Plains, Sealan, Harkin Split, Anderith, Picton, the Jokopol Treasure." "The what? What was the last one?" She knew most of the rest of the places the Sliff named, but they weren't close to the Mud People. "The Jokopol Treasure. Do you wish to travel there?" Kahlen held out the warm bone knife, grandfather's knife. Chandalin had told her how the Jokopol had made war on the Mud People, and the ancestor spirits had guided Chandalin's grandfather in how to defend his people against the Jokopol. Chandalin had said they used to trade with the Jokopol before their war. The Jokopol had to be close to the Mud People. "Say the last place again," Kahlen said. "The Jokopol Treasure." At the echoing words, the black feathers danced and twisted. Kahlen shoved the bone knife back in the band around her upper arm. She sprang up onto the stone wall. "That's where I wish to go, the Jokopol Treasure. I wish to travel to the Jokopol Treasure. Can you take me there, Sliff?" A silver arm swept her off the stone wall. "Come, we will travel to the Jokopol Treasure. You will be pleased." Kahlen gasped one quick breath before she was plunged into the quicksilver froth. She let the breath go and inhaled the Sliff, but this time, numbed by troubling thoughts of losing Richard, of his marrying Nadine, she felt no rapture. Zed cackled like a madman. Anne was upside down in his vision. He stuck out his tongue at her and blew, making a long, crude sound. "You needn't attempt to pretend," she growled. "It seems to be your natural state." Zed moved his legs as if trying to walk upside down through the air. The blood was rushing to his head. "Do you wish to die with your dignity?" he asked her. "Or would you rather live?" "I'll not play a fool." "That's the word, play. Don't just sit there in the mud. Play in it." She leaned over, putting her head close to his. He was standing on it in the mud. "Zed, you can't possibly think such a thing would work." "You said it yourself. You are mucking about with a crazy man. It was your suggestion."
I suggested no such thing.
Perhaps you didn't suggest it, but you are the one who gave me the inspiration. I'll be happy to give you full credit when we tell people the story.
Tell people. In the first place, it won't work. In the second place, I realize full well that you would be only too delighted to tell people. That's just one more reason why I won't do it. Zed howled like a coyote. He stiffened his legs and his spine, letting himself topple like a felled tree. Mud splashed on Anne. Fuming, she wiped a small splat from her nose. At the tall stick fence, grim-faced Nangtong guards watched the two prisoners, the two sacrifices. Zed and Anne had sat in the mud with their backs to one another and untied the ropes binding their wrists. The guards, armed with spears and bows, didn't seem to care. The prisoners couldn't get away. Zed knew they were right. Happy people had begun to stop by the pig pen at dawn. As the morning wore on, the crowd grew as more people stopped by to chatter with the guards and take a look at the fine offerings. Apparently, everyone was in a good mood because they now had a sacrifice for the spirits. Their lives would be safe after the unhappy spirits were appeased. The guards and the people of the Nangtong village, watching from the other side of the fence, were now looking less pleased. They fidgeted with the cloth covering their faces, making sure it hid enough and that it was secure. The guards began wiping more ash on their faces and bodies. Apparently one couldn't be too careful lest the spirits recognize them. Zed tucked his head down between his knees and rolled himself through the wet, sticky slop. He laughed maniacally as he rolled in a circle around Anne's squat figure, sitting on the cold ground. "Would you stop that?" Zed spread supine in the mud before her. He swept his rigid arms and legs through the mud.
"Anne," he said in a low tone, "we have important business. I think we might have better success if we attempt to carry out those tasks in this world rather than in the underworld after we are dead."
"I know we can't help if we're dead."
"It would stand to reason, then, that we need to get away now, wouldn't it?"
"Of course it would," she grumbled. "But I don't think—" Zed plopped himself down in her lap. She winced in disgust. Her nose wrinkled when he rested his muddy arms around her neck.
"Anne, if we do nothing, we die. If we try to fight these people, we will die. Without the use of our magic, we can't escape them. Our only option is to convince them to let us go. We can't speak their language, and even if we could, I doubt we would be able to persuade them."
"Yes, but—"
"We have only one chance, as I see it. We must convince them that we are quite loony. This sacrifice is a sacred service to their spirit ancestors. Look at the guards behind my back. Do they look happy?"
"Well, no."
"If they believe that we're crazy, then they just might think twice before sacrificing us to their spirits. Wouldn't the spirits be insulted to receive a lunatic as a sacrifice? Wouldn't that be disrespectful? We have to make them fear insulting their spirits with two loony people."
"But that's crazy."
"Look at it this way. A sacrifice is something like a treaty wedding between two peoples. The bride is the sacrifice of one people to another in the flesh of the new husband, all in the hope for a peaceful and productive future. The bride's new people treat her with respect. The bride's people treat the husband and his people with respect. It's all an arrangement symbolizing unity, continuity, and hope for the future. We are like the bride, being offered to the spirits. How would it look if the Nangtong offered an unworthy, demented bride? If you were one of the spirits, wouldn't you be offended?"
"If I got you in the bargain, I would be." Zed howled at the sky. Anne winced and pulled away from him.
"It's our only chance, Anne."
He leaned close, whispering in her ear.
"I swear an oath as first wizard that I will never tell anyone how you behaved."
He drew back and grinned at her.
"Besides, it's fun. Remember how much fun it was as a child to play outside, to play in the mud? Why, it was the grandest of things."
"But it might not work."
"Even if it doesn't, wouldn't you rather die having fun on the last day of your life instead of sitting here afraid and cold and dirty? Wouldn't you rather have some childlike fun one last time? Let yourself go, prelate, and recall what it was to be a child. Let yourself do anything that comes into your head. Have fun. Be a child.
With a serious expression, Anne considered his words. You won't tell anyone?
You have my word. You can act with childish glee, and no one but I will ever know. And the Nang Tong, of course.
Another of your acts of desperation, Zed?
The time for desperation is upon us. Let's play.
Anne smiled a sly smile. She stiff-armed him in the chest, knocking him back into the mud. With a riot of laughter, she leaped on top of him. They wrestled like children, rolling through the slop. After a half-dozen turns, Anne was a mud monster with arms, legs, and 2 eyes. The mud split, revealing a pink mouth as she howled with him at the sky. They made mud balls and used the pigs as targets. They chased the pigs. They flopped onto the hard, round backs of the squealing creatures, riding them around until they were tossed off into the mud. Zed doubted that Anne had ever been this dirty in her 9 centuries of life. End of side 11. To continue, turn the cassette over. Side 12. Temple of the Winds by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 323. He realized while they were having a one-legged game of tag that involved more falling in the mud than hopping progress that her laughter had changed. Anne was having fun. They stomped through puddles, they chased the pigs, they ran around the enclosure rattling sticks against the fence. And then they hit upon the idea of making faces at the guards. They drew whimsical expressions on each other's faces in mud. They made every rude noise they could think of. They jumped and laughed and pointed at the solemn guards. Anne and Zed got to laughing so hard that they couldn't stand, and like 2 drunks they rolled on the ground holding their sides. The crowd grew. Worried whispers swept through the onlookers. Anne stuck her thumbs in her ears and wiggled her fingers as she made faces at them. Zed stood on his head and sang a few lewd ballads he knew. Anne laughed hysterically as he mispronounced key words. Zed fell to laughing and then fell in the mud, and then Anne fell on him. She sat on his stomach, pinning him to the ground as she tickled him under his arms, while he gasped for breath between laughter and tickled her ribs. The 2 of them had never had so much fun. The pigs cowered in the corner. Suddenly, buckets of water were dumped over the both of them as they were furiously engaged in trying to find each other's most ticklish spots. They looked up. More water rained down on them. As fast as the mud was washed off them, they dived back into it. Ash-covered guards seized them by the arms and held them at spear point, while they were once again washed off. Zed peered over at Anne. She peered back. She looked ridiculous, her face emerging from streamers of slop. He giggled and made a face at her. She giggled and made a face back. The men yelled. Zed's cheeks puffed with attempts to halt his laughing. The guards shoved them forward, spears poking in their backs. It reminded him of being tickled, and they both laughed. It was as if once uncorked, the laughter had a life of its own. If they were to be sacrificed, what difference did it make? They might as well have the last laugh. The crowd of shrouded figures parted as the 2 prisoners were led out of the pig's pen. Giggling, Zed held his arm high and waved. "Wave at the people, Annie!" She made faces instead. Zed liked the idea and imitated her. People shrank back as if seeing a horrifying sight. Some of the women wept and wailed. Zed and Anne laughed and pointed at them as the women ran from the crowd seeking refuge from the lunatics. The tents and onlookers were soon left behind as their captors prodded them on with spears. Before long, the 2 dirty, smelly, happy sacrifices were out in the hills. 35 or 40 Nang Tong spirit hunters, all holding ready spears or bows, followed behind. Zed noticed that some of them had brought packs and provisions. First Wizard Zedicus Zool Zorander and Prelate Annalena Aldurin skipped along ahead of the spears, laughing and making outrageous, ever-increasing claims as to how many onions they could eat without producing tears. Zed hadn't a clue where they were going, but it was a fine morning to be going there, wherever it was. "It's kind of funny, Lord Rawle," Lieutenant Crawford said. Richard gazed out over the boulder field. What's funny about it? The lieutenant bent his head back to peer up the cliff. Well, I meant it's odd. I grew up in rugged mountains, so I've seen places like these mountains my whole life, but this place is odd. He turned and pointed. See that mountain over there? You can see where the rock slide came from. Richard put a hand over his brow to shield his eyes from the low afternoon sun. The mountain the lieutenant was pointing to was rugged and covered with trees, except for the uppermost reaches. On the steep side facing them, a part of it had given way, leaving naked rock to scar the mountain where the rock had broken off. At the bottom of the barren scar lay a boulder field. What about it? Well, look at all the rock at the bottom. That's the portion that broke off the face of the mountain. He gestured to the boulder field they stood atop. This isn't the same. Another soldier approached and saluted with a fist to his heart. He cast a wary glance at Ulick and Egan, who were standing with their arms folded while he waited silently. Nothing, Lord Rawle, he said when Richard acknowledged him. Not so much as a flake of rock that's been worked with tools. Keep looking. Try the outer fringes of the boulder field. Look for places where you can crawl down under some of the larger boulders and check under there, too. The soldiers saluted and hurried off. There wasn't much of the day left. Richard had told them that he didn't want to stay the next day. He wanted to get back to Adendrill. Kahlen would probably be back that night, or possibly tomorrow. He wanted to be there. If she came back. If she was still alive. He broke out in a sweat at the very thought. His knees felt weak. He banished the thought. She would be back. That was all there was to it. She would be back. He made himself quit thinking about it and put his mind to the problem at hand. So what do you think, Lieutenant? Lieutenant Crawford pitched a stone, watching it bounce first off one boulder and then another. The sharp sound echoed off the cliff behind them. It could be that the face of this mountain broke off much longer ago. Then over all that time things started growing in, dying, making soil for larger things to grow, and then they died, making yet more soil. It could be that it's been covered over. Richard knew what Lieutenant Crawford was talking about. He knew how a forest in time could cover over rock slides. If you dug in the forest at the bottom of a cliff, you often encountered the bones of the fallen mountain. I don't think so in this case. The lieutenant looked over at him. May I ask why you think not, Lord Rawle? Richard stared across the rift to the next mountain. Well, look at that cliff. The face of it is rough and uneven, yet the rock of the mountain left behind after the face fell away is weathered now. So much of it isn't sharp. It's been worn by time. Some of it is sharp, though. Water gets in the cracks, freezes, and breaks off more of the rock with time. You can see some of those sharp places, but most of it has a softer look. It has the look to me that it happened long before this slide here, yet you can still see most of the rock lying at the bottom of the cliff. Here, there's much less scree. Egan unfolded his arms and brushed back his blond hair. Could just be the lay of the land. This cliff faces south, letting the sun in to help things grow, whereas that one faces north, so it's in shade most of the time. The forest wouldn't grow in as well over there, and that would leave the scree exposed. Egan had a point. There's more to it. Richard tilted his head back and looked up the thousands of feet of sheer cliff face towering above them. Half this mountain is gone. That one over there is just a small slide in comparison. Look up at this mountain and try to imagine what it would have looked like before this happened. It's cleaved from the very top all the way down, like a log round split in half. All the rest of the mountains around here are more or less cone-shaped. This one is only half a cone. Even if I'm wrong and half the mountain isn't gone, and it used to be shaped much as we see it now, there would still be an immense amount of rock down here. I mean, even if it used to be much this shape, and only a shell of rock 10 or 20 feet thick collapsed, by the towering height alone there would have to be a huge pile of rubble. This rock is sharp, so it might be pieces broken off by the working of water freezing, But probably, since I can't see any time-worn places, it happened more recently. Yet I just don't see any evidence of the mass of rock that would have had to come off this mountain. Even if it had been covered over in time, I'd think that where we're standing would be a huge mound. The lieutenant glanced about. You have a point. This is pretty much level with the bottom of the rift. If all that rock broke off, there's no mound under the forest down here. Richard watched the soldiers all about, searching through the rock and woods for any sign of the Temple of the Winds. None looked to be finding anything. I can't see that it's down here. I just don't see any reason to believe that the mountain fell down here. Ulick and Egan folded their arms again. The matter is settled as far as they were concerned. Lieutenant Crawford cleared his throat. Lord Roll, if the half of Mount Keimermost that used to be there isn't down here, then where is it? Richard shared a long look with the man. That's what I'd like to know. If it isn't down here, then it must be someplace else. The blonde-headed lieutenant shifted his weight to his other foot. Well, it didn't just get up and walk away, Lord Roll. Richard turned his scabbard out of the way as he started climbing down off the rocks. He realized he was frightening the man. Richard seemed to be suggesting something that hinted at magic. It must be as you say, Lieutenant. It must have fallen and grown over. Perhaps the cleft between the mountains was deeper back then, and the fall simply filled it in, rather than making a mound. The lieutenant liked the idea. It gave him a rock-solid reality. Richard didn't believe it. The cliff face looked peculiar to him. It was too smooth, as if cleaved with a huge sword. Yes, there were jagged places, but that would explain the rock that was at the bottom. It looked to him as though the mountain had been cut off and taken away, and over time water and ice had worked at the smooth face of the cliff, breaking off pieces and making it more craggy, but it was nowhere near as rough as the other cliffs round about. That might explain it, Lord Roll, the lieutenant said. If that's true, though, that would mean that the temple you're looking for must be buried deep underground. With his two huge guards right at his heels, Richard made for the horses. I want to have a look up on top. I want to see the ruins up there. Their guide, a middle-aged man named Andy Millet, was waiting with the horses. He wore simple wool clothes of browns and greens, much like Richard used to wear. His shaggy brown hair hung past his ears. Andy was immensely proud that Lord Rahl had asked him to guide them to Mount Keimermost. Richard felt a bit sheepish about that. Andy was simply the first person Richard found who knew where it was. Andy, I'd like to go up to the ruins on top. Andy handed Richard the reins to the big roan. Sure enough, Lord Rahl. There's not much up there, but I'd be glad to show you just the same. Big as his two guards were, they mounted lightly, their horses hardly moving under the sudden weight. Richard swung up into the saddle and wiggled his right boot into the stirrup. Can we get up there before dark? Most of that spring snowstorm is melted. The trail should be open. Andy glanced at the sun, which was just about touching a mountain. With the way you ride, Lord Roll, I'd say long before. Usually important people slow me down. Or you think I'm the one slowing you down? Richard smiled. He remembered the same thing himself. The more important the person he guided, the slower they went, it seemed. The sky was streaked with golds and reds by the time they reached the ruins. The surrounding mountains were cast in deep shadow. The ruins seemed to glow in the honeyed light. There were some once elegant structures now crumbling that looked to have been a part of a larger place, just as Kahlen had said. Here and there on the barren mountaintop, parts of walls still stood, their stones not covered by vine and wood, as they would have been down below, but covered with a rust of lichens instead. Richard dismounted and handed his reins to Lieutenant Crawford. The building to the left of the broad road was large by any standards Richard had grown up with, but compared to castles and palaces he had seen since, it was an insignificant structure. The doorway stood empty. Crumbling evidence of a doorframe remained, still partly covered with gold leaf. Inside the walls echoed with his footsteps. A stone bench sat in one room of the roofless building. In another room, a stone fountain held snowmelt. A twisting hall with most of its barren ceiling still in place led Richard past a warren of rooms. The hall split, leading, he surmised, to rooms at either corner of the building. He followed the left branch to the room at the end. Like all the rooms on this side, it faced the cliff. Hollow rectangles gaped where windows once shielded the room from wind and rain. Beyond, through the openings, was a view past the edge of the cliff to the blue haze of the mountains beyond. This was the place where visitors and supplicants to the temple would have awaited admittance. During their wait, they would have had a glorious view of the Temple of the Winds. If they were turned away, they left with at least that much. He could almost see what those who had stood in this very spot had seen. It was his gift, he knew, that was telling him this, much the way the spirits of those who once held the sword of truth guided him when he used that magic. As he stood staring, he could almost imagine it there, just beyond the edge, a place of grandeur and might. This was where the wizards had taken things of powerful magic for safekeeping. The wizards of old, some of them Richard's ancestors, had probably stood where he stood, looking out at the Temple of the Winds. Richard strolled around outside in the fading light, past the stately columns, peering into guard huts and once magnificent garden structures, touching the deteriorating walls. Even though it all was now crumbling, it was easy for him to imagine the majestic scene it must once have been. He stood in the center of the broad road that ran through the crumbling ruins, feeling his gold cloak billowing out behind in the wind, trying to visualize the place as it had been, trying to get the feel of it. The road, more than the buildings, gave him the eerie feeling of the presence of the temple beyond. This road had once led right into the Temple of the Winds. He strode the wide roadway, imagining striding toward the Temple of the Winds that had said they were hunting him. He passed along part of a wall and between the hollow stone buildings, feeling the timeless quality of the place, feeling the life that once was here. But where had it gone? How was he to find it? Where else could he look? It had been here, and even now Richard could almost see it, feel it, sense it, as if his gift were pulling him onward, pulling him home. Abruptly he was jerked to a halt. Ulick on one side of him and Egan on the other had seized him under his arms and pulled him back. He looked down and saw that another step would have taken him out into thin air. Vultures soared in the updraft, not 20 feet straight in front of him. He felt as if he was standing at the edge of the world. The view was dizzying. The hair on the back of his neck stiffened. More should lie beyond the edge at his feet. He knew it should. But there was nothing there. The Temple of the Winds was gone. Chapter 43. Breathe. Kahlen did as she was told, expelling the sliff and pulling in the sharp, cold air. The sound of a hissing torch roared in her ears. Her own breath echoed painfully. But she knew what to expect by now, and calmly waited for the world around her to twist back to normal. Except this was not normal. At least it was not the normal she expected. "Sliff, where are we?" Her voice reverberated around her. "Where you wished to travel, the Jokopo treasure. You should be pleased, but if you are not, I will try again." No, it isn't that I'm not pleased. It's just that this wasn't what I expected." She was in a cave. The torch wasn't the familiar kind she was accustomed to, a length of wood with pitch at the head, but instead was made of bundled reeds. The ceiling nearly brushed her head as she swung her legs down from the sliff's well and stood. Kahlen pulled the bundled reed torch from where it was wedged in a split in the rough stone wall. "I'll be back," she told the sliff. "I'll have a look around, and if I don't find a way out, I'll come back and we'll go somewhere else." She realized that there must be a way out, or the torch wouldn't have been there. "Or else when I'm through finding what I'm looking for, I'll be back." "I will be ready when you wish to travel. We will travel again. You will be pleased." Kahlen nodded to the silver face reflecting the dancing torchlight, then stepped into the cave. There was only one way out of the room she was in, a wide, low passageway, so she went through it, following it as it twisted and turned through the dark brown rock. There were no other corridors or rooms, so she kept going. The passageway led to a broad room, perhaps 50 or 60 feet across, and she found out why this place was called the Jokopo Treasure. Torchlight reflected back in thousands of golden sparkles. The room was filled with gold. Some was stacked in crude ingots or spheres, as if the molten metal had been poured into pots, the pots then broken away. Simple boxes were piled high with nuggets. Other boxes, with handles at both ends so they could be carried by 2 men, held a rubble of golden objects. There were several tables, still holding gold discs and shelves along one wall. The shelves held several gold statues, but were filled mostly with rolled vellum scrolls. Kahlen wasn't interested in the Jokopo treasure. She didn't take time to inspect the objects all around, and instead made for the corridor on the other side of the room. She didn't want to linger in the room because she was worried and wanted to get to the mud people, but even if she had been interested in looking around, she wouldn't have stayed long. The air smelled awful and made her gag and cough. The foul stench made her head spin and start to hurt. The air in the passageway was better, though not what she would call good. She reached over and felt the bone knife and found it still warm. At least it wasn't hot as it had been. The tunnel began slanting upward as it twisted along. As she went higher, the dark rock became dirt, in places held back with beams. She didn't see any other passages branching off until she began to smell fresh air. One tunnel branched left, and in a few paces, another right. She felt cool air drifting down from the one straight ahead, and so went that way. The flame of the torch whipped and fluttered as she stepped out into the night. The sky glittered with stars. A figure not far away sprang up. Kahlen backed a few paces into the cave, glancing both ways to see if there was anyone else waiting outside. "Mother Confessor," came a voice she knew. Kahlen took a step forward and held out the torch into the night air. "Chandalin? Chandalin, is it you?" The muscular figure rushed into the torchlight. He had no shirt and was smeared with mud. Grass bundles were tied to his arms and head. His straight black hair was slicked down with the sticky mud the hunters used. Even though his face was also smeared with the mud, she recognized the familiar wide grin. "Chandalin," she said with a sigh of relief. "Oh, Chandalin, I'm so happy to see you." "And I you, Mother Confessor." He advanced toward her to slap her face in the traditional mud people greeting to show respect for another's strength. Kahlen held her hands out, warding him. "No, stay away." He straightened to a halt. "Why?" "Because there was sickness where I came from in Aidendrill. I don't want to get too close to any of you, for fear I might pass the fever on to you and our people." The mud people were indeed her people. She and Richard had been named mud people by the Birdman and the other elders, and were now members of the village, even though they lived apart. Chandalin's pleasure at seeing her faded. "There is sickness here, too, Mother Confessor." Kahlen's torch lowered. "What?" she whispered. "Much has happened. Our people are afraid, and I cannot protect them. We called a gathering. Grandfather's spirit came to us. He said that there was much trouble. He said he must speak with you, and that he would send you a message to come to us." "The knife," she said. "I felt his call through the knife. I came right away." "Yes. Just before dawn he told us this. One of the elders came out of the spirit house and said I was to come to this place to wait for you. How did you come to us from the hole in the ground?" "It's a long story. It was magic. Chandalin, I don't have the time to wait until we can call another gathering to speak with the ancestor spirits. There's trouble. I can't afford to wait 3 days." He lifted the torch from her hand. His face was grim under the mud mask. "There's no need to wait 3 days. Grandfather waits for you in the spirit house." Kahlen's eyes widened. She knew that a gathering lasted only through the night it was called. "How can that be?"
The elders still sit in the circle. Grandfather told them to wait for you. He too waits.
How many are sick?
Chandalin held all his fingers up once, and then only one hand a second time.
They have great pain in their heads. They empty their stomachs, even though they have nothing in them. They burn with fever. Some begin to turn black on their fingers and toes.
Dear spirits, she whispered to herself. Have any died?
One child died this day, just before Grandfather sent me here. He was the first to become sick.
Kahlen herself felt sick. Her head spun as she tried to come to grips with what she was hearing. The mud people didn't usually tolerate other people coming to their village, and they rarely ventured from their lands. How could this have happened? Chandalin, have any outsiders come? He shook his head.
We would not allow it. Outsiders bring trouble.
He seemed to reconsider.
One may have tried to come, but we would not allow her to come to the village.
Her?
Yes. Some of the children were playing and hunting out in the grassland. A woman came to them asking if she could come to the village. The children ran back to tell us. When I took my hunters to the place, we could not find her. We told the children that their spirit ancestors would be angry if they played such tricks again.
Kahlen feared to ask, because she feared the answer. The child who died today. He was one of those children who said they saw the woman, wasn't he? Chandalin cocked his head.
You are a wise woman, Mother Confessor.
No, I'm a frightened woman, Chandalin. A woman came to Aidendrill and talked to children. They have begun to die, too. Did the boy who died say that she showed him a book?
When I went on my journey with you, you showed me these things called books that you use to pass on knowledge. But the children here do not know of such things. We teach our children with living words, as our ancestors taught us. The boy did say that this woman showed him pretty colored lights. That does not sound like the books I remember.
Kahlen put a hand to Chandalin's arm, a touch that once would have frightened him with the implied threat of a confessor's power, but now worried him for other reasons.
You said we should not be close.
It doesn't matter now, she reassured him. I can cause no further harm. The same sickness is here that is in Aidendrill.
I am sorry, Mother Confessor, that this sickness and death should visit your home, too.
They embraced in friendship and shared fear. Chandalin, what is this place, this cave?
I told you of it once. The place with the bad air and the worthless metal.
Then we're north of your home?
North and west.
How long will it take us to get back to the village? He gave his own chest a thump with a fist.
Chandalin is strong and runs fast. I left our village as the sun was going down. It takes Chandalin only a couple hours, even in the dark.
She surveyed the moonlit grassland beyond the low rocky hill on which they stood. There is enough moon to see our way. Kahlen managed a small smile. And you ought to know that I'm as strong as you, Chandalin. Chandalin returned the smile. It was a wonderful sight to see, even under the circumstances.
Yes, I remember well your strength, Mother Confessor. We will run then.
The moonlight conveyed intimately the ghostly, boxy shapes of the mud people's village, lying hidden on the dark, grass-covered plain. Few lights burned in the small windows. At this late hour not many people were out, and Kahlen was glad for that. She didn't want to see the faces of these people, see the fear and sorrow in their eyes, and know that many of them would die. Chandalin took her directly to the spirit house, among the communal buildings at the north side of the village. Most of these buildings were bunched close together, but the spirit house sat apart. Moonlight reflected off the tile roof Richard had helped to make. Guards, Chandalin's hunters, ringed the windowless building. Outside the door on a low bench sat the fatherly figure of the Birdman. His silver hair hanging down around his shoulders shone in the moonlight. He was naked. Black and white mud covered his body and face in a tangle of whorls and lines. A mask all in the gathering war, so the spirits could see them. Two pots, one with white mud and the other holding black, sat on the ground at the Birdman's feet. She could tell by the glazed look in his eyes that he was in a trance, and speaking would do her no good. She knew what was required. Kahlen unbuckled her belt. "Chandalin, would you mind turning your back, please? And ask your men to do the same." It was the greatest concession to her modesty that circumstances would allow. Chandalin called out the order to his men in his own language. "My men and I will guard the spirit house while you and the elders are inside," Chandalin said to her over his shoulder. When she had slipped off all her clothes and at last stood naked in the cool night air, the silent birdman began applying the gooey mud so that the spirits might see her, too. Sleepy Chicken sat watching from the nearby low wall. The wall still bore a slash from Richard's sword. She knew she had to do this, to go in and speak with the spirits, but she wasn't eager. Speaking with the spirit ancestors was only done in times of dire need, and while the results sometimes brought the answers needed, they never brought joy. When the birdman had finished covering Kahlen with the black and white mud, he silently led her inside. The 6 elders sat in a circle around the skulls of ancestors arranged in the center. The birdman took his place, sitting cross-legged on the floor. Kahlen sat in the circle opposite him to the right of her friend Savidlin. She didn't speak to him. He too was in a trance, seeing the spirit in the center of the circle that she could not yet see. A woven basket sat behind her. Knowing why it was there, she picked it up and reached inside. Hesitantly, she seized a squirming red spirit frog and pressed its back between her breasts, the one place she wasn't painted. The slime from the frog tingled against her skin. She released the spirit frog and took up hands with the elders to either side. It wasn't long before she felt herself spiraling into a daze. The room began its dizzying spin. She was lifted away from the world she knew and carried into a revolving vortex of light, shadow, aroma, and sound. The skulls spun with her. Time twisted, much as it did in the sliff, but not in the same comforting way. This was a disorienting experience that brought sweat to her brow. It also brought the spirit. His glowing form was before her, yet she couldn't recall when it had appeared to her. It was simply there. "Grandfather," she whispered in the tongue of the mud people. Chandalin had said that it was his grandfather who had come in the gathering, but she recognized him on a more visceral level. He had become her protector. She felt the connection to the bone that had been his in life. "Child," the unearthly sound of his voice coming through the birdman tingled against her flesh. "Thank you for heeding my call. What does our ancestor's spirit wish of me?" The birdman's mouth moved with the spirit's voice. "That which has been partly entrusted to us has been violated." "Entrusted to you? What was entrusted to you?" "The Temple of the Winds." Kahlen's naked flesh prickled with goosebumps. Entrusted to the spirits? The implications made her head swim. The spirit world was the underworld, the world of the dead. How could something like a temple, built mostly of inert materials like stone, be sent to the underworld? The Temple of the Winds is in the spirit world? The Temple of the Winds exists partly in the world of the dead, and partly in the world of life. It exists in both places, both worlds at once. Both places? Both worlds at once? How could such a thing be possible? The glowing form, like a shadow made of light, lifted a hand. "Is a tree a creature of the soil, like the worms, or is it a creature of the air, like the birds?" Kahlen would have preferred a simple answer, but she knew better than to argue with the dead. "Honored grandfather, I guess the tree is of neither world, yet exists in both." The spirit seemed to smile. "So it does, child," the spirit said through the birdman, "as does the Temple of the Winds." Kahlen leaned forward. "You mean the Temple of the Winds is like the tree, with its roots in this world and its branches in your world?" "It exists in both our worlds." "In this world, in the world of life, where is it?" "Where it always was, on the mountain of the four winds. You know it as Mount Keimermost."
Mount Chimermost, Kahlen repeated in a flat tone. Honored grandfather, I have been to that place. The Temple of the Winds is no longer there. It's gone.
You must find it.
Find it? It looks to have been there at one time, but the rock of the mountain where the temple used to be has collapsed. The temple is gone, except for a few of its outbuildings. There is nothing to find. I'm sorry, honored grandfather, but in our world the roots have died and crumbled. The spirit stood silently. Kahlen feared it might become angry.
Child,
the spirit said, but not through the birdman. The voice came from the spirit itself. The sound was so painful, it was almost more than she could bear. She felt as if the flesh would burn from her bones.
Something was stolen from the winds and taken to your world. You must help Richard, or all my blood in your world, all our people will die.
Kahlen swallowed. How could something be stolen from the spirit world, the world of the dead, and be brought back to the world of the living? Can you help me? Can you tell me anything that might help me to know how to find the Temple of the Winds?
I have not called you here to tell you how to find the winds. The way of the winds will come with the moon. I have called you here to see the extent of what has been released and what will become of your world should this be allowed to stand.
Grandfather's spirit spread his arms. Soft light cascaded from them, like water coming over a ledge. The light spread in her vision until she saw only white light. The light cleared, and she saw death. Corpses, like leaves littering the ground in the autumn, lay everywhere. They were strewn in the street where they fell. They sat on the steps, slumped against railings. They lay in doorways and on dead carts. Kahlen's vision was carried through windows as if on the wings of a bird. Bodies lay rotting in homes. She saw them in beds, in chairs, in halls, stretched out on floors and slumped over one another. The stench gagged her. With her floating vision, Kahlen swept to towns and cities she knew, and everywhere it was the same. Death had taken nearly everyone, their bodies black and rotting even before they had died. The few still living, wherever she viewed, wept in unrelieved anguish. Her floating vision returned to the Mud People's village. She saw the corpses of people she knew. Beside dead cook fires lay dead mothers holding dead children in their arms. Dead husbands held dead wives. Here and there orphaned children with tear-stained faces wailed hysterically beside the corpses of parents. Everywhere the stench was so thick it made her eyes water. Kahlen gasped back a sob as she closed her eyes. It did no good. The sight of the dead burned through to the vision in her mind.
This, the spirit said, is what will come to pass if that stolen from the winds isn't halted.
What can I do? Kahlen whispered through the tears.
The winds have been violated. That which was entrusted was taken. The winds have decided that you are the path of the price. I have come to show you the results of this violation and to beg you on behalf of my living descendants to fulfill your part when you are asked.
And what is the price?
I have not been shown the price, but I forewarn you that I do know that there is no way for you to circumvent or avoid it. It must be as it will be revealed to you, or all will be lost. I ask that when the winds show you the path, you take it, lest what I have shown you comes to be.
Kahlen, tears streaming down her cheeks, didn't have to consider. I will, grandfather.
Thank you, child. There is one other thing I would tell you. In our world, where the souls of those departed from your world now reside, there are those existing in the light with the Creator, and those who are forever shadowed from His glory by the Keeper.
You mean that there are both good and evil spirits in this?
That is an oversimplification that nearly obscures the truth. But it is as near as you in your world would be able to come to comprehending this world. In this our world, all make it what it is. The winds must allow all to mark out the path.
Can you tell me how the magic was stolen from the winds?
The path was betrayal.
Betrayal? Who did they betray?
The keeper.
Kahlen's jaw dropped. She immediately thought of the Sister of the Dark who had been in Adendril, Sister Amelia. It had to be her. The Sister of the Dark has betrayed her master?
This soul's path was to enter the Temple of the Winds through the Hall of the Betrayer. That is the only way to achieve the initial breach. It was created as a precaution. To tread the Hall of the Betrayer, a person must betray completely and irrecoverably that in which they believe. Since they have irreparably betrayed their cause, they would no longer have reason to enter. The Dreamwalker found a prophecy that could be used to defeat his foe, but to ignite it he needed magic from the winds. The Dreamwalker found a way to force this soul to betray her master, the Keeper, yet still carry out the Dreamwalker's wishes. He did this by at first allowing her to maintain her oath to the Keeper, and by relegating himself to the role of her secondary master, her master in your world alone. Then, with the use of a double bind, he forced her to betray her primary master. She was able to tread Betrayer's Hall with her charge from the Dreamwalker and her obligation to it intact. In this way, the Dreamwalker violated the winds and obtained what he wanted. Those who sent the temple into the winds did, however, make contingency plans, should such a thing happen. The Red Moon was the ignition of these plans. The very word betray had made Kahlen's heart pound. Is this the way we must gain entrance to the winds? The spirit considered her, as if weighing her soul. Once the Temple of the Winds has been violated, that path is closed, and another must be used. But this is not your concern. The winds will issue their requirements in conjunction with the precepts of balance. The 5 spirits guarding the winds will dictate the path accordingly.
Honored grandfather, how can a place issue instructions? You make it seem as if the winds are alive.
I no longer exist in the world of life. Yet when called, I can pass information through the veil.
Kahlen's head hurt from trying to understand. She wished Richard were here to ask questions. She feared to miss the important one. But, honored grandfather, you can do this because you are a spirit. You lived once. You have a soul. The spirit began fading.
The boundary, the veil, was damaged by this event in the winds. I can remain no longer. The Skrin, the guardians of the boundary between worlds, pull me back. Because the violation in the winds altered the balance, we cannot return again in a gathering unless the balance is restored.
The spirit faded until she could hardly see it. Grandfather, I must know more. Is the plague itself magic? The voice came from a great distance.
The magic sent into the winds is of vast power. To use it fully requires vast knowledge. It was used without understanding what was released or how to control it. The plague was begun by this magic, much as a bolt of lightning from a wizard is magic. But if the lightning strikes a tender grassland, the resulting firestorm is not magic. The plague is like this. It was begun with magic, but it is now simply a plague, as others before, random and unpredictable, yet heated by magic.
The plague is in Adendril and here. Will it stay confined?
No.
Jagang didn't realize what he had done. This could end up killing him, too, if allowed to burn out of control. Is it as you showed me already in other places? Has it already been started in these other places, too? The light of the spirit extinguished, like the weak flame of a lamp gone out.
Yes,
came the distant echoing whisper. They had hoped that they could confine the plague to Adendril. That was hope lost. The whole of the Midlands, the whole of the New World, was about to be consumed in the firestorm started by that spark of magic from the Temple of the Winds. In the center of the circle, where the spirit had been, the air swirled as the spirit vanished back into the underworld. In the distance, in the underworld, Kahlen heard the soft echo of laughter from a different spirit. The malevolent chuckle made her skin crawl. As Kahlen came out of the trance of the gathering, the elders were there, standing around her. They were more used to this altered state than she. Her head still spun sickeningly. Elder Bregandaren reached down, offering her his hand to help her up. As she took his hand, under the covering of black and white mud, she saw the tokens on his legs. She gazed up into his face, at his kindly smile of assurance. He would be dead within the day. Her friend, Savidlin, was there, holding out her clothes. Kahlen, despite the mud, suddenly felt very naked. She started pulling on her clothes, trying not to betray her embarrassment, and at the same time chiding herself for such mundane concerns in the face of the impending catastrophe. The gathering was about calling the spirits of the dead, not about being man or woman. Still, she was the only one of the latter, and they were all the former.
"Thank you for coming, Mother Confessor," the Birdman said. "We know this homecoming is not the one of joy we all wished."
"No," she whispered. "It's not. My heart sings to see my people again, but the song is tempered by sadness. You know, honored elders, that Richard and I will do what we must. We will not rest until this is stopped."
"Do you think you can stop such a thing as a fever?"
Surin asked. Savidlin placed a hand on her shoulder as she buttoned her shirt.
"The Mother Confessor and Richard with the Temper have helped us before. We know their hearts. Our ancestors said that this is a fever caused by magic. The Mother Confessor and the Seeker have great magic. They will do what they must."
Savidlin is right. We will do what we must.
Savidlin smiled at her.
"And then when you have finished, you will come home to your people and be wedded as you planned? My wife, Wessalan, wishes to see her friend, the Mother Confessor, wedded in the dress she made for you."
Kahlen swallowed back a cry.
There is nothing I could wish that would bring me greater joy, except to see all our people well.
"You are a great friend to all our people, child," the Birdman said. "We look forward to the wedding, when you have finished with these matters of the spirits and magic."
Kahlen glanced at all the eyes watching her. She didn't think these men had witnessed the visions of death she had been shown, or the true nature or dimensions of the epidemic they faced. They had all seen fevers come before, but never one like the plague.
"Honored elders, if we fail...
Her voice faltered. The Birdman came to her rescue.
"If you should fail, child, we know it will not be because you didn't do everything you could. If there is a path, we know you will do all you can to find it. We trust in you."
"Thank you," she murmured.
Tears were watering her vision. She forced herself to hold her chin up. She would only frighten these people if she showed her fear.
"Kahlen, you must wed Richard with the Temper."
The Birdman chuckled softly as if trying to cheer her.
"He escaped wedding a mudwoman before, as I had planned for him. He will not escape wedding you, if I have any say. He must marry a mudwoman."
She felt too numb to return the smile.
"Will you stay the rest of the night?" Savidlin asked. "Wessalan would find joy in seeing you."
"Forgive me, honored elders. But if I am to save our people, I must return at once. I must go to Richard and tell him what I have learned with your help."
Chapter 44. A woman stepped out of a doorway into the narrow, deserted alleyway. He had to stop or collide with her. Under her shawl she wore a thin dress, and he could tell by the way her nipples stood out with the cold that she wore nothing underneath the dress. She thought his smile was for her. It wasn't. It was amusement at the way opportunity sometimes stepped into his path when he least expected it. He guessed it was his extraordinary nature that drew such events to him. Expecting it or not, he was never unprepared to bend events to his advantage. She returned the smile as she ran her hand up his chest and with a single finger stroked the bottom of his chin.
There, love. Care for a bit of pleasure?"
She wasn't attractive, Nonetheless, the nature of the chance opportunity instantly ignited his need. He knew what this was about. By the way she stood close, commanding his attention, he knew. He had had this kind of encounter before. In fact, he sometimes sought it out. It was more of a challenge. With challenge came a rare form of fulfillment. It wasn't an ideal situation. There were distinct disadvantages, such as not being able to allow her screams to bring attention. Yet there were still pleasures to be had, even like this. His senses opened to it. Already he was taking in the details, like dry earth took in a soaking rain. He let the lust take him. "Well," he said, drawing the word out, "do you have a room?" He knew she wouldn't have one. He knew what this was about. She rested a wrist over his shoulder. "Don't need no room, love. Just a half-silver." Discreetly as possible, he swept his gaze over the close buildings. The windows were all dark. Only a few lights in the distance reflected off the wet stone. This was a warehouse district. No one lived in these buildings. There weren't likely to be many people about, except passers-by like himself. Still, he knew he had to temper his lust with prudence. "A little cold to be undressing out here on the cobblestones, isn't it?" She put one hand on the side of his face to keep his attention focused on her. Her other hand touched him between his legs. She purred with satisfaction at what she found. "Not to worry, love. For a half-silver, I'll have someplace warm for you to put it." He was enjoying the game. It had been too long. He put on his most innocent, inexperienced expression for her. "Well, I don't know. This seems somewhat crude to me. I usually like it best when there's time for the young lady to enjoy it, too." "Oh, I do enjoy it, love. You don't think I do this just for the half-silver, do you?" "Course not. I enjoy it. It's my pleasure." She was backing toward the doorway she had come from. He let her fingers curled behind his neck guide him with her. "I don't carry any money that small." He could almost see her eyes light with her luck. She had yet to learn that her luck this night was going to be bad. "You don't?" she said, as if preparing to withdraw her offer now that she thought she had snared him with tempting thoughts of what she was offering. "Well, a lady has to earn a living. I guess I'll have to move along and see if I can find—" "The smallest I have is a silver. But I'd be willing to give you the whole silver if it would mean you took your time and enjoyed it, too. I like lovely young ladies like you to enjoy it. That's what pleases me." "What a love," she said, with clumsy, exaggerated delight as she took the silver coin when he held it out. She stank. Her smile brought no beauty to her face, yet he reveled in the details: coarse hair, the smell of her body, the humped nose, and small eyes. She was common, less than a man of his stature was used to, but this had its own delights to offer. He listened carefully as he watched her. Other details were even more important if he was to have his full pleasure from this. She backed into the shallow doorway and sat on a stool waiting there. The doorway was just deep enough to hold them both, with his back to the alleyway as he stood before her. It aggravated him that she thought him so ignorant, so foolish, so impetuous. She would learn just how wrong she was. She planted a kiss on the front of his trousers as she fumbled with his belt. It wouldn't be long. She wouldn't want it to take too long before she moved on to another place, reaping all the coin she could in the cloak of night. Before she undid his trousers, he gently took her wrists in one hand. It wouldn't do to have his trousers down around his knees when it started. No, that wouldn't do at all. She smiled up at him, clearly puzzled, but just as clearly sure she was bewitching him with her smile. He wouldn't have to suffer it for long. It wouldn't be long. It was dark enough, too dark to see for sure what he was doing. People saw what they expected. While she still smiled at him, before she had time to question, he reached down with his other hand and gripped her neck. She thought he simply wished to hold her while she performed her service. The way her head was tilted back was perfect. With a thumb and a small grunt of effort, he crushed her windpipe. The smile transferred to his face. The choking sound wouldn't immediately raise suspicions. People heard what they expected to hear, just as they saw what they expected to see. He hunched over her, to make it look as expected, while he crushed the life out of her. "Surprise," he whispered to her bulging eyes. He luxuriated in her startled, strangled expression. When her arms went limp, he let them drop, and held her up by a fistful of her hair. He bent her head back over his thigh to help hold her up as he waited. He had to wait only seconds before he heard the careful footsteps approaching from behind, more than one man as he had expected. He knew what this was about. Robbery. Mere seconds more and they had closed the distance. To him, time stretched with the anticipation, with the details of sights, sounds, and smells. He was the most rare of men. He owned time. He owned life. He owned death. And now it was time for the rest of his pleasure. He pushed his knee up against her spine and with a quick yank snapped her neck over his leg. He spun, bringing his knife up into the man right behind, slicing him open from his groin to his sternum. He spun past the man as guts slopped out into the alley. He expected another man. There were two. A woman like this usually had two men to rob the man. He had never before seen three. The unexpected danger of this development made him reel with lust. The second man on the right swung an arm. He saw the knife in the fist, and with a step back escaped the sweep of the blade. As the third man advanced, he drove him back with a boot to the point at the base of the breastbone. The man smacked the wall behind and stumbled to his knees with a grunt of pain, unable to regain his breath. The man on the right froze. In that instant, it was one-on-one. The face was that of a boy, really, hardly a man yet. With a boy's courage, he broke and ran. He smiled. There was no more perfect target as they ran than a person's head. The head remained nearly still while the arms and legs flailed furiously. That target was a core of stability in his vision. He loosed his knife. The boy ran as fast as his rapidly pumping legs would carry him. The knife was faster, hitting home with a solid thunk. The young thief went down instantly. The third man was coming up from his knees. He was older, muscled, heavy, and violently angry. Good. A sidekick broke the man's nose. Howling in pain and rage, the man sprang forward. He saw a flash of steel and dodged to the side as he swept a leg beneath the man, taking his feet from under him. It all happened in a blink. It was a glorious event, this dangerous, raging bull charging madly. He pulled in the details, the man's clothes, the small rip in the back of his coat, his bald spot reflecting the distant light, his curly, greasy hair, the nick missing out of his right ear, the way he flopped when the boot landed between his shoulders. It was when he was twisting the man's arm behind his back that he saw the blood. Blood was something he kept careful track of. This blood surprised him. He hadn't cut the man, yet. Nor was this blood from the man's crushed nose. He rarely had a thrill of surprise such as this unexpected blood brought. He realized the man was screaming in pain. He screamed louder when the shoulder joint popped. He dropped onto the man's back and smacked his head with the heel of a hand, breaking the man's teeth against the cobbles and quieting him somewhat. He gripped the greasy hair in a fist and pulled the man's head back, listening to the sound of the grunts. Robbery is a dangerous business. Time you paid the price.
"We wouldn't have hurt you," the man burbled. "Just robbed you, you bastard."
Bastard, is it? Carefully, slowly, enjoying the detail of every inch, he slit open the man's throat as he thrashed. What unexpected pleasure this night had brought. He lifted his hands, curling his fingers, slowly sweeping the quintessence of death from the air, capturing the silken substance of it as it lifted in the darkness and pulled it back to himself. He was the fulfillment of their lives. He was the balance. He was death. He savored seeing that awareness in their eyes. He liked it best when he could bask in that look, that knowledge, that terror. It brought him fulfillment. It made him complete. He stood swaying in ecstasy at the cloying scent of blood. He regretted it hadn't lasted longer. He regretted not being able to enjoy prolonged screams. Screams were rapture. He craved them, needed them, lusted after them. Screams fulfilled him, made him whole. He needed the screams, not the actual sound of them. He often gagged his partners, but the attempt at them and what they represented, terror. Being denied the chance to leisurely enjoy the screaming terror left him unfulfilled, his lust unsated. He glided up the alley and found that his skill was as sharp as ever, as was his knife. It had found its target. The boy lay crumpled on his side. He looked delicious with the knife buried to the crossguard at the back of his head and the point of the heavy blade jutting from his forehead, just slightly off-center. Immersed in a pool of sensation, he realized he felt a new one. Pain. Surprised, he inspected his arm and discovered the source of the unexpected blood. He had a gash a good 6 inches long on the outside of his right forearm. It was deep. It would need to be stitched. The pleasure of such an unexpected occurrence made him gasp. Danger, death, and damage, all in one night, in one chance encounter. This was nearly too much. The voices had been right about coming to aid and drill. Still, he hadn't had what he needed. The prolonged terror, the careful cutting, the slicing, the binge of blood, the giving of endless, exquisite pain, the orgy of frenzied stabbing at the end. But the voices from the ethers promised him he would have those things, promised him he would have the ultimate conquest, the ultimate balance, the ultimate pairing. They promised him he would have the ultimate consummation of debauchery. They promised him he would have the mother confessor. His time was coming. Her time was coming. Soon. When Verna dabbed the wet cloth against Warren's forehead, his eyes opened. She let out a long breath of relief. "How are you feeling?" He tried to sit up. With a firm hand on his chest, she gently pushed him back down into the hay. "Just you lay there and rest." He winced in pain and then smacked his lips. "I need a drink." Verna twisted and lifted the dipper from the bucket. She held it to his lips. His hands cupped the dented bowl of the dipper as he greedily gulped down all the water. He panted, catching his breath after the long drink. "More." Verna dragged the dipper through the bucket and let him drink his fill. She smiled down at him. "Glad to see you awake." It looked to be an effort for him to return the smile. "Glad to be awake. How long have I been out this time?" She shrugged, discounting his concern. "A few hours." He glanced around the inside of the barn. Verna lifted the lamp so he could see his surroundings. Rain drummed against the roof, making it feel cozy inside. Verna set down the lamp and rested on an elbow beside him. "Not fancy lodging, but at least it's dry." He had been nearly unconscious when they found the farm. The family who owned the farm was sympathetic. Verna had refused the offer of their bed, not wanting to force them to sleep in their own barn. On her journey of over 20-odd years, Verna had often slept in such places, and found the accommodations agreeable, if a little rough. She liked the smell of hay. When she was on her journey, she had thought she hated it, but once returned to the cloistered life at the Palace of the Prophets, she changed her opinion, and found herself longing for the smell of hay, dirt, grass, and rain-clean air. Warren laid a gentle hand over hers. "Verna, I'm sorry I'm slowing us down so." Verna smiled. She recalled a time when her impatient nature would have had her pacing and fretting. Warren and his love brought out a little of her calmer nature. He was good for her. He was everything to her. She pushed back his curly blonde hair and kissed his forehead. "Nonsense. We had to stop for the night anyway. The rain would have made traveling slow and miserable. A good rest will result in more progress in the end. Take my word. I've had plenty of experience at such things. But I feel so useless." "You are a prophet. That provides us with information that is far from useless. That in itself has saved us from traveling days in a wrong direction." His troubled blue eyes turned to the rafters. "The headaches are coming more often with time. I fear to think that when I close my eyes, I may never come awake again." She scowled for the first time that night. "I'll not hear that sort of talk, Warren. We will make it." He hesitated, not wanting to argue with her. "If you say so, Verna. But I'm slowing us down more all the time." "I've taken care of that." "You have? What have you done?" "I hired us transportation. For a ways, at least." "Verna, you said you didn't want to hire a coach, that it would draw attention to us. You said you didn't want to risk being recognized, and you didn't want nosy people inquiring as to who was riding a coach." "Not a coach. And I don't want to hear a string of objections. I hired this farmer to take us south for a ways in his hay cart. He said we could lay in the back, and you could rest. He'll cover us with hay so we won't have to worry about people bothering us." Warren frowned. "Why would he do this for us?" "I paid him well. More than that, though, he and his family are loyal to the light. He respects the Sisters of the Light." Warren relaxed back into the hay. "Well, I guess that sounds good. You're sure he's willing? You didn't twist his nose, did you?" "He was going anyway." "Really? Why?" Verna sighed. "He has a sick daughter. She's only 12. He wants to go get some tonic for her." Suspicion darkened Warren's expression. "Why didn't you cure the girl?" Verna held his gaze. "I tried. I couldn't cure her. She has a high fever, she's cramping and vomiting. I tried my best. I would have given nearly anything to have been able to cure that poor child of her suffering, but I couldn't." "Any idea why not?" Verna shook her head sadly. "The gift doesn't cure everything, Warren. You know that. If she had a broken bone, I could help her. If she had any number of ills, I could help her. But the gift is of limited use for fever." Warren looked away. "Seems unfair. They offer to help us, and we can do next to nothing for them." "I know," Verna whispered. She listened to the rain against the roof for a time. "I was able to ease the pain in her gut, at least. She'll rest a little more comfortably." "Good. That's good, at least." Warren fussed with a piece of straw. "Have you been able to get in contact with Prelate Annalena? Has she left you a message in the journey book yet?" Verna tried not to betray how troubled she was. "No. She hasn't answered my messages, nor has she sent one of her own. She's probably busy. She doesn't need to be bothered by our little problems. We'll hear from her when she has time." Warren nodded. Verna blew out the lamp. She snuggled up to him, putting her forehead against his shoulder. She rested her arm across his chest. "We best get some sleep. At sunrise, we'll be moving on." "I love you, Verna. If I die in my sleep, I want you to know that." Verna's fingers stroked the side of his face in answer. Clarissa rubbed the sleep from her eyes. Dawn was leaking in around the edges of the heavy, dark green drapes. She sat up in the bed. She didn't think she had ever awakened feeling this good. She reached over to tell Nathan as much. Nathan wasn't with her. Clarissa sat up and swung her legs over the edge of the bed. When she stretched, her leg muscles protested. They were sore from the night's activities. She guessed it was simply the thought of the cause that made her smile at the mild ache. She had never known that sore muscles could be so pleasant. She stuffed her arms through the lovely pink robe Nathan had bought for her. She snugged the ruffles up around her neck and then tied the silk belt. She wiggled her toes in the thick carpet, luxuriating in the feeling. Nathan was at the writing desk, bent over a letter. He smiled up at her as she stood in the doorway. "Sleep well." Clarissa half closed her eyes and sighed. "I should say so," she grinned. "What sleep I got, anyway." Nathan winked at her. He dipped the pen in a bottle of blue ink and went back to his scratching. Clarissa strolled around behind him and put her hands on his shoulders. He was wearing his trousers and nothing else. With her thumbs, she kneaded the muscles at the base of his neck. He made an agreeable sound deep in his throat, so she continued. She liked to hear his sounds of pleasure, and liked even more being their cause. As her thumbs worked along the muscles of his shoulders, she glanced down at what he was writing. Scanning the letter, she saw that it was instructions about moving troops to places she had never heard of. Nathan wrote on, admonishing a general about the bond to the Lord Rahl and the dire repercussion should he ignore it. The tone of the letter was the same authoritative tone he used when he expected people to treat him as the man of importance that he was. He signed the letter Lord Rall. Clarissa bent and nuzzled his neck, giving his ear a little nip.
Nathan, last night was beyond wonderful. It was magic. You were magnificent. I'm the luckiest woman in the world.
He gave her a roguish grin. Magic. Yes, there was some of that in it, too. I'm an old man. I need to use what I've got. She combed her fingers through his hair, ordering it.
Old man? I don't think so, Nathan. I hope I was half as pleasing to you as you were to me.
He laughed as he folded his letter. I guess I did manage to keep up with you. He slipped a hand inside her robe and pinched her bare bottom. She jumped with a squeak. It was one of the high points of my life, to be with such a beautiful and loving woman. She hugged his head to her breasts.
Well, we're still alive. No reason we can't reach for some more of those high points.
His sly smile grew as he put his hand back on her bare bottom and gave it a squeeze. He had that lusty twinkle in his eye. Let me dispense with this bit of business, and we'll see about getting our money's worth out of that big bed. With a diminutive copper spoon, he scooped little nuggets of red wax from a tin and dumped the tiny spoonful on the folded letter.
Nathan, silly, you're supposed to melt the sealing wax onto the letter.
One of his eyebrows arched. You should know by now, my dear, that my way is better. She let out a throaty laugh.
My mistake.
He twirled a finger over the nuggets of wax. Sparkles of light danced from his fingers onto the lumps of wax. They glowed briefly and then melted into a red puddle on the letter. She gasped with delight. Nathan was one never-ending little surprise after another. She felt her cheeks warm as she remembered that his fingers were magic in more ways than one. She bent and whispered intimately in his ear.
I'd like you and that magic finger of yours back in bed with me, Lord Rall.
Nathan lifted his magic finger in proclamation. And it shall be, my dear, just as soon as I send this letter on its way. He again twirled the finger over the letter, and it lifted off the desk as if of its own accord. Clarissa's eyebrows rose in astonishment. The letter floated in the air ahead of him as he walked to the door. He twirled his other hand dramatically, and the door glided open. A soldier, sitting on the floor in the hall, leaning against the opposite wall, rose to his feet. He saluted with a fist to his heart. Nathan, standing there in only his trousers, with his white hair hanging down to his shoulders, had the look of a wild man. She knew he wasn't, but standing there as tall as he was, as commanding as he was, she knew he must look that way to others. People were afraid of Nathan. She could see it in their eyes. She could understand their fear, though. She remembered how much she had feared him before she had come to know him. She could hardly remember now just how much the sight of the towering prophet had terrified her. When he turned those azure eyes on people, and his hawk-like brow lowered in displeasure, she thought he could make a whole army turn and run. Nathan stretched his arm out, and the letter floated to the grim-faced soldier. You remember all my instructions, don't you, Walsh? The soldier snatched the letter out of the air and stuffed it inside his tunic. This soldier, though respectful, didn't seem intimidated by Nathan. Of course. You know me better than that, Nathan. Nathan lost a bit of his lofty attitude and scratched his head. I guess I do. Clarissa wondered where Nathan had found the soldier, and when he had had time to give him instructions. She guessed he must have gone out while she was asleep. This soldier looked to be somewhat different from most of the others she had seen. He had a traveling cloak with several packs at his belt, and his clothes were of a higher quality than those of the regular soldiers she was getting used to seeing. His sword was shorter, too, and his knife longer. He was not a small man, either. He was as big as Nathan, but Nathan's bearing made him seem bigger than anyone to her. Give the letter to General Rybish, Nathan said. And don't forget, if any of those sisters start asking you questions, you warn them about what I said, and tell them that Lord Rall ordered you to keep what you were told to yourself. That will keep their jaws locked tight. The soldier smiled knowingly. I understand, Lord Rall. Nathan nodded. Good. What about the others? Soldier Walsh gestured vaguely. Bolsden will be around to let you know what he finds out. I'm pretty sure it was only Jagang's expeditionary force, but Bolsden will find out for sure. Large as it wasn't much compared to the main force. I don't see any evidence that his main force down near Graffin Harbor has come north yet. From what I've heard, Jagang is content to sit and wait for something. I don't know what that something is, but he's not rushing troops north into the New World. He thrust the army I saw deep into the New World. I still think it was just his expeditionary force. Jagang is a patient man. It took him years to conquer and consolidate the old world under his rule. He used much the same tactics, sending out the expeditionary force to take a key city or capture information of one sort or another, mostly records and books. Those men are brutal. That's part of their purpose, too, but it's the books they're sent to get. They would send back whatever they captured and wait to go wherever Jagang sends them next. Bolsden has some of our men checking into it, but they have to be careful, and it may take them a while, so just enjoy the wait. Nathan stroked his chin as he pondered. Yes, I imagine Jagang isn't eager to send his army into the New World yet. He returned his gaze to Walsh. You'd best be on your way. Walsh nodded. His gaze shifted and his eyes met Clarissa's. He looked back to Nathan, a small smile coming to his lips. A man after my own heart. Nathan chuckled softly. One of nature's wonders, matters of the heart. The way Nathan said the words made Clarissa's own heart swell with pride to be included in matters of his heart. You be careful here in the rat's nest, eh, Nathan? I'd not like to hear that you don't have eyes in the back of your head after all. He patted his tunic where he had put the letter. Especially not after I deliver this. I will, lad. You just be sure you get that letter delivered. You have my word. After Nathan shut the door and business was finished, he turned to her. He had that twinkle in his eye, that lusty twinkle. His sly smile returned. Alone at last, my dear. Clarissa squealed and ran for the bed in mock fright. Chapter 45. What do you think is going on? Anne asked. Zed stretched his head up to try to see. It was hard to get much of a look past the wall of legs around them. The Nang Tong spirit hunters jabbered orders, which he couldn't understand, but some of the spears pointing down from the circle surrounding them settled on his shoulders, delivering an unequivocal message that he had better stay where he was. He and Anne sat cross-legged on the ground, guarded by a ring of Nang Tong, while others of them were sitting in conference a ways off with a party of Si Dok.
They're too far away to hear clearly, but even if we could hear them, it probably wouldn't help much. I only speak a few words of Si Dok.
Anne plucked a long blade of grass and wound it around a finger. She didn't glance over at Zed. They didn't want to give their captors the idea that they were sane and capable of plotting. Anne let out a high-pitched cackle just to keep up appearances. What do you know about these Si Dok? Zed flapped his arms like a bird about to take to wing.
I know they don't sacrifice people.
A guard thunked a spear shaft on Zed's head, as if to discourage him from any ideas of flying off. Zed howled with laughter instead of cursing, which he was longing to do. Anne glanced over out of the corner of her eye. Beginning to reconsider your attitude about letting these Nang Tong live as they wish? Zed smiled.
If I wanted to let them live as they wish, we'd be in the spirit world by now. Just because you believe in letting wolves be, that doesn't mean you have to let them eat your flock at will.
She grunted to concede the point. Off in the distance, beside a slight rise, the negotiations dragged on. About 10 of the Nang Tong and an equal number of the Si Dok sat cross-legged in a circle. The Nang Tong counted out loud, accompanied by exaggerated arm movements. They pointed Zed's way. They made unintelligible but seemingly heartfelt speeches. Zed leaned toward Anne and whispered,
The Si Dok are peaceful enough as far as I know. I've never heard of them making war or using force against neighbors, even weaker neighbors. But when it comes to matters of trade, they're ruthless. Most people in this part of the wilds would just as soon bargain with a wolf. Other peoples teach their young people to fight. The Si Dok teach them to barter.
Anne looked off in the other direction as if disinterested. What makes them so good at it? Zed glanced up at their guards. They were all watching the bargaining and paying little attention to the helpless prisoners.
They have the rare ability to walk away from a deal. Others get their mind set on something and soon start settling for less just to have a deal. The Sea Doak won't do that. They'll simply walk. When need be, they'll cut their losses without regret and move on to something else.
One of the Sea Doak, the one wearing a rabbit fur over his head, slapped a pile of blankets in the center of the circle. He pointed off to a small herd of goats and made an offer Zed understood to include 2 of the animals. The offer seemed to incense the Nang Tong. Their chief negotiator leaped to his feet and stabbed his spear at the sky repeatedly, apparently to express his outrage at the low price. Zed noted that he didn't walk away. There was honor involved. The Nang Tong had that much invested. Zed nudged Anne. He tilted his head back and howled like a coyote. Anne, getting the message, joined in. They both yelped and bayed as loud as they could. The negotiators fell silent as they all looked toward the prisoners. The head Nang Tong negotiator sat back down. A thunk on both their heads silenced Zed and Anne. Talking resumed over at the bartering session. A Nang Tong emissary was sent to have a better look at the goats. Zed scratched his shoulder. The dry mud was getting uncomfortable. He guessed it was less uncomfortable than having his heart cut out or his head cut off, or whatever it was the Nang Tong did to sacrifices.
I'm hungry, he muttered. They haven't fed us all day. It's near to mid-afternoon and they haven't fed us.
He barked at his captors to show his displeasure. The negotiations halted for a moment, while they once again looked toward the prisoners. The Sea Doak all folded their arms and remained silent as they stared at the Nang Tong. The Nang Tong quickly resumed talking, their tone changing, becoming conciliatory. Chuckling interspersed their casual chatter. The Sea Doak's response was short and curt. The one with the rabbit skin on his head gestured toward the afternoon sun and then off toward his home. The Nang Tong man in charge pulled a blanket from the stack in the center and inspected it with grudging admiration. He passed the blanket to his fellows. They nodded with appreciation of its worth, as if just discovering it. The man sent to have a look at the goats returned with 2. He showed them off to his associates, and they oohed and awed, as if realizing for the first time that these goats were much more impressive than they had at first thought, and not at all the scraggly animals they had expected to find. The Nang Tong had apparently decided that no matter what, they didn't want to return home with the prisoners. Any useful commodities were better than 2 crazy people. They couldn't very well send the spirits 2 crazy people. Any exchange for them was better than nothing, especially in view of the waning interest of the Sea Doak. The Sea Doak remained stone-faced. The Nang Tong had made a mistake. They had betrayed their need to sell what they had. There was nothing the Sea Doak valued more than a motivated seller. A price, whatever it was Zed couldn't tell, was suddenly agreed upon. The head Sea Doak and the head Nang Tong stood, hooked arms at the elbows, and turned around each other 3 times while so locked together. When they parted, both sides fell to happy chatter. A bargain had been struck. The Nang Tong started lifting blankets. The goats were tethered. The Sea Doak headed for their prizes. The guards thunked Zed and Anne on the head as the Sea Doak approached, apparently in warning not to spoil the deal. Zed had no intention of spoiling the deal. The Sea Doak didn't sacrifice people. As far as he knew, they were gentle people. The worst punishment they dispensed to someone who committed a grievous wrong was banishment. A banished Sea Doak sometimes starved to death because he was so heartsick at being sent from the only home he knew. A misbehaving child was set straight by everyone ignoring him for a day. It was a horrifying punishment to a Sea Doak child, and resulted in best behavior for a good long time after. Of course, Zed and Anne weren't members of the Sea Doak community, so it was entirely possible, in fact probable, that such treatment didn't extend to them. Zed leaned toward Anne and whispered,
I don't think these people would hurt us, so keep that in mind. If they decide not to take us, the Nang Tong may just slit our throats rather than have to suffer the humiliation of having to return with 2 crazy people.
First you want me to play in the mud, and now you want me to be a good little girl?
Zed smiled at her sarcasm. "Just until our new keepers take us away from the old." The Sea Doak elder, the one with the rabbit fur over his head, squatted before his new acquisitions. He reached out and felt Zed's arm muscles. He grunted disapprovingly. He felt Anne's arms and made a sound as if pleased at what he found. Anne lifted an eyebrow to Zed. "Seems I'm more agreeable to them than a skinny old man." Zed smiled. "I think they find you better suited as a human oxen. They'll give you the hard work." Her satisfied expression vanished. "What do you mean?" He shushed her. Another Sea Doak squatted down beside the elder. He had goat antlers fixed to his head. He wore what had to be 100 necklaces over his buckskin tunic. The necklaces, some hanging to his crotch, others tight at his throat, and the rest every length in between, held teeth, beads, bones, feathers, pottery shards, metal discs, gold coins, small leather pouches, and carved amulets. He was the Sea Doak shaman. The shaman took Zed's hand and gently held his arm out. He released it. Zed let it drop. The shaman chattered his disapproval. Zed understood enough to gather that he was supposed to hold his arm up. He didn't let on that he understood any of the words, and instead let the shaman lift the arm out again and use a hand signal to indicate he meant Zed to hold it there. While the Nang Tong guard still held spears on the two prisoners, the shaman retrieved long, coiled stalks of grass from one of the pouches at his waist. He chanted as he wove the grass around Zed's wrist. When finished, he wove the grass around Zed's other wrist, and then did the same to Anne. "Any idea what this is about?" she asked. "It binds our magic. The Nang Tong need do nothing to render our magic useless, but the Sea Doak have to use some kind of magic of their own to suppress ours. This shaman is a man of magic. He has the gift. He's something like the Sea Doak's wizard." Zed glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. "Or maybe you could say he's like the Sisters of the Light with their collars. Like the collars, we won't be able to get these wristbands off." Once they had the grass woven around their wrists, the Nang Tong withdrew their weapons, picked up their portion of the blankets, collected their 2 goats, and quickly made good their escape. The elder, the one with the rabbit skin on his head, leaned toward Zed and spoke. When Zed frowned and shrugged that he didn't understand, the man added sign language, seemingly invented on the spot. He indicated chores to be done and time by showing the seasons, digging at the ground and pretending to plant, the heat of summer and the freezing of winter. Zed couldn't understand a great deal of it, but he understood enough. He turned to Anne. "I believe that these fellows here have purchased us out of our death sentence. We are to be in servitude to them for a period of about 2 years, to repay them for our cost, plus a profit for their trouble." "We've been sold into slavery?" "It would appear so, but only for a couple of years. Quite generous of them, actually, considering that the Nang Tong were going to kill us." "Maybe we could buy our way out." "To the Sea Doak, this is a personal debt we owe them, and can only be repaid with personal servitude. To their way of looking at it, they have returned our lives to us, and so we must use part of those lives to show our gratitude, and to clean up after them." "Clean up? We're to scrub floors to repay our debt?" "I imagine they'll want us to cook, carry things, sew, care for their animals, those sort of things." As if to confirm what Zed had told her, the Sea Doak began pulling the thongs holding their water skins off over their heads and passing them to Zed and Anne. "What do they want?" Anne asked him. Zed lifted an eyebrow. "They want us to carry their water." 3 more of the Sea Doak appeared with the remaining blankets, divided them, and handed them to their new bearers. "Do you mean to tell me," Anne growled, "that the first wizard of the Midlands and the prelate of the Sisters of the Light have been sold into slavery for the price of some blankets and 2 goats? With a shove from behind, Zed staggered after the departing Sea Doak. "I know what you mean," he said over his shoulder. "For the first time I know of, the Sea Doak have overpaid." Zed stumbled and dropped half his load of water skins. As he regained his balance, he stepped on one that had snagged a thorny berry bush.
Bending to retrieve the water-skins, his stack of blankets toppled into the mud puddle created by the burst water-skin. He put a knee to the ground to regain his balance as he gathered up the scattered water-skins. His knee squashed the berries under the blanket. "Oops!" He waved an apology to the sea doke. "Sorry!" The sea doke leaped about in agitation, demanding he pick everything up at once. The man whose waterskin Zed had ripped open over a thorn bush pointed angrily at his damaged property, while jabbering demands of recompense. "I said I was sorry," Zed protested, even though they couldn't understand him. He bent to gather up the wet blankets. He lifted one up high and held it out between his widespread arms, inspecting it. "Oh, dear, look at that. We'll never get that stain out." Chapter 46.
"Lord Rawl, you have had a hard ride," Berdine said. "I think you should be resting. We should go back. So you can rest, I mean."
The massive rampart, lit by the mellow light of the low sun, spread out before the three of them like a broad road. He wanted to be out of the keep before dark. Not that the light of day would save him from dangerous magic, but somehow being in the wizard's keep after dark seemed worse. Raina leaned past him to speak.
"It was your idea, Berdine." "My idea? I never suggested any such thing."
"Quiet, both of you," Richard murmured. He was considering the feel of magic against his skin. They had advanced halfway across the long rampart toward the first wizard's private enclave before the distinct caress of magic began tingling against his flesh. Both moored Sith had balked at its feel. Kahlen had told him about this place, about the first wizard's private enclave. She said that she used to come up to this rampart because it provided a beautiful view of Aidendrill. And indeed, there was that. But there was also the magic of powerful shields. Those shields kept everyone out of this small corner of the wizard's keep. End of Side 12. Change side selector switch. This book is continued on the next cassette. Side 13. Temple of the Winds by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 350. Kahlen had told him that in her life there had never been a wizard with enough power to pass these shields. Wizards had tried but failed. The wizards living and working in the keep as Kahlen was growing up simply didn't have the magic required to enter this part of it. Zed was the first wizard. No one had been in the first wizard's enclave since before Kahlen and Richard were born, when Zed had left the Midlands. Kahlen had said that these shields exerted more magic as you got closer, that they made your hair stand on end and made it difficult to breathe. She had also said that if a person didn't have enough magic of their own, just getting too close to the shields could be deadly. Richard didn't discount in the slightest what she had said, but he had need to go in there. Kahlen had also said that to enter required placing your hand on the cold metal plate beside the door, something no wizard she knew had ever been able to do. Richard had encountered shields like this one at the Palace of the Prophets, ones passed by touching a metal plate, but as far as he knew, none of those were potentially deadly. He had been able to pass those shields, and he had been able to pass others in the keep that required magic only he possessed. So he reasoned that he might be able to pass this one. He needed to get in there. Berdine rubbed her arms, distressed by the tingle of the magic. "Are you sure you aren't tired? You rode all that way." "It wasn't that hard a ride," Richard said. "I'm not tired." He was too worried to rest. He had thought Kahlen would be back by now. He had been sure he would find her back home when he returned from Mount Kymramos. She should have been back by now. But she wasn't. He would wait only until morning. "I still don't think we should be doing this," Berdine muttered. "How is your foot? I don't think you should be on it." Richard finally looked down at her. She was pressed up against his left side. Raina was pressed to his right. Each held her aegil in her fist. "My foot is just fine, thank you." He shifted his body to force them away a bit to give himself breathing room. "I only need one of you. No loss of face if you wish to remain here. Raina can go if you don't want to." Berdine scowled up at him. "I didn't say I wasn't going. I said you shouldn't be doing it." "I have to." It wasn't anywhere else. It has to be here. I was told that important things, things not meant to be seen by just anyone, were kept in the first wizard's enclave. Berdine rolled her shoulders, easing the tension in her muscles. If you insist on going, then I'm going too. I'll not let you walk in there without me. Raina, he asked, I don't need both of you. Do you want to wait here? Raina gave him a dark, moored Sith glare in answer. All right, then. Now listen to me. I know that the shields here are dangerous, but that's all I know about them. They may not be like the others I've taken you through. I have to touch that metal plate down there on the wall. I want you to wait here while I go see if I have the proper magic to open the door. If it opens, then you both can come the rest of the way. This isn't a trick, is it? Raina asked. You tricked us one other time to keep us out, to keep us from going where there was danger. Mord Sith are not afraid of danger. The wind lifted his gold cloak. No, Raina, it's not a trick. This is important, but I don't want either of you risking your lives needlessly. If I can open the door, then I promise to take you both with me. Satisfied? Both women nodded. Richard gave them each an appreciative squeeze on the shoulder. He absently adjusted the metal bands on his wrists as he gazed at the towering bastion waiting at the end of the rampart. A cold wind buffeted him as he started across. He could feel the pressure of the shield, like the weight of water when you swam toward the bottom of a pond. The fine hairs at the back of his neck stiffened as he progressed. The pressure made it difficult but not impossible to draw a breath, as Kahlen had said she had experienced. 6 immense columns of variegated red stone stood to each side of the gold-clad door, holding up a protruding entablature of dark stone. The architrave was decorated with brass plaques. As Richard approached it, he recognized some of their symbols as the same ones on his wristbands, belt, and boot pins. The frieze held round metal discs with other of the more circular symbols. The more linear of symbols he wore were also carved into the stone of the cornice. Seeing the symbols he recognized reassured him, even though he didn't know their meaning. He wore these things by obligation, duty, and right. He was born to them, that much he knew. Why, he didn't know. Even if he wished it could be otherwise, it wasn't. He was a war wizard. Distracted by the uncomfortable pressure and tingling of the shields, he reached the door almost before he realized it. The door was at least 12 feet tall and a good 4 feet wide, gold-clad and embellished in the same symbolic motifs. Embossed in the center was the more prominent of the symbols he wore. 2 rough triangles with a sinuous double line running around and through them. Richard rested his left hand on the hilt of his sword as he fingered the symbol with his other hand, tracing its oval, undulating outer margin. With the act of touching it, tracing it, following its pattern, he understood. The spirits who had used the Sword of Truth before him passed their knowledge on to him as he used the sword, but they didn't always convey that knowledge in words. In the heat of combat, there wasn't always time. Sometimes it came to him in images, symbols, these symbols. This one on the door, like the ones on his wristbands, was a kind of dance used for fighting when outnumbered. It conveyed a sense of the movements of the dance, movements without form, the dance with death. It made sense. He wore the outfit of a war wizard. Richard had learned from Kolo's journal that in Kolo's time the first wizard, named Baracus, had also been a war wizard, as was Richard. These symbols had meaning to a war wizard. Much as a tailor painted shears on his window, or a tavern sign had a mug on it, or a blacksmith nailed up horseshoes, or a weapons maker displayed knives, these symbols were signs of his craft, bringing death. Richard realized that his fear had vanished. He stood in the wizard's keep, which had always before set his nerves on edge and worse, stood now before the most restricted and protected place in the keep, yet he felt calm. He touched a starburst symbol on the door. This symbol was an admonition. Keep your vision all-inclusive, never allowing it to lock on any one thing. That was the meaning of the starburst symbol. Look everywhere at once. See nothing to the exclusion of all else. Don't allow the enemy to direct your vision, or you will see what he wishes you to see. He will then come at you as you become bewildered looking for his attack, and you will lose. Instead, your vision must open to all there is, never settling, even when cutting. Know your enemy's moves by instinct, not by waiting to see them. To dance with death meant to know the enemy's sword and its speed without waiting to see it. Dancing with death meant being one with the enemy, without looking fixedly, so that you could kill him. Dancing with death meant being committed to killing, committed with your heart and soul. Dancing with death meant that you were the incarnation of death, come to reap the living. Berdine's voice drifted across the rampart. "Lord Rahl?" Richard looked over his shoulder. "What? What's wrong?" Berdine shifted her weight to her other foot. "Well, are you all right? You've been standing there for a long time, staring at the door. Are you all right?" Richard wiped a hand across his face. "Yes, I'm fine. I was just looking at the things written on the door, that's all." He turned and, without thinking, slapped his hand to the cold metal plate in the polished gray granite wall. Kahlen had told him it was said that to touch that metal plate was like touching the cold, dead heart of the keeper himself. The metal plate warmed. The gold door silently swung inward. Dim light came from beyond. Richard took a careful step into the doorway. Like a wick on a lamp being slowly turned up, the dim light coming from inside brightened. He took another step, and the light brightened more. He scanned the inside as he motioned the two waiting moored Sith forward. Whatever magic prevented people from approaching apparently was now withdrawn. Berdine and Raina walked to him without any difficulty. "That wasn't so bad," Raina said. "I didn't feel anything." "So far so good," Richard said. Inside there were glass spheres, about a hand-width in diameter, set atop green marble pedestals against the wall to his left and right. Richard had seen glass spheres similar to these before down in the lower reaches of the keep. Like those, these too provided light. The inside of the first wizard's enclave was an immense cavern of ornate stonework. 4 columns of polished black marble at least 10 feet in diameter formed a square that supported arches just beyond the outer edges of a central dome dotted by a high ring of windows. Between each pair of columns, a wing ran off from the vast central chamber. He noticed that much of the stonework repeated the palm leaf pattern that adorned the gold capitals atop the black marble column. The polish of the marble was so high that it reflected images like glass. Finely worked wrought iron sconces decorated with the same palm leaf pattern held candles. Fluidly worked iron formed railings at the edge of the expansive sunken central floor. This was not the sinister lair Richard expected. This was a place of grand splendor to match any he had seen. The place was so beautiful that it left him awestruck. The wing in which the three of them stood, the entry hall, appeared to be by far the smallest of the 4 wings. 6-foot-tall white marble pedestals marched in a long double row beside the walkway laid with a long red carpet over a gold-flecked dark brown marble floor. Richard wouldn't have been able to touch fingers were he to put his arms around one of the pedestals. The ribbed barrel ceiling, 30 feet overhead, made the fat pedestals look minuscule. Sitting atop some of the pedestals were objects Richard recognized: ornate knives, gems set in brooches or at the ends of gold-worked chains, a silver chalice, filigree bowls, and delicately worked boxes. Some sat on squares of cloth trimmed with gold or silver embroidery, others on stands carved from burled wood. Other pedestals held contorted objects that made no sense to him. He would have sworn that they changed shape when he looked at them. He decided it would be best not to look directly at such things of magic, and warned the other two. The distant wing opposite them, across the central area under the huge dome, ended at a round-topped window that had to be 30 feet tall. Before the window was a huge table piled with a clutter of objects: glass jars, bowls, and coiled tubes, a massive but simple iron candelabrum covered with ages of wax, stacks of scrolls, several human skulls, and a chaos of smaller items Richard couldn't make out from such a distance. The floor all around the table was similarly cluttered. along with things stacked up and leaning against the table. The wing to the right was dark. Richard felt uncomfortable even looking in that direction. He heeded the warning and looked to the left. In that wing, he saw books, thousands of them. "There," Richard said as he gestured to the left. "That's what we're here for. Remember what I told you. Don't touch anything." He glanced at them both as they looked about with wide eyes. "I mean it. I don't know how to save you if you get in trouble touching something in here." Both pairs of eyes looked back at him. "We remember," Verdine said. "We know better than to tempt magic," Raina said. "We're just looking around, that's all. We wouldn't touch anything." "Good. But I suggest that you don't even look at anything either, except what we need to look at. For all I know, simply looking at something in here could trigger its magic." "Do you think?" Raina asked in astonishment. "What I think is that I'd rather not find out after it's too late. Come on, let's get this over with so we can get out of here." Oddly, even though he had said the words and knew they made sense, he didn't really feel like leaving. As potentially dangerous as he knew the place to be, he found that he liked the First Wizard's Enclave. Verdine smirked. "Lord Rahl fears magic as much as we do." "You're wrong, Verdine. I know a little about magic." He started down the red carpet. "I fear it more." 10 broad steps at the end led down into the central area. An expanse of cream-colored marble covered the floor. A border of darker brown marble ran around the floor near the edge. When Richard reached the bottom step and his foot touched the floor, it hummed and began to glow. He quickly retreated back up onto the red carpet. The glow extinguished. "What now?" Raina asked. He pried her fingers from his arm. "Did either of you put your foot to the floor?" They both shook their heads. "Try." As Richard waited on the step, Verdine gingerly tried to test the marble. She withdrew her foot. "I can't. Something stops my foot before I can get it on the floor." Richard stepped out onto the marble again. Again, it glowed and hummed. "It must be a shield, then. Here, take my hand and try again." Holding Richard's hand, Verdine was able to step onto the marble with him. Raina took his other hand and followed. "All right," he said. "Since it's some kind of shield, don't let go of my hand while we're on this part. We don't know what would happen. For all I know, if you let go of my hand, you could fry like bacon on a griddle." Their grips on his hands tightened. As they stepped onto the steps up to the wing with the books, the floor went silent. Without Richard to hold their hands on the way out, they would be trapped inside this place, unable to return across the central floor. The wing with the books wasn't the kind of library he had expected. There were rows of shelves, but they were in disarray, with books stacked every which way. Chunks of rock served as bookends for the few standing upright among the disorder. Here and there, books were in piles, as if someone had pulled them from the shelves and simply tossed them in a heap. Most were closed, but a significant number lay open, some face up, some face down. But that wasn't the biggest surprise. Everywhere, it seemed, there were books stacked up on the floor. A few stacks were short, maybe 3 or 4 feet tall, but many more were tall pillars of books. Some of the irregular stacks towered 12 or 14 feet. They looked as if the mere act of breathing could make them topple. The columns of books were everywhere, creating a maze. Richard couldn't fathom the reason for the books being stacked in such disarray, but the mystery of it made him sweat. Richard took an arm of each woman. "My grandfather told me that there were books in the keep that were extremely dangerous. Kahlen told me that the most dangerous things were kept in here, where no one could get to them, not even the wizard she knew." Verdine shot him a look. "You mean you think that the books themselves could be dangerous? Not just the information in them, but the actual books?" Richard thought of the description of a book that Sister Amelia had used to start the plague. "I'm not sure, but we had better treat them as such. Look, but don't touch." Verdine's brow drew down with a dubious frown. "Lord Rahl, there must be thousands of books I can see just standing here. There are bound to be more down the aisle. It will take us weeks to find the one we want, if it's even here." Richard took a deep breath. Berdine was right. He hadn't expected to find so many books in here. He thought the libraries held most of the books, and there would only be a few in here. "If you want to be out of here before dark, we don't have long," Raina said. "We might as well come back tomorrow and get an early start." Richard was beginning to feel intimidated by the task ahead. "We'll just have to stay after dark. We'll stay all night if we have to." Raina rolled her agile in her fingers. "If you say so, Lord Rahl." Richard's heart sank as he stood staring at the forest of books. He needed information, not a search for one leaf in a forest. If only he could use magic to find that one leaf. He idly adjusted the bands at his wrist. Under his fingers he felt the starburst pattern on one of them. "Look without fixing your sight." "I have an idea," he said. "Wait here, I'll be right back." Richard returned to the pillars. He went to one that held a crackled glass bowl upon a large square of black cloth. "What good is that going to do?" Raina asked, when he came back holding the cloth out for them. "There's too much to see. I'm going to use this as a blindfold, so I won't see all the things I don't want to see." Berdine's face twisted with incredulity. "If you're blindfolded, then how are you going to see the thing we're looking for?" "With magic. I'm going to try to let my gift guide me. Sometimes it works that way, through need. All these books are too confusing. If I'm blindfolded, I won't see them, and I'll be able to feel the one I'm looking for. At least, that's what I hope." Raina gazed out over all the books. "Well, you are the Lord Rahl. You have magic. If it has a chance of getting us out of spending the night in here, then I say do it." Richard placed the black cloth over his eyes and began tying its tails behind his head. "Just guide me and keep me from touching anything. Don't forget what I said about you two not touching anything either." "Don't worry about us, Lord Rahl," Raina said. "We're not about to touch anything." When he finished tying the blindfold over his eyes, Richard turned his head this way and that, testing to make sure that he couldn't see. He rubbed a finger over the starburst on his wristband. His world was pitch black. He sought the inner peace, the inner calm, where dwelled his gift. If the plague was started by magic from the Temple of the Winds, then maybe they had a chance to halt it. If he did nothing, then untold thousands of people were going to die. He needed that book. He thought about the boy he had watched die, about the little girl, Lily, who told him about the Sister of the Dark showing her the book. That was how the plague started. He knew it was. That precious child had the tokens on her. Richard hadn't inquired, but he knew that she, at least, would be dead by now. He couldn't bear to inquire. He needed that book. He put a foot out. "Nudge me with your fingers if I'm about to run into anything. Try not to talk, but if you must, don't be afraid to speak up." He felt their fingers lightly touch his arm as he stepped forward. They guided him with that touch, keeping him from colliding with the towering stacks of books as he waded deeper into the maze. Richard didn't know what it was he should feel. He didn't know if it was magic, a hunch, or his imagination guiding him. By the way he seemed to be winding up and down aisles and snaking through the stacks, he feared it was no more than his imagination. He tried to ignore the things that kept his thoughts skipping about and running in every direction. He tried to concentrate on the book and his need to find it. Thinking of the sick children, he was able to focus better. They needed him. They were helpless. Richard felt himself jerk to a halt. He wondered why. He turned left when he expected that he was going to turn right. It had to be the gift. With that thought, his thoughts scattered in every direction again. He focused once more. The two moored Sith forcibly snatched his arm to halt him. He understood. Another step and he would have collided with a stack. Wondering which way he would be turned, he found himself squatting instead. His arm lifted, and he reached out. "Careful," Berdine whispered. "It's a big irregular stack. Be careful, or you'll knock it over." Richard nodded, not wanting to distract himself by answering with words. He was concentrating on feeling the object of his need. He felt it near. His fingers lightly brushed the books running down the stack, touching the bindings of some and the pages of others because they were turned around the other way. His fingers stopped on a binding. This one. He tapped the leather binding. This one. What does it say? Berdine propped a hand on his thigh to support herself as she leaned in. It's Heid de Haren. Something about the Temple of the Winds. Tagenricht, Ost, Fuermos, Velaschendrik, nicht geschlechten. Temple of the Winds, Inquisition, and Trial, Richard translated in a whisper. We found it. Chapter 47. Breathe, the sliff said. Kahlen let go the silken essence and pulled a deep breath of the alien air. The dim world of the sliff's well down in the keep whirled around her. Stone of the walls and floor finally settled in her vision. The dome overhead seemed to slow its spinning. Something unexpected waited in the sliff's room. Tilted back in the chair with her feet propped up on the table sat a figure in red leather. Kahlen sat down, dangling her feet over the edge of the stone wall to gather her senses. The front legs of the chair thunked down. Well, well, the wandering mother confessor returns at last. Kahlen hopped down onto the floor. She almost lost her footing with the way it seemed to twist and tilt. Kara, what are you doing down here? Kara gripped Kahlen under her arm. You better sit down until you regain your feet. I'm all right. Kahlen glanced over her shoulder to the silver face behind her. Thank you, Sliff. Do you wish to travel? The Sliff's haunting voice echoed off the walls and dome overhead for a long moment. No, I've had enough traveling for the time being. I'm going to stay here. When you wish to travel, call me and we will travel. You will be pleased. I don't know about that, Kahlen muttered, as the sliff seemed to melt back into her well. She's a spooky companion to have down here, Kara said. She invited me to travel with her too, and then told me I didn't have the magic required. She comes and stares at me with that eerie smile. Kara, what are you doing down here? Kara leaned Kahlen back against the sliff's well. She gave Kahlen the strangest look as she shook her head to herself. When Lord Rahl read your letter, it didn't take him long to figure out what you had done. Berdine told him how you had brought us here to look for that book on the trial record. He came down here, but the sliff wouldn't tell him where she had taken you. Lord Rahl said that now that he knew the sliff was not sleeping, as he had thought, it wasn't safe to leave her alone. He said that others, like the sister and Marlin, could come through. Kahlen hadn't thought about that, about another one of Jagang's minions coming to Adendril through the sliff. The sliff seemed to have no loyalty. She would travel with anyone who had the required price of magic. So Richard left you here? He said he couldn't remain down here all the time to guard the sliff. Kara's chin lifted with pride. He said that the Mord Sith must guard the well at all times, since we have the power to stop someone with magic. The Lord Rahl has always used the Mord Sith to protect him against magic. The wizards of old obviously had this same problem with the sliff and had left wizards like Kolo down here to guard her. Kolo said that the enemy sometimes arrived suddenly by way of the sliff, and that only the quick reactions of the one on guard had prevented disaster. You mean he brought you down here and just left you? No, he searched for hours until he found a way without magic, so we could get down here on our own. He didn't want to have to bring each of us down here for our turn, and he didn't want us trapped down here either. We have to take shift. I don't like it, because we should be close to Lord Rahl in order to guard him, not this silver thing, but I guess that we are guarding Lord Rahl by doing this, so I agreed to it. Kahlen found her feet steady at last. If we had known the sliff was awake, and had been guarding her before, then Marlin wouldn't have been able to come to try to assassinate Richard, and the sister wouldn't have been able to start the plague. Kahlen's chest constricted with a hot, cutting pang of regret. They could have prevented the whole thing. All the awful things she had learned would not be threatening her people, her world, and her love. The realization of the chance lost left her nauseous. Lord Rawle also wanted us to wait until your return from the witch woman, in case you needed help.
Richard knew where I went?
The sliff wouldn't tell him, but he said he knew anyway. He said you went to the witch woman.
He knew and he didn't chase after me?
Kara pulled her long blonde braid over her shoulder. I was surprised, too. I asked him why he wouldn't go after you. He said that he loved you. He did not own you.
Really? Richard said that?
Yes. A smirk tightened Kara's lips. You are training him well, Mother Confessor. I approve. And then he kicked the chair. I think he hurt his foot, but he denies it.
So Richard is angry with me?
Kara rolled her eyes. Mother Confessor, this is Richard we are talking about. The man is full in love with you. He wouldn't be angry with you if you told him to marry Nadine instead of you. Kahlen swallowed at the renewed twist of pain.
Why would you say that?
Kara frowned. I only meant he could never be angry with you, no matter what. You were supposed to laugh, not jump like I had poked you with my agile. Mother Confessor, he loves you. He is worried sick, but he is not angry with you.
What about kicking the chair?
Kara stroked her long blonde braid and smirked again. He claimed the chair gave him just cause.
I see.
Kahlen couldn't seem to find pleasure in Kara's sense of humor.
How long have I been gone?
Not quite 2 days, and I expect you to tell me how you managed to slip past those Daharan guards out there by the bridge.
It was snowing. They didn't see me.
Kara didn't look to believe it. She was giving Kahlen that odd look again. And did you kill the witch woman?
No. Kahlen changed the subject. What has Richard been doing while I was gone?
Well, first he asked the sliff to take him to the Temple of the Winds. But she said she didn't know that place and couldn't take him there, so he rode to Mount Chimermost.
He went there? Kahlen snatched Kara's arm. What did he find?
Nothing. He said that there was nothing to find. He said that if the Temple of the Winds was once there, it is now gone.
Kahlen released Kara's arm. He went to Mount Chimermost and he's back already?
You know Lord Rawle. When he gets something in his head, he charges after it. The men who went with him said they rode hard. They slept little and rode much of the night. Lord Rawle expected you to return last night and wanted to be back for you. When you did not return as expected, he paced and fretted, but still he did not go after you. Whenever he looked like he was about to change his mind, he read your letter again and went back to pacing instead.
I guess my letter was a little strong, Kahlen said, as she glanced down at the floor.
Lord Rawle showed it to me. Kara's face was unreadable. Sometimes it is necessary to threaten men, or they get to thinking that they are the ones who say what will be. You dissuaded him of that idea with your threat.
I didn't threaten him.
Kahlen thought that her tone sounded too much like a plea. Kara watched Kahlen's eyes for a moment. You are probably right. The chair must have given Lord Rawle cause, as he said.
I did what I had to do. Richard would understand that. I guess I'd better go explain it to him.
Kara gestured behind to the door. You just missed him. He was here not long ago.
He came to see if I was back? He must be worried sick.
Berdine told him about the book you were searching for. He came here and found it.
Kahlen blinked in astonishment. He found it? But we looked. It wasn't there. How did he find it?
He went to a place he called the First Wizard's Enclave and found it there. Kahlen's jaw dropped.
He went in there? He went into the First Wizard's Enclave? Alone, without me? He shouldn't have gone there. That's a dangerous place.
Really? Kara folded her arms. And of course you would never do anything so foolish as to get it in your head to go run off alone to a dangerous place. Maybe you should reprimand Lord Rawle for his impulsive behavior, since you are so prudent and above such reckless conduct yourself. The echo of Kara's voice lingered uncomfortably before it died out. Kahlen understood. Even though Richard did as she had asked by not coming after her, Kara had tried. Even though she didn't like magic, Kara had tried to go to protect Kahlen.
Kara, she said in a meek voice, I'm sorry I tricked you too.
Kara shrugged, but still showed no emotion. I am just a guard. You have no obligation to me.
Yes, I do.
You are not just a guard. You may be our protector, but you are more. I consider you my friend. You are a sister of the Aegil. I should have told you what I was doing, but I feared that if I did, Richard would be angry with you for not stopping me. I didn't want that. Kara said nothing. Still, she showed no emotion. Kahlen breached the uncomfortable silence. Kara, I'm sorry. I guess I was afraid you would try to stop me. I tricked you. You're a sister of the Aegil. I should have trusted you and taken you into my confidence. Please, Kara, I was wrong. I beg you forgive me. A smile finally spread on Kara's face. We are sisters of the Aegil. I forgive you. Kahlen managed a small smile. Do you think Richard will be as understanding as you? Kara let out an amused grunt. Well, you have better ways to persuade him to forgive you. It is not so difficult to melt a man's frown. I only wish I had good news, so I could bring a smile to his face, but I don't. She paused at the doorway. What has Nadine been up to while I've been gone? Well, I've been down here guarding the sliff much of the time. But from what I've seen, she has been giving the staff herbs to try to protect him, and to use in smoking the palace. It's a good thing the place is made mostly of stone, or it would have been burned down by now. She has been conferring with Dreffen and helping him in talking to the staff and others who come for advice. Lord Rahl asked her to go out to visit herb sellers and such, to make sure they are not hucksters out to swindle people who are in fear for their lives. The city seems to be sprouting shameless mountebanks, the way the sudden warmth seems to be bringing green grass. Nadine also gives reports to Lord Rahl, but he has been gone much of the time. And as busy as she seems to be trying to help people, the visits since he returned are short. Kahlen tapped the side of her fist against the doorway. Thanks, Kara. She looked into the other's blue eyes. There are rats down here. Are you all right? There are worse things than rats. Indeed there are, Kahlen whispered. Chapter 48. It was late, and with the dark, people on the streets didn't recognize her. Without her usual escort of guards, they had no reason to give her a second look, no reason to suspect she was the mother confessor out among them. Just as well. There were some people who wished the mother confessor harm. Mostly people kept their distance from her, as they did with everyone else, hoping to keep the plague from themselves. As Kara had said, there were hucksters everywhere, hawking potions to ward off the plague, or to cure your loved ones already stricken. Others strolled the streets with trays, held up on straps over their shoulders, neatly laid out with amulets possessing magic to protect against the plague. Kahlen remembered seeing some of these same people not long ago selling the same amulets as magic to find a husband or wife, or to enthrall an unfaithful spouse. Old women with small carts or simple wooden stands sold carved, spell-invested plaques made to hang over the door to a home as a sure way to keep the plague from entering the house. As late as it was, business seemed brisk. Even the vendors selling meats and produce extolled the healthful virtues of their goods and their value in promoting continued health, if eaten regularly, of course. Kahlen would send the soldiers out to put a stop to some of these swindlers, but she knew that such intervention would likely be viewed with hostility on the part of the buyer. If she tried to use the army to stop such foolish practices, desperate people would concoct theories about those in power wanting to stop the cures so that the decent working folk would get the plague. Despite common sense or evidence to the contrary, many people believed that those in power were always scheming to harm them, if they only knew the truth. If Kahlen were to order the sale of these items stopped, the cures would be sold in secret and for a higher price. No matter how insupportable the claims of these cures, their benefits would be vehemently supported as self-evident truth. Wizards' first rule: people would believe any lie, either because they wanted to believe it was true or because they feared it was. These people were desperate, and would become more so yet. Many wanted to believe. Kahlen tried to imagine what she would do if Richard had the plague. Would she be despairing enough to put her faith in such trickery, hoping against hope that it would save him? Sometimes hope was all people had. Groundless as it was, she couldn't take that hope away from them. It was all they had and all they could do. It was up to Kahlen and Richard to do that which would help these people. As she made her way through the familiar splendor of the confessor's palace on her way to find Richard, Kahlen paused at the open double doors to a large room used for formal reception. The room was a calming blue color, with dark blue drapes over the tall, narrow windows. The granite floor had a starburst pattern of darker and lighter stone radiating out from the center. Lamps on cherry wood stands around the edge of the room lent a mellow light to the gathering hall. The table where small foods were sometimes set out for guests now held only an array of candles. Kahlen's attention had been drawn by the sound of Dreffen's voice. He stood to the right, before the table with the candles, speaking to perhaps 50 or 60 people. They sat cross-legged on the floor before him, listening with rapt attention as he spoke of the way of health, of keeping the body sound by being in touch with the inner self. Most of the people nodded absently as they listened to Dreffen explaining how, by defiling their bodies with unhealthy thoughts and actions, people opened the pathway for sickness to enter. He told them that the Creator had endowed them with the ability to fight off things such as the plague, if only they would do as nature provided, by eating the right foods that would strengthen the auras that defended the body, and by using inner reflection to direct the vigor of various energy fields to their proper function in harmony with the whole. Many of the things he said made sense. Not eating foods that you knew gave you headaches because it interfered with the mind's ability to regulate the body. Not eating foods that you knew caused pains and cramps in the gut because it interfered with the body's ability to digest the good foods you needed. Not eating heavy meals right before sleeping because it interfered with your body getting the rest it needed to remain strong, and how all of these things disrupt the auras that give us strength and protect health. People marveled openly that Dreffen could make it all so simple for them to understand. They spoke as if they had been blind, and now for the first time had vision. They watched with unblinking eyes as he went on, telling them that we had within us the power to control our own bodies, and that disease could only afflict us if we allowed it to. He spoke of herbs and foods that purged poisons from the body and left people truly healthy for perhaps the first time since their birth. These people weren't listening to Lord Ral's brother. They were listening to Dreffen Ral, High Priest of the Rogmos. As one, they followed the High Priest's instructions when he told them to close their eyes and draw the breath of life and healthy steams through their noses and down into their inner core by using the muscles low in their bellies. He explained how to let it reach deep into the source of the power of each person's unique aura, to draw out the poisons from the furthest, darkest corners of their beings and expel it out through the mouth, to be replaced with a renewing breath of life drawn in again through the nose. Better Kahlen guessed that these people would come to Dreffen for advice that might help them, and at least sounded like it could do no harm, than spend their savings on false hope from the hucksters in the street. Paying attention to their body's needs with things like proper food and rest seemed sound advice. As they all drew the slow, deep breaths in through their noses, Dreffen turned his head and locked his dark and raw eyes on Kahlen, as if he had known all along that she had been standing there outside the doorway. He gave her a kind-hearted smile that sparkled benevolently in his blue eyes. She could see why these people put their trust in him. She made herself return a little smile. Kahlen remembered the talk she had had with Shota about how difficult it was to banish unpleasant memories. Kahlen wished she could forget Dreffen's hand between Kara's legs. Dreffen was trying to help people. He was doing everything he could to halt the plague. He was a great healer, the High Priest of the Rogmos. She tried to put the image of him comforting those sick children in place of the memory of his forcing his big hand down between Kara's legs. Dreffen had explained at the time why he had done that to Kara. He had saved Kara's life. A moored Sith, screaming in pain, then unconscious, and Dreffen had brought her back. Richard found comfort in Dreffen, as did everyone else. Kahlen broke eye contact with him and continued on her way to find Richard. Tristan Bashkar, the Jarian ambassador staying at the Confessor's Palace while he waited for further signs from the stars, further word from above, before surrendering, paused at a balcony as she passed below. As was his habit, he drew back his coat and rested his hand on his hip. It displayed the wicked dagger he wore at his belt. Oftentimes, in conversation, he would also put a boot up on a chair or stool and casually rest his forearm on his knee. It provided those in conversation with him the opportunity to see also the knife he kept in his boot. The more she saw Tristan in the palace, watching her with his cunning eyes, the more she disliked his presence. If there was a man who acted more childish, Kahlen didn't know him. Tristan watched silently as she hurried on her way. Kahlen was glad he was up on a balcony, so that she wouldn't have to waste time playing word games with him. Ulick and Egan gave Kahlen an odd look as she greeted them before whisking through the door to the small room Richard liked to use to study Kolo's journal. He was sitting with his head in his hand, his fingers buried in his hair, as he read from another book that lay open on the table. 2 candles and a lamp on the table beside him provided light, and a small, fragrant fire of birch logs added warmth to the cozy room. His cloak lay over a nearby chair, but he wore his sword. Richard looked up. When he saw her, he shot to his feet. Without the gold cloak, he was like a big black shadow gliding across the room. Before he could speak, Kahlen rushed into his arms. Kahlen pressed the side of her face to his chest as she hugged him. "Please, Richard, don't yell at me. Please just hold me." Tears choked her voice. "Please don't say anything. Just hold me." It was ecstasy being with him again. It never failed to astound her whenever she saw him, just how much she needed and loved him. Richard's arms enclosed her in comforting shelter. She listened to the fire crackle and the sound of his heart under her ear. She could almost imagine in the safety of his strong arms that everything was fine and that they had a future. She remembered her mother's words. Confessors don't have love, Kahlen. They have duty. Kahlen clutched his black shirt as she fought a losing battle to hold back tears. He held her and stroked her hair. She had asked him to hold her and not speak, and he was doing just that. That only made her feel worse. He must have questions. He must want to say something to her, to tell her how relieved he was to see her safe, to tell her how worried he had been, to ask her where she had been and what she had found out, to tell her what he had found, to yell at her. But he didn't. Instead, without protest, he did as she had asked, relegating his own desires to secondary after hers. How would she go on without his love? How would she draw a breath? How would she manage to make herself go on until she was old and could finally finish her duty and at last die? "Richard, I'm so sorry I made that letter sound threatening. I didn't mean to threaten you, I swear. I just wanted you to be safe. I'm so sorry if I hurt you." He squeezed her a little tighter and kissed the top of her head. Kahlen wished she could just die in his arms now and not have to face her duty, not have to face the finality of the future, the finality of losing him. "How's your foot?" she asked. "My foot?" "Kara said you hurt it on a chair." "Oh, my foot is fine. The chair died, but I don't think it suffered." Against all odds, Kahlen laughed. She looked up through her tears into his gentle smile. "All right. I think your hug has revived me. You can yell at me now." He kissed her instead. The feeling of being pulled up in his arms was rapture. Being in the sliff didn't even come close. "So," he finally said, "what did our ancestors' spirits have to say?" "Our ancestors? How did you know that I went to the Mud People?" Richard's brow curved into a bewildered cast. "Kahlen, your face is all painted so the ancestors' spirits could see you in a gathering. Did you think I wouldn't notice?" Kahlen touched her fingers to her forehead, to her cheek. "I was in such a hurry I never even gave it any thought. No wonder people have been giving me such odd looks." As she had raced through the palace looking for him, 3 different women on the staff had offered to draw her a bath. Everyone must have thought she had gone mad. Richard's expression turned serious as he settled his arms around her waist. "So what did the ancestor spirits have to say?" Kahlen steeled herself. She tilted her head, indicating the bone knife on her arm. "Grandfather's spirit called me through his bone knife. He had to speak with me. He told me that the plague isn't confined to Aidendrill. It's spread all over the Midlands. Richard tensed. Do you think it's true? Elder Bregandaren had the tokens on his legs. He's probably dead by now. Some children reported that they saw a woman near the Mud People's village. She showed them something with colored light, just like what Lily told us she saw. One of those children has already died. Sister Amelia was there. Dear spirit, Richard whispered. It gets worse. The spirit showed me other places I know in the Midlands. He said that the plague has spread to all these places too. The spirit showed me what will be if the plague isn't stopped. Death will sweep the land. Few will survive. The spirit told me that magic stolen from the Temple of the Winds started the plague, but that the plague itself isn't magic. Jagang has used magic more powerful than he understands. If allowed to rage unchecked, the plague could eventually sweep into the old world too. Small consolation. Did the spirit say how Jagang stole this magic from the Temple of the Winds? Kahlen nodded as she looked away from his eyes. You were right about the red moons. It was a warning that the Temple of the Winds had been violated. Kahlen told him about the Hall of the Betrayer and how Sister Amelia had been able to tread that path. Kahlen recounted the rest of her meeting with the spirit of Chandalan's grandfather as best as she could remember it, including the part about the temple being at least partially sentient, as Richard had suspected. Richard leaned an arm against the mantel as he stared into the fire. He pinched his lower lip as he listened patiently. Kahlen told him how the spirit had told her that to stop the plague they must get into the Temple of the Winds, how it existed in both worlds at the same time, and how both the good and the evil spirits were involved and had a say in this. And the ancestor spirit could give you no indication how we were to get to the Temple of the Winds? No, Kahlen said. In fact, he wasn't interested in that part of it. He said that the temple would reveal what must be done. Shota said the same thing. Engrossed in thought, Richard nodded while he considered her words. Kahlen twisted her fingers together while she waited. What about Shota? He asked at last. What happened with her? Kahlen hesitated. She knew she had to tell him at least some of it, but she was reluctant to tell him all of what Shota had said. Richard, I don't believe Shota was trying to cause trouble. He looked back over his shoulder. She sends Nadine to marry me, and you don't think that kind of interference trouble? Kahlen cleared her throat into her fist. Shota didn't send Nadine exactly. Richard's hawk-like gaze continued to fix on her, so she went on. The message about the winds hunting you was not her idea. The Temple of the Winds was sending you a message through her, just as it was sending you a message through that boy who died. Shota wasn't trying to harm us. Richard's brow lowered. What else did the witch woman tell you? Kahlen interlocked her fingers behind her back. She looked away from his penetrating glare. Richard, I went there to put an end to Shota's interference. I was prepared to kill her if she threatened you or tried to harm me. I thought the worst of her. I did. I was convinced she was trying to harm us. I talked with her. Really talked. Shota isn't as malicious as I thought. She admitted she doesn't want us to have a child, but this isn't about trying to keep us apart. She has a talent for seeing the future, and she is only telling us what she sees to try to help you. She's just the messenger in this. She's not directing these events. She said the same thing as the ancestor's spirit, that the plague was started by magic and not of its own accord. With 3 strides, Richard closed the distance between them. He seized her by the upper arm. She sent Nadine to marry me. She sent Nadine to keep us apart. She's trying to put a wedge between us, and you are taken in by her tricks? Kahlen backed away from him. No, Richard. You have it wrong, as did I. The spirits sent you a bride. Shota was only able to influence who it would be. She used that influence so that the bride sent would be Nadine. Shota says she sees that you will marry this bride sent by the spirits, and so she wanted it to be someone you knew. She was only trying to ease your pain in this. And you believe her? Have you lost your mind? Richard, you're hurting my arm. He released her. Sorry, he muttered, as he withdrew to the hearth. Kahlen could see the muscles in his jaw flexing as he ground his teeth. You said she told you the same as the ancestor's spirit. Do you remember her words? Kahlen tried frantically to separate what she knew she had to tell him from what she didn't want him to know. She realized how unwise it was to try to hide information from Richard, but she reasoned that if she had to, she could always tell him everything. If she could get away with withholding some of it, though. Shota said, "We have not heard the last message from the winds. She said we will receive one more involving the moon." Involving the moon? How? I don't know. Just like the spirit, the how didn't seem to be important to her. What she did say was that this message from the moon will be the consequential communion, as she called it. She said we must not ignore or dismiss it. Did she now? And did she say why exactly? She said our future and the future of all those innocent people will hinge on this event. She said it would be our only chance to carry out our duty to save the innocent lives of all those who depend upon us to do what they cannot. Richard turned to her. It was like death itself rounding on her. His eyes had that look like Dreffen's, like dark and Rawls. She told you something else that you're holding back. What is it? He growled. It wasn't Richard speaking. It was the Seeker. She knew in that instant why a Seeker was so feared. He was a law unto himself. Those gray eyes were looking right into her. Richard, she whispered, please leave it at that. His glare cut to her soul. What did she tell you? Kahlen swallowed as she panted with dread. She could feel hot tears coursing down her face. Shota saw the future, Kahlen heard herself speaking, even though she had intended to remain silent. She saw that you will wed another. She used her influence to make it someone you knew. Under his glare, she found remaining silent impossible. She could not influence who I am to wed. I will be married too. It will not be you who becomes my husband. Richard stood frozen for a moment, a boiling thunderhead gathering. He yanked the baldric off over his head and tossed it and the scabbard holding the sword on a chair. Richard, what are you doing? And then he was moving. He went for the door. Kahlen put herself in front of him. It was like stepping in front of an enraged mountain. Richard, what are you going to do? He grasped her by the waist, picked her up, and set her aside, as if she were no more than a child in his way. I'm going to kill her. Kahlen threw her arms around his waist from behind, trying to drag him to a halt. It slowed him no more than if she had been a gnat. He was leaving his sword because he couldn't travel in the sliff with the magic of the sword of truth. Richard! Richard, please stop! If you love me, stop! He halted and turned his wrathful glare on her. His voice came like a crack of thunder. What? Richard, do you think I'm stupid? Of course not. Then do you believe I want to marry someone else? No. Richard, you have to listen to me. Shota said she saw the future. She isn't making the future, she just saw it. She told me these things so that what she saw might help us. I've had all of the help from Shota I intend to have. I'll have no more of it. She has taken one liberty too many. It will be her last. Richard, we have to figure out what to do. We have to do what we can to stop this plague. You saw those sick, dying children. The spirit of Chandalin's grandfather showed me countless other dead children, dead people of all sorts. That will be the future if you do this. Do you want those children and their parents to die because you refuse to use your head? His fist was gripping some sort of ornament on an elaborate necklace. She realized she had never seen it before. Even though he wasn't wearing his sword, its magic drove him. He was a cauldron of lethal rage. Death was dancing in his eyes. I don't care what Shota says, I'll not marry Nadine. Nor will I stand by while you... I know, she whispered. Richard, I know how you feel. How do you think this makes me feel? But use your head. This is not the way to change what Shota says. You always said before that the future is not yet decided and that we couldn't act on what Shota says. You always said that we couldn't allow ourselves to put our faith in what she says and let it direct our actions. His eyes shone with deadly wrath. You believe her. Kahlen took a calming breath, trying to regain her composure. I believe she saw the future.
Richard, don't you remember how she also said that I would touch you with my power? Look at how that turned out. She was right, but it wasn't the calamitous event I feared. It was what brought us together and allowed us to have our love.
How can your marrying someone else turn out good? Kahlen abruptly realized what this was really about. He was jealous.
She had never seen him this jealous before. But that's what it was, a jealous rage. I would be lying if I told you I knew.
Kahlen gripped his broad shoulders.
Richard, I love you, and that's the truth. I could never love anyone else. You believe me, don't you? I trust in your love for me, and I know that you don't love Nadine. Don't you believe in me? Don't you trust me?
He visibly cooled. Of course I do. I do trust you. Frustration replaced the rage in his eyes. He released the amulet in his fist.
But nothing. We love each other, and that's all there is to it. Whatever happens, we have to believe in each other. If we don't believe in each other, then we are lost in this.
At last he pulled her into his arms. She knew his anguish. She felt it too. Hers, though, was worse, because she didn't believe there was a way out of Shota's prediction. Kahlen lifted the strange amulet at his neck. In the center, surrounded by a complex of gold and silver lines, was a teardrop-shaped ruby as big as her thumbnail.
Richard, what is this? Where did you get it?
He lifted the gold and silver object from her fingers to peer down at it. It's a symbol like the others I wear. I found it in the keep.
In the first Wizard's Enclave?
Yes. It was part of this outfit, but unlike the rest of it, this was left in the first Wizard's Enclave. The man who wore it was the first wizard in Kolo's time. His name was Barakas.
Kara told me that you found the record of the trial. What did it look like in there?
Richard stared off. It was beautiful. I didn't want to leave.
Have you found out anything from the book yet?
No. It's in Haida Haran. Berdine is working on Kolo's journal. I'll work on this one. I've only had an hour or so to start translating it. I haven't really done much yet. I was too worried about you to be able to think about anything else.
Kahlen touched the amulet hanging around his neck. Do you know what this symbol represents?
Yes. The ruby is meant to represent a drop of blood. It is the symbolic representation of the way of the primary edict.
The primary edict?
His voice turned distant, as if speaking to himself more than to her. It means only one thing and everything. Cut. Once committed to fight, cut. Everything else is secondary. Cut. That is your duty, your purpose, your hunger. There is no rule more important, no commitment that overrides that one. Cut. His words chilled her to the bone as he went on. The lines are a portrayal of the dance. Cut from the void, not from bewilderment. Cut the enemy as quickly and directly as possible. Cut with certainty. Cut decisively, resolutely. Cut into his strength. Flow through the gaps in his guard. Cut him. Cut him down utterly. Don't allow him a breath. Crush him. Cut him without mercy to the depths of his spirit. It is the balance to life, death. It is the dance with death. It is the law a war wizard lives by, or he dies.
Chapter 49. Clarissa sat curled up in a chair, sewing the hem of a new dress Nathan had bought for her. He had wanted to let the seamstress do the work, but she had insisted on doing it herself, mostly to have something to do. Nathan had smiled and told her that if it would please her, then it was all right with him. She didn't know what she would do with all the dresses he kept buying for her. She had told him to stop, but he just kept doing it. Nathan returned from the door, having had a long discussion with a soldier named Bolsden about the movements of Jagang's expeditionary force. They were the men who had attacked her home of Renwald, Clarissa had learned. She tried not to listen to Nathan's talks with his soldier friends who showed up from time to time. She didn't like to think about the nightmare of Renwald. Nathan told her that he wanted to end the killing, so there would be no more Renwald. He called it a waste of life. Clarissa touched Nathan's leg when he came close. Is there anything I can do to help? His blue eyes turned toward her, watching her for a long moment.
No, not yet. I must write a letter. I'm expecting someone soon. Don't go into the bedroom to answer the door when they come. Stay in here. I don't want them to get a look at you. You don't have magic, so they won't know you're in here.
Clarissa caught the tone of disquiet in his voice. Do you think they will cause trouble? They won't try to hurt you, will they?
A sly smile took his face. That would be the last mistake they ever made. I've laid so many traps around this place that the keeper himself wouldn't dare to try to take me here. He winked at her, as if to reassure her. Watch through the keyhole if you wish. It may be good for you to remember the faces of these people. They're dangerous. Her stomach churning with anxiety, Clarissa began embroidering little vines and leaves along the hem of the dress, because she thought they would be pretty, and to pass the time while Nathan wrote his letter. When he finished, he clasped his hands behind his back and paced. When the knock finally came, he looked toward the bedroom where stood the door to the hall. He turned to her and crossed his lips with a finger. Clarissa nodded. He shut the door to the sitting room as he went to answer the knock. She set aside her needlework and knelt at the door to peek through the keyhole. She had a good view of the hall door as Nathan pulled it open. Two attractive women, about Clarissa's age, stood in the hall. Two young men waited behind them. The scowls on the women could have cut stone. Clarissa was astonished to see that each woman had a small gold ring through her lower lip, as did Clarissa.
Well, well, one of the women said contemptuously, if it isn't the prophet himself. We thought it was probably you, Nathan, messing about in things that aren't your business.
Nathan grinned as he bowed dramatically from the waist. Sister Jodelle, Sister Wilhelmina, how nice to see you again. And that's Lord Rall, even to you, Sister Jodelle.
Lord Rall, Sister Jodelle said in a flat, mocking voice. So we've heard.
Nathan waggled his fingers in greeting to the two young men standing out in the hall behind the two women. Vincent, Pierce, how good to see you two boy wizards again. Still trying to master prophecy, are you? Come for some advice? Maybe a lesson?
In a little over your head, aren't you, old man? One of the young men asked.
Nathan's amusement vanished. He flicked his finger. The young man cried out and dropped to the floor. I told you, Pierce. It's Lord Rall. Nathan's voice turned as deadly as Clarissa had ever heard it. Don't test me again. Sister Wilhelmina scowled back at Pierce, whispering a harsh admonishment as he staggered to his feet. Nathan held his arm out in invitation. Won't you ladies please come in? Bring your boys, too. Clarissa didn't think they really looked like boys, as Nathan called them. She thought they looked to be in their late 20s at least. The four warily stepped inside and stood in a bunch, hands clasped before them, while Nathan shut the door.
Pretty risky, Lord Rall, to let the four of us get this close, Sister Jodelle said. I wouldn't think you would be this careless, now that you've somehow convinced some feeble-minded sister to take pity on you and remove your Radahan.
Nathan slapped his knee and howled with laughter. None of the other four so much as cracked a smile. Risky, he asked, as his fit of laughter died out. Why, what have I to fear from the likes of you four? And I'll have you know that I took off the Radahan by myself. I think it only fair to tell you that while you foolishly chose to view me as a crazy old man, I was studying things you can't even fathom. While all of you sisters— Get to the point, Sister Jodelle growled. Nathan held up a finger. The point is, my fine people, that I have no ill will toward you or your leader. But I can weave webs you couldn't even understand, much less defend against, should you wish me harm. For example, I'm sure you detect the simple shields I've placed here and there. But there is more hidden beyond those things you sense. Should you— Sister Jodelle lost her patience and cut him off again. We didn't come here to listen to the babble of a doddering old man. Do you think us stupid? We detected the pathetic magic you have so proudly laced about this place, and I can tell you with confidence there's not a bit of it that one of us alone couldn't slice apart with ease, while at the same time enjoying a bowl of soup. Vincent shoved the two sisters aside.
I've heard just about enough from this dried-up old jackass. He always was full of himself. It's about time he learned just who he's dealing with.
Nathan made no move to defend himself as Vincent lifted his hand. Clarissa's eyes went wide in fright as the young man's fingers curled and his face twisted with hate. Clarissa covered her mouth in terror as light shot from Vincent's hands toward Nathan. A brief whine sang through the air. The light from the young man scattered. There was a thump that Clarissa could feel in the floor as light flared through the other room. When the sound and light cleared, Vincent was gone. On the floor where he had stood, Clarissa could see a small pile of white ash. Nathan went to the wall and retrieved a broom leaned there, just behind a curtain. He opened the door and swept the ash out through the door into the hall. "Thank you for coming, Vincent. Sorry you have to leave now. Let me show you out." With a flourish, Nathan swept the last of the ash out into the hall, creating a small cloud as he did so. He shut the door and turned back to the gaping gazes of the three people left. "Now, as I was saying, you will be making the last mistake of your lives if you underestimate me or what it is you think me capable of. Your negligible intellects couldn't even understand it if I showed it to you." Nathan's brow drew down in a way that frightened even Clarissa. "Now, show proper respect and bow to the Lord Rahl." Reluctantly, the three people bowed, each touching a knee to the floor. "What is it you want?" Sister Jodelle asked after she had straightened. Her voice had lost some of its edge. "You can tell Jagang that I'm interested in peace." "Peace?" Sister Jodelle fussed back some of her dark hair. "What position are you in that you could make such an offer?" Nathan lifted his chin. "I am Lord Rahl. I will soon be Master of Dahara. I will be in command of the New World. I believe it is a war with the New World in which Jagang is embroiled." Sister Jodelle's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean you are soon to be the Master of Dahara?" "Just tell Jagang that his daring plan is about to be successfully completed. He will soon have eliminated the present Lord Rahl. Jagang has made a mistake, though. He forgot about me." But, Sister Jodelle sputtered, "You aren't the Lord Rahl." Nathan leaned toward them with a sly smile. "If Jagang succeeds, which as a prophet I can foresee he will, then I will be the Lord Rahl. I am a Rahl born with the gift. All Daharans will become bonded to me. As you know, that bond will prevent the Dreamwalker from using his talent to take the New World. Jagang has made a mistake." Nathan thunked Pierce on the head. "He's been using amateur prophets like this witless tadpole." Pierce turned red. "I'm no amateur prophet." Nathan regarded him with a look of contempt. "Really? Then why didn't you warn Jagang that by using prophecy to eliminate Richard Rahl, it would get him nowhere but into a worse predicament? Because it would leave me to become the Lord Rahl, Master of Dahara and most of the major powers in the New World. Did you warn him about that result? While Richard may be determined, he knows next to nothing about magic, whereas I know a great deal about it. A very great deal." Nathan towered over Pierce. "Just ask Vincent. A real prophet would have realized the danger lurking behind my simple shield, waiting to be triggered if anyone attacked. Did you?" Sister Wilhelmina put out an arm, forcing Pierce back, and just in time it appeared to Clarissa, as Nathan looked to be about to make another pile of white dust. "What is it you want, Lord Rahl?" she asked. "Jagang can either listen to my terms, or he can have really big trouble on his hands. Trouble a lot worse than Richard Rahl." "Terms?" Sister Jodelle drew the word out suspiciously. "The present Lord Rahl is young and idealistic. He would never surrender to Jagang. I, on the other hand, am older and wiser. I know the foolishness of a war that would take the lives of countless people. And to what purpose? Just for the right to put a name to the one who is the leader. Richard is a young fool who doesn't know how to use his power. I am not a young fool, and as you saw, I know how to use my gift. I'm willing to entertain the possibility of letting Jagang rule the New World as he wishes. And in return, Nathan casually flicked his hand. I simply want some of the spoils for myself, in return for my assistance. I will have the rule of Dahara, under his leadership, of course. I will be his man, running the affairs of Dahara. Other than Jagang, no one will outrank me. Quite fair, I think. The young Pierce was still white as a sheet and trying to look invisible behind the two women. The two sisters, on the other hand, were looking suddenly a lot less unhappy. They wore small, interested smiles. How would Jagang know that you could be trusted? Trusted? Does he think I'm as stupid as the young Lord Rahl leading the new world right now? I saw what was done to Renwald. If I didn't rule Dahara as Jagang wished, allowing him generous tribute, he might come in and try to crush us. Wars are expensive. I'd rather have the wealth for myself. Sister Jodelle smiled politely. And in the meantime, how do we know you really mean this? So it's assurance you want. Nathan rubbed his chin as he stared up at the ceiling. There is a Daharan army of close to 100,000 men north of here. You'll never find them without my help until they descend on Jagang's expeditionary force. When Jagang finishes eliminating the present Lord Rahl, then this army's bond will transfer to me. They will be loyal to me. As soon as that happens, I will surrender that army to his, giving him even more men-at-arms. Daharans have a long tradition of warring for plunder. They'll fit right in with Jagang's force. Surrender an army, Sister Jodelle said in a reflective tone. You see, my kind sisters, Jagang is trying to use prophecy to win this war. In that he has made a mistake. He is using wizards who are not real prophets. I could provide the expert service of a real prophet. His alternative is to have a real prophet as his enemy and amateurs to aid him. The aid of amateurs is what got him into this predicament, don't you see? For a small, insignificant slice of the spoils, I can get him out of it. I'm sure you can understand that after all those years under the care of you fine sisters, I'd like to spend my few remaining years enjoying the pleasures of life. With my help, there will be no more resistance from the new world than that offered by Renwald. If Jagang should choose to be unreasonable, well, who knows? With a real prophet on the side of the new world, they might even win. Sister Jodelle studied Nathan's eyes. Yes, I see what you mean. Nathan held out his letter. Here, give this to Jagang. It explains my proposal and terms in return for my surrender of the new world. As I said, I'm sure he will find me much more reasonable than the present Lord Rahl. I know that there is no profit in war. One leader or another, it means little. Why should hundreds of thousands of people die over the name put to that leader? Both sisters glanced around the luxurious room and smiled conspiratorially at Nathan. Why, you crafty old man, Sister Jodelle said. And here all this time we thought you were just an old fool living out your life down in your apartment. Well, Lord Rahl, we will pass your words along to Emperor Jagang. I think he will find them most interesting. Had the present Lord Rahl been so reasonable, he wouldn't be in his present fatal difficulty. All those years do give a man time to think. Sister Jodelle turned back from the door. I can't speak for the Emperor, Lord Rahl, but I think he will be most pleased with this news. I think we can dare to see the end of this war, and the victory that will result in Jagang being the name put to the leader of all people. I just want the killing to stop. It would profit us all, sister. Oh, and tell Jagang that I am sorry about Vincent, but the boy wasn't really serving him well anyway. Sister Jodelle shrugged. You're right, Lord Rahl. He wasn't. Chapter 50. Richard ran his fingers through his hair as he rested his forehead in his palm. He looked up when he heard someone enter the room. It was Kahlen. His heart lifted at her smile, her bright green eyes, the lush fall of her thick hair, and how beautiful she was. He marveled at her beauty, and that she loved him. The safety he felt in that love was something he had never imagined he would feel. He had always imagined being in love with someone, but
He had never imagined the feeling of security and peace it would bring to his soul. If Shota ever did anything to harm that security... Kahlen carried a steaming bowl of soup. I thought you might like something to eat. You've been at this for a hand of days now. I think you need to get more sleep, too. He glanced at the big white bowl in her hand. Thanks. Her brow wrinkled. Richard, what's wrong? Your face is white as ashes. He leaned back in his chair and sighed. I feel a little sick. She turned white as ashes, too. Sick? Richard, it isn't... No, it's not that. It's this book on the Temple of the Wind's Inquisition and Trial. I almost wish I'd never found it. Kahlen leaned over as she set down the bowl. Here, eat some of this. What is it? Richard asked, as he watched the lush curve of her cleavage rise and fall above the square neckline of her white confessor's dress. Lentil porridge. Eat some. What have you found out? Richard sucked in through his mouth to cool the spoonful of porridge. I haven't translated much yet. It's taking forever. But from just the little bit I've been able to figure out, these people, these wizards, they executed all the wizards who sent away the Temple of the Wind. The Temple Team, they called them. Almost 100 men. He pulled a finger across his throat. Kahlen sat on the edge of the table opposite him. What did they do to warrant death? Richard stirred the porridge. Well, for one thing, they left a way into the Temple of the Winds, as they were directed to do. But they made it so hard to get back into the temple that when these people wanted to get back in to retrieve some magic in order to fight the war, they couldn't. Kolo said that there were the red moons, that the temple sent the warning. You mean the wizards of old were never able to answer the warning? That wasn't the way it worked. They did get back in. He waved his spoon for emphasis. In fact, that was the reason for the red moon. It was the second attempt to get in, to answer the red moons caused by the first person sent, that they failed at. Kahlen leaned toward him, while Richard ate a spoonful of porridge. But this first person got in? Oh, yes, he got in. And that was the problem. Kahlen shook her head. I'm not following this. Richard set down his spoon and leaned back in his chair. He met her gaze. The Temple Team, who sent away the Temple of the Winds, were also the ones who placed the magic in it. You know about some of the terrible magical creations that were made in the war? Things made out of people, like the Mriswith, like the Dreamwalkers? Well, the people of the New World were fighting the people of the Old World, who wanted to eliminate magic, much as Jagang does today. These wizards who took the things of power to the safety of the temple were somewhat in sympathy with those in the Old World who wanted to eliminate magic. They thought that using people to create these terrible weapons was as evil as some of the very things they fought against. Fascinated, Kahlen leaned toward him. You mean they turned to the side of the enemy? They were really working for those in the Old World to eliminate magic? No, they weren't working to defeat the New World or to stop all magic, but they felt that they viewed the whole matter on a wider scope than just the war, unlike the wizards in charge here at the keep. They sought the middle ground. They decided that, to an extent, the war and all their troubles were related to the misuse of magic. They decided that something had to be done. Kahlen hooked some hair behind her ear. Done? Like what? You know the way the keep used to be full of wizards? The way wizards used to have both sides of the magic? The way the wizards of old wielded much more power than even Zed does now as first wizard? The way those born with the gift are more and more rare all the time? I think these wizards used the Temple of the Winds to withdraw some of magic's power from this world. They locked it away in the underworld, where it couldn't be used to cause harm as they saw it in this world. Kahlen put a hand to her chest. Dear Spirit, what gave them the right to decide this? They are not the Creator who gave all things, including magic. Richard smiled. The head of the Inquisition said much the same thing. He demanded to know exactly what they had done. And have you found the answer? I haven't translated much yet, and I don't understand the way the magic worked. But I think that what the Temple Team did was to lock away the subtractive portion of the wizard's magic. It's the subtractive part that was used to turn people into these weapons. With it, they took away parts of who these people were, the parts these wizards didn't want, and then with additive magic,
The wizards added in the things they did want, so they could use these people as weapons. What about you? You were born with both sides. If the power was locked away, how does that explain your gift? I, too, have an element of subtractive magic to my confessor's power. Dark and Rahl used subtractive magic, as do some of the sisters. There are creatures yet today who have some of this element to their magic. Richard wiped a weary hand across his face. I don't know. I'm not even positive about what I've told you. There's still most of this book to translate. I've only just begun. Even when I translate it all, I'm not sure it will provide the answers we want. This was an inquisition and trial. They weren't trying to teach me history. It was common knowledge at the time. They didn't need to explain it. What I'm beginning to think the temple team did was to halt subtractive magic's ability to be passed on to the offspring of wizards. Your magic isn't passed on from a wizard, so perhaps that's why it wasn't affected. Dark and Rahl learned to use subtractive magic. He wasn't born with it. Therein perhaps lies the difference. Maybe they miscalculated how taking subtractive magic out of those born with the wizard's gift would affect the balance, and so didn't anticipate the way it would cause fewer and fewer to be born with the gift. Maybe they did know. Maybe that's what they wanted. Maybe that's why they were executed. What about the Red Moon? Well, when those in charge found all this out, they sent someone to undo what these wizards had done. They needed one with tremendous power and conviction, hoping he would have enough strength to succeed. They sent the most zealous proponent of magic among them, a fanatic, the head prosecutor, a powerful wizard named Lothane, to the Temple of the Winds to undo the damage. Kahlen drew her lower lip between her teeth. What happened? He got in through Betrayer's Hall, just like you told me. It worked just as you said. Lothane entered, but in doing so he betrayed them. I'm not sure what it was that he did. Many of the words, I think, have to do with specific magic that I don't understand. But from what I gather, he reinforced what the wizards who sent the temple away had done and made it even worse. He betrayed those in the New World. Because he had to alter the way the Temple of the Winds held this magic, it set off the warnings of the Red Moons. When the temple sent the Red Moons and the call for aid, a wizard was sent. Because the temple was sending for help, the wizards were glad for the call, since it meant that they wouldn't have to enter through Betrayer's Hall. They thought they would be able to get in and at last remedy the problem. He never came back. They sent another more powerful and experienced wizard. He never returned either. Finally, in view of the seriousness of the situation, the first wizard himself went to the Temple of the Winds. Richard lifted the amulet at his chest. Baraka. Barakas? Kahlen breathed in wonder. Did he get into the temple? They were never sure. Richard pushed his thumb back and forth along the edge of the table. Barakas came back in a dazed stupor. They followed after him, but he didn't react or respond to anything they said or did. He went into the first wizard's enclave, his retreat, and left this there. Richard held up the amulet at his chest, showing it to her. He came out, removed the rest of his outfit, these things I wear, and then walked to the edge of the rampart and jumped off the side of the mountain to his death. Kahlen sat back up straight while Richard cleared his throat and gathered his voice before going on. After that, the wizards abandoned any further attempt to get into the Temple of the Winds, to answer the call of the Red Moons, as impossible. They were never able to get in to undo the damage the temple team and then Lothane had done. Kahlen watched him with a sober look as he stared off at nothing. How did they know all this? Richard's fist tightened around the amulet at his chest. They used a confessor, Magda Cirrus, the first mother confessor herself. She lived in that time? She was there in this war? I never knew that. Richard rubbed his fingertips across the furrows on his brow. Lothane wouldn't tell them what he had done. The wizards conducting the trial were the ones who ordered the creation of the confessors. Magda Cirrus was the first. They knew that they wouldn't be able to torture the truth out of Lothane. They tried. So they took this woman, Magda Cirrus, created the magic of the confessors, and instilled the power in her. She touched Lothane with her power and got the truth out of him. He confessed the extent of what the temple team had done and what he had done. Richard looked away from her green eyes. The wizard who did this to Magda Cirrus, created the confessor's power, was named Merit. The tribunal was so pleased with the results of Merit's conjuring that they commanded an order of confessors to be created, and wizards assigned to safeguard them. Merit became protector to Magda Cirrus, her wizard in return for the life, the duty to which he had condemned her, to which he had condemned all the descendants of confessors to follow. The room fell silent. Kahlen was wearing her confessor's face, the blank expression that showed nothing of her feeling. He didn't need to see an expression on her face to know her feeling. Richard pulled the porridge back and ate some more. It had cooled considerably. "Richard," Kahlen finally whispered, "if these wizards, with all that power, with all that knowledge, if even they couldn't get into the Temple of the Winds after it sent its warning with the red moons, then—" Her voice trailed off. Richard put words to the rest of it. "Then how can I hope to?" Richard ate lentil porridge as the uncomfortable silence dragged on. "Richard," Kahlen said in a quiet voice, "if we don't get into the temple, then what the Spirit showed me will come to pass. Death will sweep the land. Untold numbers of people will die." Richard nearly leaped to his feet and screamed at her that he knew that. Nearly screamed, asking what she expected him to do. Instead, he swallowed back the screams along with the porridge. "I know," he whispered. He went back to eating his porridge in silence. When he had finished and was sure he had composed himself, he went on. One of the temple team, a wizard named Ricker, made a statement before they executed him. Richard pulled the piece of paper with the translation out of the disorderly stack and read it to her. "I can no longer countenance what we do with our gift. We are not the creator, nor are we the keeper. Even a vexatious prostitute has the right to live her life." What was he talking about? Kahlen asked. "I think that when the wizards used people, destroyed them, to create the things they needed to fight the war, I think they used people who were troublesome for one reason or another, people they didn't mind destroying. I've heard it said that a wizard must use people. I doubt they knew the ghastly origin of the maxim." He saw dismay haunting her eyes. "Richard, do you think then from what you've read that it's hopeless? Do you think we can do nothing then?" Richard didn't know what to say. He reached over and clasped her hand. The temple team, before they were executed, said in their own defense that they hadn't sealed the temple away for good, as they might have easily done, but instead left a way in to answer the call. They said that if the need was truly great enough, it could still be entered. "I will get in, Kahlen. I swear it." A small measure of relief came briefly to her beautiful eyes, but the haunted look settled back into them. Richard knew what she was thinking. It was the same as he'd wondered himself as he read of the madness that was the war, and of what people had done to each other. "Kahlen, we don't use magic to destroy people for our own purposes. We use it to fight against a cause that murders helpless children. We fight for freedom from terror and killing." A small smile returned as she squeezed his hand. End of side 13. To continue, turn the cassette over.